Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our text on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-showed human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative scheduling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, what if Harry Potter and Ginny became the master of time and justice. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Tired of watching others twist their hard-won victory, Harry and Ginny take control of the one force no one else could, time itself. Together, they return to the past with the power to rewrite fate, stop manipulation before it begins, and deliver the justice the wizarding world never had. This time, every wrong will be corrected, no matter the cost. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Training results. It was the day of the first Quidditch match against Slytherin. Older Harry stood in front of his team, knowing that he needed to motivate them to be brilliant out there. Malfoy, predictably, had got his father to donate the Nimbus 2001s again to become seeker of the team. As Slytherin didn't hold full tryouts under the watch of a teacher, the captain was the one to decide who would become a player on the team. Older Harry knew that they had a more than decent chance to beat the Slytherin team this time around. Even with a fast broom, the Slytherins hadn't trained as extensive as the Gryffindors did. Physical condition and ingrained training patterns made up for a lot. Oliver had done his best last time, but he was an eager amateur and never got any professional training himself before he left school. He didn't have the experience to work with his team on a level that could make up for the quality of the other team's brooms. Ginny meanwhile had played professionally and had been one of the best chasers in Europe during her time with the Holyhead Harpies for several years running. She had created the training regimes for the team, which Harry had then taken over and passed on to the team. He was the better one among them in looking out for the small details and had some management experience for a Quidditch team from his time as captain. Together they were far ahead of anybody currently at the school. They hoped to set an example to the other houses to improve their performances with better training structures as well. Alright, everybody, look alive, you are going out to show the rest of the student body that good brooms aren't all that is needed to win a Quidditch match. Sure, they help, but they don't make up for a lack of strategy, training and coordination. We have good weather and we have analyzed the players that are on the Slytherin team. Going by what we found out about the way Captain Flint acts, they don't have any reserve players ready. You will play hard, but you will play fair. Twins, I count on you to show the other team that you have to be able to control the bludgers in any situation to actually benefit from beaters on the team, he addressed Fred and George. You can bet on that. Coach, the chorused. Erica and Kirk, you are on observation duty of the other team to identify their strengths and weaknesses and will help me making sure that nothing strange is going on. We don't want anything like the cursed broom incident again, they both nodded, knowing what he was speaking about. Oliver, you know that in the past Slytherin has always aimed to take the keeper out of the game early on, so be prepared for that. We practiced all kinds of scenarios often enough. And Ashlyn, if they do manage, I want you on your broom as soon as Madam Hooch blows her whistle. I will call for substitution immediately after a move is over then or we get the quaffle back. It will at most cost us 1 goal to take. And Ginny and Madam Pomfrey left me with enough potions to get anybody with light injuries back into flying condition. Definitely, Oliver voiced, and Ashlyn nodded. Chasers, be ready to switch around at any time. We are going in with the known starting team, but they won't expect us to constantly use other strategies. And we can switch any player in once a move is done or we are in quaffle possession. Meaning, if a goal is scored and we notice that they get too much of a handle of our strategy, we will use the chance to confuse them. They won't know what hit them. Patrick stated and the other 5 cheered. Harry, you have worked on some great new moves. See when you can put them into practice. Don't get caught up in the moves of the chasers, but if you can, you are free to disrupt the Slytherin formations. Nobody says you can only dive when you actually see the snitch after all. Older Harry deadpanned, and Harry grinned with fake innocence while the others chuckled. He had been enjoying himself very much while practicing dives and often claimed he needed to practice when he just loved the thrill of it. In the end, Older Harry had resigned to teaching his younger self the Wronski feint, as there really wasn't a reason to not do so when he had perfect control over his broom while doing so. And well, if Malfoy ended with his nose in the ground, perhaps it would teach him a lesson, even if it was doubtful. The detentions didn't really help that much so far. But then again, last time around he had stayed a major bastard, the only thing he couldn't do was actually using the killing curse. And he had only realized that tiles could be turned when his family felt the ire of Voldemort. Others didn't concern him. Alright, they have the currently best brooms, but you have trained much harder than them and are the better team. We have a great strategy that can be adapted from one moment to the other. Not to mention that our cheerleaders will heat up the audience to support us properly. The brooms they have won't help them if they can't keep the quaffle in their team. And it doesn't have to be the chasers that steal it. Beaters are also good at that. Next to keepers, older Harry reminded them, now, circle and go Gryffindor. The 14 built a circle with their hands in the middle and pushed the hands up and down 3 times before throwing them up and shouting, go Gryffindor. Then they walked out onto the pitch, where they split into the reserves and older Harry on the bench and the rest to the middle of the field, where Madam Hooch was waiting, while the Slytherin team was walking up from the other side. Welcome everybody to the first match of the new Quidditch season at Hogwarts. I'm Lee Jordan, your announcer. This is the classic start, the battle between Gryffindor in red and Slytherin in green. Well-informed sources have confirmed that Professor Peverell has forced the Lions to exercise nearly every day, next to normal Quidditch practice. We will see if it makes a difference. A welcome new addition are the cheerleaders for the Gryffindor team, which have practiced to properly cheer their team on and have already given a show of their talent, as you have just seen. I never knew that those formations were possible. Well, those girls and guys rock. The Gryffindor starting team from this year is only changed in one position compared to last year's team, in the way that Patrick Jones has returned after 1 year of taking a break for his owls. He was chaser on the team the year before. The Slytherin team had 3 changes. Captain Marcus Flint has exchanged 1 chaser, the keeper and the seeker. Only the keeper position was opened by last year's keeper Bletchley graduating. We will see if his other changes pay off. New is the full reserve bench on the Gryffindor side, compared to the empty one on the Slytherin side. Now the teams have taken position in the middle of the field, with the captains being asked by Madam Hooch to shake hands. Oh, it seems Flint's usual way of handicapping his opposite captain didn't work as he's holding his hand in pain, which normally is the sight of the other captain. Well, perhaps he will now learn that a handshake isn't meant to crush a hand, Lee commented, which Professor McGonagall this time didn't correct. Madam Hooch has let the bludgers and the snitch loose and now all that remains to be seen is the toss of the quaffle. There it is and the teams have kicked off, with Jones securing the quaffle, ignoring the attempted elbow check from Flint. Well, Jones is sturdily built and can take some roughing up. Rumors have it that he trained a bit with his cousin, the famous Gwenog Jones, that captains the Holyhead Harpies. Pass to Johnson, who directly passes on to Bell. Bell basically dances around the attacking Slytherin chasers. Too bad that their broom's speed doesn't help them with maneuvering against a tricky opponent. And a perfect pass back to Johnson, who dives under Flint and, now I haven't seen that before, loops around him while he tries hitting her with the tail end of his broom. The only effect it had was disorienting him. And it is punished directly by a bludger to his shoulder by one of the Weasley twins, while the other one hits the second bludger at Keeper Pusey. He dodges, which gives Johnson a free path. It's in. 10-0 for Gryffindor. Lee shouted. The Gryffindor cheerleaders performed a small victory dance to celebrate the goal. The girls were wearing tight red tops with long sleeves and skirts in gold that went down to their knees, with red leggings under them and high-heeled boots, also in gold. The boys had the color scheme reversed and they also wore red capes. The dance consisted of some acrobatics assisted by charms and waving of red and gold pom-poms. Slytherin wasn't happy, but they went to counter. Slytherin in quaffle possession. Flint going over the right side, but no, blocked by Bell. He passes to Alston, but again blocked, this time Johnson. And Jones in perfect position to intercept the forced sloppy pass back to Flint. And the Gryffindor chasers directly switch to attack mode again. The Slytherin chasers following. They managed to get back into position. Seems like a good blockade against the Gryffindor attack, but what's that? The spectators looked at the events on the pitch, holding their breath. Right through the Slytherin chaser line go the two seekers, close together in a risky dive. Did they already manage to spot the snitch? It wouldn't be the first time that Potter has spotted a snitch in a few minutes. His catch in just 5 minutes from last year's match against Hufflepuff is still on all our minds, Lee commented. No, it was all a feint. Malfoy is down. A perfectly executed Wronski feint from Potter. He seems to be going for another record, youngest seeker ever to use a Wronski feint, and the chasers of the Gryffindor team used the distraction of the Slytherin team perfectly. Bell scored 20-0 Gryffindor. The Gryffindors in the crowd cheered for the double success, and the cheerleaders did a particularly long part, probably for the loss of Slytherin's seeker. Many boys wolf whistled when the girls did handstands on the backs of some boys, their skirts falling upwards, exposing the clear form of their legs. One reason why they were wearing leggings in the first place. Professor Vector is on the field looking after Malfoy, who is currently out of it. The match still continues. If he can't come back into the match, it will be a devastating loss for Slytherin. Slytherin in quaffle possession, they seem more determined than ever to score now. Flint breaks through the block of Bell and Johnson toughly. But he is stopped by Jones. Pass to Moon at the last second. Moon races towards the Gryffindor hoops, dodges Bell and still on course to Wood. He can't pass. Jones and Johnson are guarding Flint and Alston. He shoots, but Wood is there. No luck for Slytherin. And a whistle from Madam Hooch. Ah! Gryffindor is switching. Bell goes down and Spinnet comes in. Many wondered why in the world Gryffindor was changing a player. Still Alicia got into the game, and with her in the chaser line, their flying patterns suddenly changed. The Slytherin team was caught on the wrong foot for a while, and Gryffindor scored another goal. When the quaffle was back in Slytherin possession, George managed to nail Moon with a bludger, sending him spinning, and he lost the quaffle, which Patrick caught, using the fact that they were close to the Slytherin goals to score again. Flint was furious. He did a solo run towards the Gryffindor goal, but Wood knew his way of playing and blocked the hoop with the tail of his broom, sending the quaffle over Flint to Alicia, who directly turned back to attacking Slytherin's hoops. Flint took the bat of his beater, roll, and hit it towards Oliver, but Fred was there, waiting for that tactic, as it wasn't new at all, and hit the bludger directly back at Flint, hitting him perfectly on the nose. Flint fell from his broom. Thankfully he wasn't too high up in the air, and there were charms to make the ground soft when there was an impact on it. Still, it drove the air from his lungs, and he couldn't get up for a while. When Professor Vector came over, she had sent Malfoy to the hospital wing already, not being able to do anything but diagnosing him with concussion. She wasn't happy at all. She was no healer, and Madame Pomfrey was at the hospital wing. She could only do diagnostic charms to see what was wrong. More than possibly giving out common potions was beyond her. A few diagnostic charms, and she also sent him to the hospital wing, the second concussion of the day, but this time there was an added broken nose. It certainly harmed the Slytherin team's play. With one chaser down, who was also the team's captain, and without a seeker, they could only try doing damage control. Like older Harry had told the Gryffindor team, they played hard, but absolutely fair. No more Slytherin players were sent to the hospital wing, but they couldn't really find a way to stop the Gryffindors from scoring. Over the next 20 minutes, older Harry also sent Jake into play for Angelina for a while, simply because he could, and Ginny got to relieve Alicia, as Patrick's build was too advantageous against the desperate attempts of the Slytherin chasers to break through by brute force to go down. Ginny managed to score one goal as well, which made her really happy. Then older Harry called a timeout when one of the bludgers started going crazy. He had expected it to happen way earlier, but seemingly Dobby hadn't been there from the beginning. Perhaps he couldn't get away from Malfoy Manor. To pass the time, the Gryffindor cheerleaders came onto the field and did some formations. It certainly distracted the spectators enough for them to not become bored. But the timeout saw the spelled bludger be taken out of the game and a reserve to be put in before the game resumed. In the end, the result was vastly different to the one the last time around. Slytherin had only managed to score one goal by a surprise throw of Moon when Oliver had thrown the quaffle too short when he had to dodge a bludger. It was depressing for the Slytherin supporters, including Lucius Malfoy, who had come to see his son's first game. Officially, that was his reason, but who sat in his spot with a rather forced look on his face. He had clearly expected something else from the match. Not having his son taken to the hospital wing for falling for one of Harry's feints, the first one at that, and the brooms he had bought not making any real difference, as the other team played in a manner that couldn't be predicted. Not to mention that the precision of the players wasn't what he expected in a school Quidditch match. And after the short interruption of a faulty bludger being taken out of the game by Madam Hooch, we are back. The current score is 170 to 10 in favor of Gryffindor. Even if Slytherin still had a seeker right now, they couldn't win this match anymore. And there is Harry Potter diving again. This time it seems he actually has seen the snitch. The Slytherins seem resigned. Even their beaters can't seem to find the motivation to try and hit a bludger at him. Perhaps they just want the match to end so that they can regroup for the next match. Though the Weasley twins are also perfectly positioned to interfere with them should they try. They have shown great awareness of the positions of both bludgers the whole match. And yes, Potter has it. The snitch is caught, and it ends this match at 320 to 10 in favor of Gryffindor. I don't think I have ever seen such a one-sided match. While Slytherin played on the better brooms, they didn't help them in any way today. The teams of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw will definitely have to watch out for this strong Gryffindor team this year. They seemed fiercely determined to win the cup this year, after the bad luck of missing their seeker in the last match last year. The Gryffindor stands were full of cheering and jumping students that celebrated the great victory of their team. The cheerleaders set some fireworks loose after their final dance, which formed the words, "Go Gryffindor," in red letters at the sky. It was strengthened by the thrown pom-poms that combined into a roaring lion head. A victory against Slytherin, especially such a clear one, was a big reason to celebrate. Ginny stood in front of the second-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. She was so glad that Dumbledore had finally listened to her husband's warnings about putting Gryffindor and Slytherin together in a class where too much could go wrong. Therefore, this year any potions classes didn't have Gryffindors and Slytherins together, except in the Newt years. But the 6th and 7th years could be expected to behave in a classroom, especially in a dangerous subject like hers. Alright, I did announce this at the beginning of the year. It is time for your first research project and I'm going to give you some guidelines how I want this done, as you didn't do something like this before. I know that the lessons for writing such a paper already took place, right after the flying competency tests were over with, but I want to refresh your memories. This kind of assignment will come up a few more times in the future. We think it is a good way to give you the chance to greatly influence your grade for the year in a way that doesn't depend on your form on just one day. At the end of this class, you will come to the front and get your assignment. You will draw the name of the potion you are to research from a box to make it fair for everybody. All the potions in there are second-year level, but not part of the common curriculum. Otherwise it would have been too easy. Ginny grinned at some of the annoyed faces. This would be fun and a good exercise for the student DS in how to work on material on their own or in small teams. Now please pass these papers to everybody. I have sketched a basic outlook of how I want the end result to look like. The first page is simple. The name of the potion is your project, the period you got to do your research and of course your name, birthday and house. Nothing bad so far, Ginny joked, making some relax. The next part will be the introduction, meaning some basic facts about the potion, like its effects, some history, the inventor of the potion and if you need to look out for certain things before you take it. This isn't as important for your kinds of potions, but in higher years this will be different. Therefore, it will be required of you to at least mention it. The next part is the list of ingredients. Here you are asked to list the basic effect of each ingredient and its effect on the potion. Like one ingredient thickens the potion, or another neutralizes acids. This kind of thing. You can cross-reference with other books, like 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, for example. Most of the students were taking notes on what she told them. This would make getting a good grade a lot easier for them than if they simply tried on their own. Ginny noticed that Hermione had a determined and fierce look on her face. It was clear that she would do everything to ace this assignment. Honestly, she needed to relax. This wasn't any kind of battle. It was important, yes, but not at the level she took it. Next is the brewing process, where you have to write down when to add what ingredient and what to look out for. In case of boil cure potion, it would be the part about taking the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills, Ginny pointed out, as they had experienced that example. The next part is especially important, so please listen and write down what you need to know. After all, so far this wasn't exceedingly difficult, just a more extensive essay for homework actually. I want that you write an analysis why the potion you will be researching has to be brewed in a certain type of cauldron, why the ingredients have to be prepared in the way described in the recipe, and which ingredients mustn't be contaminated in any way, because they would otherwise make your attempt at brewing the potion fail. You will get 1.5 months for this research paper, and then you will brew the potion during the double period that you have to hand in the papers. Meaning, the second week of December. I will have the papers and potions graded before you go into the Christmas holidays. Some mumbled about their work and Ginny let them for a while. Okay. Next part. There is a maximum length for the papers, which is 6 rolls of parchment. Even the most studious of you will manage to write it down with that limit. I also want you to write normal sized, meaning not itsy, bitsy, tiny letters, but standard size. Really large writing will also not help you. There isn't a minimal length, but I would be honestly surprised if you managed to get everything needed down in under 2 rolls of parchment. That is if you want to have a passing grade. Time management for this is up to you, but you will need time to properly research your potions. And your friends can only help you so much, as they won't have the same potion you do. This will force you to work independently and teach you how to find necessary information for any kind of topic. I also know that other teachers are interested in how much success this method has. My husband and I are the ones piloting this project, therefore, if everything goes well, you might find that in the future you get this kind of project work in other subjects as well. Some groaned hearing that, but most simply accepted it. It wasn't that bad after all. And they had been promised that during the project they wouldn't get other written homework for potions and defense. That made it manageable. Ginny went around to answer questions of her students, and with 5 minutes to spare before the bell rang, she told them to pack up their things and get their potions' names. They wouldn't get more than that, otherwise it would be too easy after all.
Harry looked at his slip of parchment. He had to find out what exactly Clear Sight Solution was. The name didn't really tell him if it was something to clean windows or some healing potion. Well, he had 1 month to find out. The other 2 weeks were planned to write down the paper. He knew that Hermione was really eager for the project, as she didn't like that she couldn't write her overly long essays in potions and defense anymore. The threat of not getting graded, if it was over the allowed length, had been made true, when her second defense essay had come back with a result of 71%, a record low for Hermione. The reason? She had written 30 centimeters instead of the allowed 20. The last 10 had been ignored in the grading. There had even been a thick red line drawn between the part that was grades and the one that wasn't. She had tried protesting, saying that it was a good essay, but Professor Peverell had bluntly told her that he had told them all in his very first lesson with him that he didn't grade anything that was clearly over the set length. A sentence ending, okay. No problem. Sometimes one couldn't keep it that precise. But 10 centimeters in tiny writing was clearly a sign that the assignment wasn't understood. Hermione had ranted about it, especially as the experience had been repeated in potions, but in the end caved in, under protest, and kept to the allowed length, and got her normal grades back. Harry thought it was a good thing that she learned to keep to the important parts that were asked for homework and didn't tell everything she knew about a topic. Few people appreciated that. And homework was meant to make sure they understood the general parts of the material, not that they had learned it by heart. He was sure that the research paper was much more to her liking. He looked over his general schedule for the coming weeks. The next match would be after the Christmas holidays, and their team had been told that Professor Peverell would come up with some new way of training for the winter months, when they simply couldn't train properly outside. It wouldn't take that long anymore until the first snow fell. He was looking forward to it. It always looked beautiful when everything was covered with a thick, white layer. Well, back to his plans. He had to do the papers for defense and potions now. His defense topic was the kitsune. They had all got a dangerous creature to research and then write their papers about it. They would also have to demonstrate to the class which spell or spells would be needed to get rid of them or pacify them to keep them from attacking. Harry knew that kitsunes were Japanese fox demons, coincidentally from Japanese comics called mangas, which were gaining popularity in the Muggle world. As Professor Peverell didn't want them to work on creatures that would normally come up in their curriculum, after all, they would all need to know about those and therefore they weren't that suited for research papers. He had become creative and had chosen foreign creatures of a lower level. It would certainly make research a challenge. Ron was very annoyed that he had something called a Baba Jaga. He had no idea where to start searching for information. Ginny told him that their year had to look up a spell each. Hers was the Sandflea Hex. It was certainly different to the previous year, but he truly liked the two new teachers. His head of house had also informed him about some things concerning his future guardian. Harry had been shocked to find out what had happened to his godfather. Being innocently sent to Azkaban was too horrible to imagine, but he had also been hopeful that he would finally have a true family. He had written to Sirius, who was currently still confined to St. Mungo's, but he was hopeful that he could at least go for a visit over the Christmas break, if Sirius couldn't leave the hospital by then. The first few visits would all be in company of Mr. Professor Peverell, as nobody could be fully sure if there hadn't been mental problems left and this was just a standard security precaution. They would get more meetings whenever there was an opportunity, like on the weekends. They had to get to know each other first after all. It would be strange to suddenly be expected to live with a man he didn't know at all and who only remembered him from when he had been a baby. The part Harry was happiest about was that Sirius had promised to tell him lots of stories about his parents and even show him some memories. That would be the best thing ever. While he loved his photo album, having somebody that had known them, had grown up with them, would be so much better. And from his letters, Sirius really wanted to take him in. That was a new feeling for Harry, one he would need to get used to first. He noticed that he had reached the library, where he had been going to at the time, as he wanted to get started, and he didn't want Hermione to butt into his project. He wanted to do this all on his own, and therefore needed to find out more about the potion and the creature. Well, first thing would be the potion. A general register of healing potions was in the potions section he knew, and that would be a good start. Harry looked at the sleeping form of Ginny. They had enjoyed a passionate evening, falling asleep after the second round of lovemaking. He was content to just watch her sleep. The way her red hair fanned out behind her, how her nose twitched when a hair fell onto it when she moved, and of course the rising and sinking of her chest. He would freely admit he had a certain fixation on that body part. She was so beautiful and at times he needed to remind himself that yes, she was finally, irrevocably, really his. His wife. So far, the changes they had made to things here at Hogwarts were going really well. There were some less positive points as well, but that was to be expected. People wouldn't simply do what they told them just because they told them. Malfoy would need more correction to really come around, but at least he was somewhat smarting up about not bullying the others, as he wouldn't get away with it. He didn't think it was wrong to do so, just that it wasn't worth it if he always got nasty detentions for it. Well, time would tell. Sirius was on the way to recovery and would soon be introduced to younger Harry. He truly hoped that his younger self could build the kind of relationship with Sirius that he had always wished for, but never got the time to develop.
In hindsight, Harry and Ginny had realized that it was mainly Molly Weasley's work that Harry didn't have a closer relationship with Sirius.
While Sirius had been on the run and could only send a letter every few weeks.
Simply because of the distance, she couldn't have interfered with his contact with Harry, but once he was stuck at Grimmauld Place, she had not only made sure that only the simplest of letters were sent to Harry, she had also denigrated basically everything Sirius did, not making it a secret that she didn't approve of him at all, his stay at Azkaban being the only thing she cared about, not that he was actually innocent.
Or that he genuinely loved Harry and didn't see him as James. Hell, Sirius had lived of rats to be close to Harry. Had done the impossible and broken out of Azkaban because he knew Harry was in danger.
That was definitely not something one could brush aside, but she did and turned many against Sirius with her snide comments about him being irresponsible. And that while she was living for free in Sirius' house. No, this time around that wouldn't happen. Molly wasn't in any way close to his younger self yet, he just saw he as his best friend's mother, who had been nice enough to allow him to stay while they hadn't worked out a better solution for him after he was taken away from his relatives.
She couldn't pretend to be like a mother for him, as Harry knew that his younger self was slightly wary of how she behaved with her children. It helped that during the summer, he had worked with his younger self to bring up his sense of self-worth and putting things into a perspective that younger Harry could understand.
From his observations, younger Harry continued being friends with Ginny, but the friendship with Ron was deteriorating more and more, mostly because Ron's jealousy was coming out in force.
A good deal was over the fact that Ginny had made it onto the Quidditch reserve team, and he didn't.
Especially as she got to play during the first match against Slytherin and had had success in her position. But honestly, Ron wasn't particularly good. Oliver and Ashlyn were clearly the two best ones during the tryouts, and the decision wasn't even based on future knowledge. All the others that had been at the tryouts would confirm that Ginny was fifth best among the chaser candidates and therefore got the reserve spot rightfully.
Thankfully, the twins stayed neutral so far. They just accepted that their little sister got the Quidditch talent that ran in the Weasley family and were proud to boast with that. Especially as now she was the youngest player in a century, being born in August, compared to Harry's July. And she had played in the match and even got a goal. He had been questioned a lot about his decision to train his team the way he did and actively switching the chasers around, but he had pointed out that there were no rules against it, and his team hadn't fouled any of the Slytherin players even once. The hardest moves were actually Patrick blocking the Slytherin chasers physically when they tried to get to the goals. And those were nothing compared to what Slytherin was known for.
And, which he had also pointed out, Flint was responsible for cheating and trying to hit the keeper while he was a chaser himself, and Fred foreseeing the move, as he had used it before, and returning the favor. It was unfortunate that both Malfoy and Flint had ended in the hospital wing with concussions, but well, Quidditch was a hard game. And falling for feints was part of being Seeker, and all Seekers should know it. He claimed that Malfoy would certainly learn from it for the future.
The other heads of house had taken his suggestion to train their teams as well into recommendation.
Harry knew that they didn't have the experience to actually train them like he and Ginny had done, but well, he wouldn't complain if they got some help on that from outside the school, or simply asked Rolanda. She was the flying teacher after all and could tell them some strategies that could work out, and Harry had never kept his instructions about general fitness for his team a secret. He wouldn't be too surprised to find both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff adopting it. It remained to be seen how intense they did.
His ponderings were interrupted by Ginny stirring next to him. "Huh? Harry?" she mumbled. "Hey, go back to sleep, love," he told her softly. "What time?" she wanted to know with closed eyes. "About 4 in the morning," he answered. "Too early, go back to sleep yourself. Want to cuddle?" she demanded.
Harry chuckled and decided that cuddling with his wife was a much better occupation during the night than thinking too much about other things.
Harry sat in the library, reading a book about healing potions.
His first bit of research had allowed him to find out what kind of potion he had to work on for his project. Clear Sight Solution was a healing potion that could be used to heal minor problems with sight, like having slight short-sightedness or far-sightedness. Nothing more than 1 diopter on each eye. He made a mental note to find out how much he had. If this potion existed, were there others as well that could perhaps allow him to be able to see without his glasses? It would be seriously cool.
He had already written 2 pages of notes, preferring one of the notebooks that his head of house had introduced for classes during the times when they had been taught about essay writing and how to set up a proper research paper. He had told them that, if they wanted to get the notebooks, which looked like they had 100 pages, but actually had 1,000, magic was cool like that, they should just let him know how many and he would order them.
Harry, having more than enough trouble keeping his notes for classes sorted, had ordered 7 of them, 1 for each subject. They had a few other neat features as well. You could, for example, write a keyword into the upper right corner and the registry would tell you where to find it in the notebook. Extremely useful for repetition. And a tap with the wand onto the keyword or page number made the notebook open at the correct page. Many others had also ordered some of those notebooks, and Neville was more than relieved about having them, as now he only needed to make sure to write down the keywords on each page and he didn't have to search for ages to find certain notes. Harry knew that Neville's gran had been happy to hear that somebody had finally found a way for her often forgetful grandson to keep order of his notes for classes and had sent the money directly to Professor Peverell. He thought that all of the Ravenclaws had also ordered the books, next to many Hufflepuffs. He wasn't sure about the Slytherins, but he had heard Malfoy scoff at the idea, as the inventor was a Muggle-born witch.
Many other students were also in the library, doing research for their own projects. All the tables were shared by at least 3 students, as they all needed the space and there weren't as many tables there as they needed. The majority were Ravenclaws. Harry himself planned to check out the books he needed and then take them with him to the Gryffindor study rooms, simply because he would have more space and peace there. He had seen that some overeager students tried hogging all the books for themselves, but Madame Pants, being informed about the project taking place beforehand, had set up a new rule. No student was allowed to check more than 2 books on one topic out at the same time, and all books had to be given back after 1 week. This way everybody would have the chance to get the books they needed to get good grades in their research papers. And honestly, it wasn't possible to read all the books at once.
Not that it stopped Hermione from complaining about the restriction on books she could check out. She was convinced that she needed all those books at once to cross-reference. She was really in a frenzy about getting the best possible grades in this, especially as it made up a fifth of her total grade for this term. He knew that she had to look into a chupacabra for defense, no idea what that was, and her potion was called Dixton Elixir. Well, she would be busy with that.
The Gryffindor Quidditch team followed their head of house towards a normally unused part of the school. He had called a full meeting to show them how he planned for them to continue training over the winter months. They had started at the entrance hall and then turned to the east wing, going down 1 flight of stairs at the end of a corridor. I have worked with Professors Flitwick, McGonagall and Babbling to get the rooms down here ready. I brought up the topic of finding alternate ways to let anybody that wanted to, but especially the Quidditch teams, have a way to train even when it's too cold outside. After all, you would only be able to do some running, but no real game. Somehow it spiraled far beyond that, and now Hogwarts has a set of gyms and training rooms. Older Harry told them, grinning. The one we will use most is this one. He opened a door and showed the 14 students the inside. There were 3 large hoops on each side of a field, but in no way as high as they would be on a real Quidditch pitch, more like what Harry remembered from basketball games at primary school. This is a pitch for modified Quidditch. I will explain the rules to you, and I'm sure you will soon find it an adequate replacement for outdoor Quidditch, at least as long as it isn't possible to fly outside. The positions from the normal game remain the same, but we changed a few things to adapt it to the different space. There are still 3 kinds of balls, but they look different and we named them with more fitting terms. First, important for our beaters, indoors we can't risk using real bludgers, it would cause too much damage to the walls and so on. Therefore, Professors Flitwick and Babbling invented the freezer. If you get hit with that ball, you will be frozen in place for 30 seconds before you can get back into the game.
The balls zoom around like a bludger, but not as fast, simply because you don't have brooms to compete with the normal speed of bludgers. The beaters get special gloves to handle it without being frozen themselves, but it will only work when they touch it with the gloves. If they get hit otherwise, they will be frozen as well. Older Harry explained, and then put on 2 gloves and showed the children the blue balls. He swore the twins were overeager to try them out. The next one is the replacement for the snitch. We don't have any room large enough, except maybe the Great Hall, but Professor Dumbledore was against using it, where we could fly, so we found ourselves the next largest rooms at Hogwarts.
As it would be impossible to chase a snitch around, what with it being able to fly to the ceiling and simply staying there, this is the bat ball.
Named because it will flutter around like a bat and was painted black, Harry explained and took out the black ball, which had the size of a tennis ball. The bat ball can turn invisible for up to 1 minute at a time, but you will still be able to hear its wings. Another reason why it is called bat ball, as bats orientate themselves via echolocation.
Harry and Stella gave the ball a close look. While a bit bigger than a snitch, it would be hard to find if it could go invisible.
The last ball is the shocker. To make sure that no player hogs it, to imitate the need to quickly pass during the normal matches outside, as you all know that no opponent player normally lets you keep the quaffle more than a minute at most before they find a way to steal it from you. If the shocker is held more than 10 seconds by one player, it will release a stinging hex into your hand and you will be forced to drop it. He held up a yellow ball.
Exception to that rule is the keeper, who gets gloves that allow him to hold it for 30 seconds before he gets shocked. It can after all happen that your team first needs to regroup after you prevented a goal or took one, older Harry explained. This will be a totally different game than normal Quidditch, Oliver commented, seemingly eager to test the new capabilities of this variant. Certainly. It will also be more taxing on your bodies, as you will be running around instead of flying. But that won't hinder you later at all once you get back into training outside.
You will keep the normal training times we set up before, it will just take place here. There are overall 3 pitches for this, as we hope that many other students also take the chance to try this variant of Quidditch for themselves. There is little in terms of being able to do during the winter months, and this should help with getting rid of some pent-up energy. I heard that some students go a bit crazy over my wife's and my project assignments, older Harry grinned.
The students grinned as well, knowing a good number that did so.
Good. The rules are similar to normal Quidditch. The shocker has to be thrown through one of the 3 hoops that the keeper protects. The beaters try freezing the opposite team, which tries not to be hit. To make sure you don't injure yourselves too much, you will be wearing knee and elbow protectors. Just to soften blows if you fall. And the game ends once one seeker catches the bad ball, older Harry summed it up.
Okay. So, we try this the next training session? Oliver asked. Correct. Now I want to show you where the other rooms are, as well as the gym, where you can work on muscle building, next to general fitness. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were mostly responsible for that one, with Professor Babbling engraving runes to make the transfigurations permanent.
There is also a running track, obstacle course that was set up using one of the secret passages that runs around the basement, and I was mainly responsible for setting up proper obstacles that are safe but challenging at the same time. The entrance is through the wall at the back, where you have to press your palm against a certain place at the wall to open it. Professor Flitwick suggested it to have a place where students can run out of the cold. Then he showed his students the places he had mentioned and how each Quidditch team got first dibs on reserving a pitch for 2 hours on end per day. If they missed the times, well, they're bad luck. But overall the students were giddy to try the rooms, and to perhaps get into some other games with their friends, as the teachers had really gone all out to give the students an outlet for their energy. Harry looked at Hermione, who frantically read over her research paper for potions. The 1.5 months they had got to finish it had gone by without any special incident taking place.
It was a nice change compared to last year, where there had been the troll incident on Halloween and then the cursed broom during his first Quidditch match.
He certainly enjoyed the normal year he had. He was busy with Quidditch training 3 times a week, next to general exercising, which he normally did in a group with Ginny, Stella and Jake. They shared the idea when to train and what to do on different days. Most of the others only went running in the morning for half an hour, plus 15 minutes of exercises, but they liked to switch around with swimming as well. They went swimming 4 times a week and ran 3 times. Harry got along great with the 3. And they weren't that far apart in age. Stella and Jake were 3rd years.
Seeing Hermione this frantic, his thoughts drifted to his 2 finished papers.
He was very happy with how they had turned out. He had written 3 rolls of parchment on the defense paper and 4 on the potions one, plus the cover page each. Though there were also some drawings or diagrams added to the paper, which took up some space as well. He was proud to have got everything done well within the time given to them for the assignment, and tomorrow he would only have to brew the potion in class, with the recipe he had also written down on a separate piece of parchment, with several notes on how to get the best kind of results for the potion. He was confident that everything would go right. He couldn't understand why Hermione was in panic mode like this. She always did more than enough for her homework and never got bad grades, if she kept to the set assignment that was. He decided to stay well away from her, knowing too well how snappy she got when she was disturbed in one of her study mania moods. Instead he went over to where Ginny was setting up a board game with 2 of her classmates. "Hi, Harry, want to join us?" she offered. "What kind of game are you going to play?" Harry asked, interested. "My mum sent it to me for my birthday. It's called Labyrinth of Masters. You have to collect certain items to brew a potion, but you should prevent that the others deduce which items you have on your card," Anna Green told Harry. "Sounds interesting. I would like to play," Harry agreed. The 3 first years nodded with a smile and they soon sat around the board, all trying to get the items needed, groaning when somebody moved the labyrinth in a way that blocked a path that they had wanted to take. It was great fun. Some others also watched what kind of game it was. Most were surprised that a Muggle board game had a magical theme, but several of the older Gryffindors lost interest quickly, as the game didn't have any magical effects. Still, the four that were playing had fun, and in the end Anna managed to get her 3 items first and won. Ginny was second, with Harry being third, missing 1 item and not having had much luck in collecting things with high point numbers. That was fun, Ginny declared happily. I think we should go to bed soon. It's going to be an intense day tomorrow. We have defense and the papers will be handed in, next to demonstrations on the counter spells to the ones we had to do our research on. Well, you are lucky. We have both potions and defense, and until it is over, Hermione won't be bearable, Harry commented.
Doesn't she always get good grades? Colin asked.
Doesn't matter. Until she knows which grades she has, she will worry. Especially before tests and directly after. And this paper influences her grades too much for her to be content with having done all she could to get a good grade. She always thinks she will fail, and then of course she doesn't, Harry sighed.
That's stupid, Anna stated. She should learn to not key herself up like that. She will only get sick. Harry had to agree. Hermione always wanted to be perfect in her studies, and definitely overdid it.
But no matter what he had tried, she wouldn't listen to him, ranting about him not taking things serious enough, what with not spending every free moment in the library to find out what he could, and he had given up, deciding to wait until after the Christmas break, when she would have calmed down again.
But it really annoyed him that she had said that he wasn't doing his best with his schoolwork. She should know that he was doing much better this year.
And saying that he should skip his training for his studies, as it was just some stupid sport, really didn't sit right with him. He loved playing Quidditch and he was making a lot of new friends this year among his teammates. He didn't like her criticizing nearly everything. He would have to see how things turned out after the project was done for. Ron was already strange and distant this year. He didn't really understand why she was now so against what he did as well.
With Ron, well, there were many things that the redhead didn't like.
The row over taking the car instead of waiting for the Weasleys to return, the Quidditch team, Harry's increased time for studying, and then the fact that he now was friends with Ginny as well. But Hermione, at the start of the year it hadn't really been a problem. She always wanted to do really well in classes and nagged that he and Ron should do their homework properly as well. But this year Harry was already doing it, and he was even among the best students in Dada and Charms now. The other classes were also going better than the year before. Still, for some reason she didn't like the things he did outside of that. Like his morning training with Ginny, Stella and Jake, or the regular Quidditch practice. But he had been on the team last year already, and then she hadn't been as negative about it. He really didn't understand the two anymore. Thankfully, he wasn't alone. He regularly studied with Neville, who had been taken to get his own wand by their head of house after the wand not doing what it was supposed to do one lesson and their teacher declaring that Neville wasn't doing anything wrong in trying the spell. It turned out that Neville had been using his father's wand, and now, with his own wand, he had a much easier time getting spells right. He was incredibly happy about that, as he had thought he just wasn't good at doing magic, like his family had said for years. Harry felt for Neville. He knew how it felt to be told not being good enough and not matching expectations. And he was also spending more time with his other classmates. Well, if his supposed best friends wanted to be jerks, he could also spend time with other people. He would hang out when they were back to normal. Looking for a house. Older Harry looked at the expectant faces of the students in this class. It was his old class, which was why he knew that things were truly changing, thanks to his and older Ginny's actions. Previously Neville had been left to flounder with a mismatched wand, just because his grandmother couldn't get over his father's condition and wanted to push Neville into being a replacement for her son. That didn't work out. With a new wand, the same cherry and unicorn hair wand that he had bought from Ollivander after his father's wand broke in the battle at the Department of Mysteries, he was doing much better in class, and McGonagall had groaned about not noticing this. Older Harry truly hoped that with a better attuned wand, Neville would build up the confidence he needed to not fall in line with the Ministry, like he had done in his time after the war. It had in large parts been caused by Neville being too used to following the demands of his grandmother, and she had urged him to go into the ministry, as with his fame from the Battle of Hogwarts and being the leader of the students in the resistance against the Carrows and Snape, he would go far there. Neville had yearned his whole life for the acknowledgement of his grandmother, thus it wasn't too surprising that he had let himself be talked into that path. The corruption inside the ministry didn't help at all. And due to lack of support during his early years at Hogwarts, it wasn't too strange that he tried to fit in. Perhaps this way, he would stand up to his grandmother and take the path towards where Harry thought his future should lie, his large interest and talent in herbology. McGonagall was definitely better off with just 2 positions instead of 3. This way she didn't have to neglect the Gryffindors whenever other things that concerned the whole school came up. Dean and Seamus were mostly the same as before, but they had taken to extensively using the new exercise rooms in their free time to unwind from studying. And Seamus also could often be found in the swimming hall. He had joined the swimming club of the school. Dean meanwhile had joined the newly created art club. Older Ginny had been the one spearheading the realization of more clubs for the students to do things besides studying and playing the same games over and over again. Other teachers had taken up the idea and offered clubs that didn't really have anything to do with their subject. Extending the idea of letting the students learn more about other countries, Aurora Sinistra had started a Europe club, where she showed the students memories from her travels there and explained about different cultures. She also offered a language club, where she taught Spanish and French. It had come as a surprise to older Harry and Ginny when they learned that there were textbooks that subconsciously implanted the grammar and vocabulary of a language into the memory of the one studying the book over the period of one school year. A student could learn at least 2 languages per year that way. More the older he or she was. It increased by 1 on all uneven birthdays until they turned 20. And as she loved traveling all over Europe, Aurora had learned 10 languages so far. She planned on switching to other languages next year. And Hogwarts had once offered this method to all students, the method to produce the necessary copies of the books and workbooks for this was available and Phileas had spent one afternoon producing the materials that Aurora needed. It had been Albus who mentioned that it was a popular offer during his time as a student. It was how he had learned as many languages as he could speak. The same was true for Barty Crouch Sr. Older Harry brought his mind back to the class he had to teach. Well, first thing I want to say is that I'm incredibly happy with the way you went about the assignment. None of you failed in it, but I honestly didn't expect you to. While it was a bit demanding, you had more than enough time to get it done. There were some great examples of how I wanted this done. You will find out who I mean when I hand your graded papers back. I took the liberty to copy all of them, simply because I want to show them to the other teachers so that they can get an idea of what can be achieved with this kind of task. As today is also the last class of the term before you go into the Christmas break, I will also tell you your grades for this term so far. I would like to know if anybody doesn't want me to read them out in front of the class. If you don't want that, it's okay. I will then tell you after class is over in private, older Harry told them. Nobody raised his hand. Okay. Then I will read them all out. He pulled out his notebook and tapped the wand to the page that had the second-year students on it.
He used one of the enlarged notebooks for his grade collection. He had 1 page per year in-house and 1 per student in his class.
Very useful to keep everything sorted. Let's start with the papers and then go over the overall grades. The grades I will read out will, to make it easier, be the equivalent of what you would get in your OWLs, if you got the percentage you achieved. On your report cards, you will later find the exact percentage. Okay, I will do this by alphabet for each house, as I have you sorted like that in my notebook. I will begin with Ravenclaw and then Gryffindor. The percentages are as this. From 90% to 100% you get an O, for outstanding. From 89 to 75% you get an E, for exceeds expectations, and from 74 to 60% you get an A, for acceptable. Those 3 are the passing grades in the wizarding world. As I said, nobody scored below that, but just for your information, I will also explain the failing grades. Following the A is P, for poor, ranking from 59 to 45%. After that is D, for dreadful, meaning you have between 44 to 30% correct answers. Everything below 30% is T, for troll. The students nodded, seeing the sense in that and signaling that they had understood. Some also wrote the percentages for each grade down.
First Terry Boot. Practical was an E with the paper and O.
Mandy Brocklehurst, an E plus for the practical and an O for the paper. Michael Corner, practical O and paper and O. Kevin Entwistle, practical E with paper E plus. Sylvina Esmeralda, you got an O in both practical and paper. Anthony Goldstein, E in the practical and O in the paper. Sue Lee, an O in the practical and an E in the paper. Morag McDougall, you got an O in the practical with an E in the paper. Padma Patil, an E in the practical and E plus in the paper. Then Lisa Turpin, A plus in the practical with O in the paper. Older Harry read out the Ravenclaw's results, which were taken in mostly with satisfaction. He didn't expect any of them having trouble with the paper, which showed in them all getting E's and O's. Now let's switch to the Gryffindors. Lavender Brown A plus for the practical and the paper both. Seamus Finnegan, E on the practical and E for the paper. Hermione Granger, O for the practical and the paper both. Miranda Lillo, E plus for the practical and O for the paper. Neville Longbottom, E plus for the practical and E for the paper. Parvati Patil, E for the practical and A plus for the paper. Harry Potter, O plus for the practical and O for the paper. Cecilia Robards, O for the practical and O for the paper. Dean Thomas, practical E, paper and E plus. Ronald Weasley, A for the practical and A plus for the paper. He finished the grades for their papers. He could see some shocked faces, especially Neville was shocked at having done this well in a class, and Hermione looked at Harry with a look of disbelief that he had beaten her in this assignment. Now for your overall grades for this term. Terry, O. Mandy, E+. Michael, O. Kevin, E. Sylvina, O. Anthony, E+. Sue, E. Morag, O. Padma, E. Lisa, E. That's it for the Ravenclaws. Next, Lavender, A+. Seamus, E. Hermione, O. Miranda, E+. Neville, E. Parvati, A+. Harry, O. Cecilia, O. Dean, E. Ronald, A. I'm very satisfied that none of you failed in my class. And for the first term, especially with a new kind of assignment being included, you all did very well. And don't worry if you didn't get the highest grades, you still have half a year to improve. And as long as you don't fail in my class, I'm content. He allowed the students to talk about their grades while he walked around and handed the papers back to the students. He could see that Hermione was brimming with questions why she didn't get a higher grade for her paper, but he had written an extensive comment under the paper, pointing out where improvements could be done.
And honestly, an O was a good grade. She needed to learn accepting that she couldn't be the best at everything.
Once he was back at his desk, he waited until the students had looked over their papers. Some looked really happy, others nodded along with some comments made. He noticed that Ron just looked at the grade and put the paper back into his bag. Harry looked really happy, which he fully understood, as he had once been in his position. He hadn't often done that well in an assignment, and when it happened, he was rightfully proud. There was still some time until the bell would ring, and he decided to let the students play a game of paintball with spells. He had introduced that game into his classes, simply to train them all in being able to dodge in a fun way. They were just children after all. Okay, now let's go over to the practical room and play some paintball, he announced, and the majority of the students cheered, immediately taking off their robes and getting out overcoats from the cupboard. Most loved that game. It was the last staff meeting before the Christmas holidays, and Harry and Ginny sat next to each other on their chairs. Next to Harry was Aurora, who was telling them both about the great results of the members of her language club. She had got 14 members to her club so far, but 6 more had asked if they could join after the Christmas break. Next to Ginny was Phileas, who just watched the others until the meeting officially began. Finally, Dumbledore arrived and took his seat. I'm sorry for the delay, I had a flow call from Cornelius, he apologized. Anything we should be aware of? Minerva asked. Well, it seems that he is most distressed that the Malfoy family has come down with Spattergroit. A true shame, as he was looking forward to their Christmas ball. Now the whole manor has been put under quarantine. Well, All the better that young Draco was going to stay here at school anyway. This way he won't catch it from his parents, Dumbledore stated. Yes. Then we just need to put a mail ward onto Mr. Malfoy to prevent that a letter from home could be infected. That disease is nasty to treat and will take about 3 months at least until it runs its course, Poppy stated. You're right, Poppy. I will inform Mr. Malfoy once I get back to the Slytherin common room, Septima promised. Good. Then let's start with the official part of the meeting. It shouldn't be too much to discuss. Minerva, the lists with the students that stay are finished, correct? Albus asked. Yes, like every year. Septima, Pomona, Phileas and Harold have given me their lists 2 days ago and I have informed all parties that need to know, mainly the elves in the kitchen to plan for the number of people in the castle over the break, she nodded. Very good. Next part, the ones that stay over the Christmas break. As far as I know, there will be Harry and Ginny, Phileas, Minerva and I, correct? Albus asked, and Poppy will be back on the 27th. True. I will be substituting for the head of Slytherin if anything happens, but with the lesser number of students we normally don't have anything major. The number of students staying is also small. 2 in Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy and Miss McNair, 3 in Ravenclaw, Messrs. Davies and Esmond and Miss Paulson, as they want to study for their owls, none in Hufflepuff and Mr. Potter in Gryffindor. All others will return home, Minerva read out. A truly small number this year. Well, it's good that all others will be back with their families. Christmas should be a time to be with our loved ones, Albus commented happily. Now that the general organization parts are over, how about Harry and Ginny report about their test run for the projects? Do you want to start? Harry asked Ginny and she nodded. As you know, Harry and I have decided at the start of the school year that we wanted to see if it would help the education of our students if, instead of normal essays, we replaced their homework for 1.5 months with an individualized project. I set a potion to be researched for each year, according to their level, while Harry let them do it with either a spell or a creature that is classed as dangerous. The students mostly used the time to do their research properly and in depth, and we got mostly really good grades in the range of E's and O's. It certainly has proven to work well. The students learned how to create this type of document, which will help them in different areas in the future. For my class, they also needed to brew the potions I had given them. The results differed in how much work each of them invested. Those that were content with just passing got the few A's we had, next to the ones that are really stupid. Sorry to say this, but I don't get how Messrs. Crabbe and Goyle managed to fail this assignment. I mean, they should know enough to manage an A. But their papers lacked basically anything but the recipe, copied down from a textbook, Ginny complained. Same for my subject, Harry threw in. I see. Well, they should realize that they need to invest more work, or they will have to repeat the year, Septima stated, knowing the problem, and she had already sent their parents letters about their lack of proper grades, which was one reason the two would be leaving over the break, leaving Malfoy alone.
They needed some wake-up call from their parents to not fail the year. If it happened, especially as second years, it would look really bad on both them and their families. So, you would suggest continuing that practice? Pomona asked.
Yes, definitely. The students took well to having to work through the material on their own, which will be even more important when they get into their OWL year. We had all years up to 5th do this project, and I think the 5th years were actually grateful for 2 subjects where they didn't have to write essays constantly and could coordinate their time better for their studies. With the amount of work we put them through in that year, I can understand them, Harry answered. Will the second project also include the OWL students? Minerva asked. No, they will get specialized papers meant for repetition at that time. Simple questionnaires on things that regularly are coming up at OWLs. Directly before the OWLs they won't need long essays, they will be busy enough. And a project will be the least of their concerns. It would be counterproductive in that situation, Ginny shook her head. Ginny and I discussed how we could prepare the students the best way and decided that they mainly need practical lessons at that time to be at the top of their casting or brewing. Especially in my class, one refrained from generally giving them much in terms of written homework. Instead, I had them practice 2 spells for the next class each time, simply to get them caught up on the missing parts from the last few years, Harry pointed out, the teachers in defense for the last 5 years seem to have somewhat neglected the practical side of the subject and leaned strongly on the theory part. I need to at least do everything I can to get them ready for the practical exams. The others nodded, knowing about the problems in defense. I have been thinking about holding short repetition exercises in classes. Perhaps something that takes 10 minutes at the beginning, before I go into the next lesson, added Ginny. I will announce that at the beginning of the next term, to not catch them off guard. Like short questionnaires about a potion that will come up in owls regularly, recognizing and describing commonly used ingredients and so on. Well, we will see how the second round goes, but if the results from this time around are confirmed, and I don't see why they wouldn't, we could perhaps introduce the method in more classes, Albus stated. It's certainly much more interesting in grading those papers than 40 essays on the same topic over and over again, Ginny commented, and if the students didn't dawdle in getting started, they were kept less busy with the projects than with normal homework. Basically, it was a slightly more extended homework essay. I mean, one of the best essays in the project that I got about hangover potion from a fourth-year Ravenclaw was just 3 pages long, plus the cover page. The others chuckled, knowing the problem very well. It got tedious in the end. And it was amusing to hear that such a for students that indulged in too much alcohol was part of the project. Now, one piece of information for those that stay at Hogwarts over the break. We will have Sirius Black here as a guest for 1 week, as he's going to visit his godson Harry Potter. This is to allow the two to get to know each other in small steps. Harry and Ginny here will be with them, simply to give an extra layer of assurance to those that fear that Mr. Black could have mental problems from his time at Azkaban. The reports of the healers are very promising though. Still, it was agreed that for the first 2 months the meetings will be in company of at least one other adult and then they can spend some hours on their own, if no problems are detected during the previous meetings, Albus explained. Where will he sleep? Phileas asked. I had the house elves prepare one of the guest rooms for his use. He and Harry can meet over the day in any place at the castle and the grounds, depending on what they would like to do, Minerva answered. The others just nodded. They all knew the story of how the truth had come out and, in the light of Harry being taken from the Dursleys, the Auror office was conducting a silent investigation to not alert the press to the things Harry had gone through, and really hoped that things would work out for Harry in the end. Well, does anybody have anything we need to discuss right now? Albus asked, and only got shaken heads in return. Then I conclude this meeting and I wish all those that leave to go home a Merry Christmas. Others returned the wishes and then the teachers filed out. They were all looking forward to the holidays and going home in most cases. Harry and Ginny stayed, having discussed this earlier with Albus. Once all the others were out, Albus looked at them with twinkling eyes.
So, I guess you wanted to talk about Harry and Sirius? He asked.
Some of it. Mostly we need to know when he will arrive and which way to prepare. But we also wanted some advice on how to get a nice house for ourselves. We will need one for the coming years after all, Harry commented. Yes, while we could live at Hogwarts most of the year, we all know that that isn't a perfect option. Sometime in the future Harry and I will want to start a family and then we need a place to raise our children, Ginny nodded, and while we started to look into options during the summer break, due to my need to get my mastery, it was pushed back until now. Of course. Well, I happen to know that there is a property in Hogsmeade that has been empty for 20 years now. It's a bit on the outskirts of the village and it needs a few repairs before you can live in it, Albus stated. Really? I would have thought that somebody would have bought it by now. I mean, the demand for places to live in the village is large, what with it being the only purely magical settlement in the British Isles, Ginny wondered. Well, the history of the family that lived there once is a bit tragic and then an incident made people believe that the house was cursed, and they stayed away from it. You see, 25 years ago, the house belonged to the Charleroi family. They were originally a French house but came to England with William the Conqueror. They proved themselves in the service of the king and did very well in their new home country. Sometime in the 15th century the second son of the head of the family married a witch from the Black family. The witch was disinherited by her family for daring to marry a muggle, but their children were all magical and powerful at that. They knew that it was dangerous to let their children grow up in the muggle world, as the witch hunters could be everywhere, and Roman Charleroi didn't want his wife or children in danger. Hogsmeade had become a safe haven for those that wanted to stay far away from the Muggles, fearing that they would attempt to harm them, should they find them and find out that they were magical. They didn't care too much about the truth after all, and many Muggles were burned on the stake in those dark times, simply for being different or one person holding a grudge and wanting them killed without having to murder them in person. Albus looked towards the ceiling, probably thinking about another dark period that he had lived through, as his facial expression turned sad. Belladonna Charleroi had some money set aside. She was smart enough to basically get her dowry from the family vault before any of the other blacks found out about the man she had chosen to marry and bought the house there. Being a talented witch, she created a unique brooch that allowed her husband to get to Hogsmeade without falling prey to the Muggle-repelling charms. She told people that he was a squib from a French family, and most people didn't ask more and believed it. The blacks would have disinherited her over marrying a squib as well after all. The family continued as a powerful one, and they got into many respected positions, mostly being diplomats or explorers. But as I said, tragedy struck. In the early 20th century, an epidemic went through Hogsmeade and it killed about 3/4 of the villagers at the time. The headmaster of Hogwarts back then, Professor Dippet, decided to power the wards of the school to full power and forbid any visits to the village to protect the students inside. Even owl post was forbidden until the danger was gone. The owls at Hogwarts were forced to hunt on the grounds and inside the forest. The Charleroi family was reduced to 2 people, compared to the former 24 that lived in the village. It was a true shame. One of my former classmates, Etienne Charleroi, was also among the dead. You couldn't have found a more honorable and brave soul, Dumbledore sighed. After the hit, it was difficult to bring the village back, but with time it happened, after a thorough disinfection of the whole village, done by house elves, as they were immune against the illness. Those that survived were mainly the ones that fled into the Forbidden Forest to not be infected early on. You see, we wizards have our experiences with epidemics. Many wizards live up to ages of 150 to 200 years, in some rare cases even 300, depending on how powerful in their magic the respective ones are. I was born in 1887 and still feel quite well. He let his eyes twinkle. Then what happened in the end? I mean, sure, the family was decimated, but they could have recovered with time, Ginny asked.
Well, the 2 that survived were brother and sister. They were just out of Hogwarts and were on their way to studying healing. Thus, they recognized the early signs of an epidemic and went to the one place where they knew they could find sanctuary.
Which was the forest. There wasn't an Acromantula colony in there at the time though. They knew their way around, and the centaurs only let those into the forest that they knew were healthy. Any others were forced back. The disease only could target humans, not other sentient races. It took 7 weeks for the disease to end, finding new victims. The only reason it wasn't longer was that the ministry had put the village under total lockdown. It was already luck for the wizarding world in the British Isles that nobody had infected others outside the village. Back then, few people from Hogsmeade worked elsewhere, and when the news of the disease hit, they were immediately put in quarantine at St. Mungo's until they were cleared by the healers. The 2 siblings went back, and the sister found it impossible to remain in the village, as there were too many painful memories about her now dead family in the house. Her brother stayed. The woman later on married into the McKinnon family, which was killed in the war against Voldemort, but she lived a long and happy life and died before it happened. The man found himself the new healer of the village, once he had finished his studies at St. Mungo's. He married the daughter of the owner of Honeydukes, and for a while things were going well. But then, after an easy delivery of their first child, his wife got sick during her second pregnancy. While mermaid measles are a problem normally and have a profound effect on the ones they hit, as long as the person isn't physically weak or experienced horrible abuse, it goes away after 2 weeks and you can recover without any lasting damage being done. The problem is if a pregnant witch catches them. The symptoms are much more severe, and healers can only treat them with a limited number of potions, compared to what they can normally use, as an unborn child can be harmed by any potion containing bloodroot, Albus pointed out. Ginny nodded. As a potions mistress, she knew that. The woman's magic got out of control and lashed out without her being able to do anything about it. In the end, she needed to be put under a stasis charm until the measles were defeated, Albus continued. But that would probably harm the child as well. You can't safely do so with any fetus older than 2 months. And even then, you have to face consequences like a prolonged pregnancy with imbalanced magic of the baby, Ginny stated. True, but it was that or letting both mother and child die. But what you said is true. The fetus was already 5 months old inside the mother and the pregnancy was prolonged by 1 month. The child, a girl, could only use one type of magic. That being divination. She could unnerve many people with her predictions and sadly, in the end, she fell to the fact that she couldn't defend herself with magic. It was the time of Grindelwald's rise to power and he had agents scouting for followers in our country, even if the battles took place outside of Britain. But the girl was seen as a good asset for Grindelwald's forces, being a true seer, which are exceedingly rare. One night, when her father and brother were away from home, visiting a patient, she was kidnapped and her mother, who tried fighting the attackers off, was overwhelmed by them and BPD. Albus told them grieving for the poor woman's fate. That's horrible, Harry exclaimed. It is, Albus nodded. It was one of the reasons why I went to join the war against Gellert actually. While I had heard rumors about his methods before, most of what I heard was about tough dueling on the battlefield, which, while I didn't believe in his vision of how the future should be anymore, wasn't bad enough to leave my position at Hogwarts. But when I found out what those monsters had done to poor Ramona, well, I decided then and there that, if Gellert was willing to let those monsters do his bidding, he needed to be brought down. Fighting political and battlefield battles was one thing, but allowing crimes like beep and murder of innocents, that wasn't tolerable anymore. I went after the leaders of the Knights of Walpurgis, Gellert's version of the Death Eaters, to find out where little Hyacinth had been taken. I did find her after 2 months of battling Gellert's troops, but she was in a bad state. She had repeatedly refused to help the knights, and some had decided to show her what disobedience would cost her. She had been tortured and BP'd by many of their men. The worst part for her was that she had become pregnant with the child of one of her tormentors. I took her back to her family, but she had lost the will to live. Before, she had been a happy child, even if she couldn't attend Hogwarts, she didn't resent it. Now, she was a broken teenager. She was just 15 when they kidnapped her, you know, Albus sighed. Both Harry and Ginny looked in horror at each other. They couldn't imagine what kind of sick person one had to be beep somebody barely older than a child. And all because she didn't want to cooperate with their plans. The child was born premature, after 7 months of pregnancy. It didn't survive longer than a month, as her mother refused to have anything to do with the reminder of how she had come to be. Not to mention that Hyacinth stopped eating regularly and wasted away herself. She died 3 months after her daughter was buried. Her older brother wanted to get revenge for his sister's fate and joined the forces against Gellert. He was one of the best charms users that had gone through Hogwarts. He was a force of nature in battle and he took down Gellert's second in command, opening a path for me to reach Gellert to face him. While people praised me for defeating Gellert Grindelwald in 1945, the ones being in the battle would never be able to forget the force of nature that was Alexander Charleroi. He survived the war and married a nice witch that he had gone to school with. His father, broken over the death of his wife and daughter, as well as his granddaughter, only lived a shadow of a life, only waiting for death to claim him. It happened in 1963, when he simply died in his sleep. Thankfully, he had an easy death. It was diagnosed as simply losing the will to live. His son became the head of the Auror office of his time, bringing a lot of improvements to the training of the recruits. He was one of the first targets when Voldemort rose to power. The whole family was trapped in their home and slaughtered, even their 3 children. Alexander gave Voldemort one of the hardest battles of his life, but in the end, he lost, witnesses said, because a masked Death Eater interfered in the duel and forced him to shield against his attack, which Voldemort used to kill him. That was in 1972. The Charleroi family's murder was somewhat of the beginning of the bloody phase of the war. Before, Voldemort had acted from the shadows. But from then on, he acted more openly. People believed, after the family had been murdered there, that the house was simply cursed, as there had been so many family members that suffered a horrible fate. And, as you told me what you experienced when you were 12 years old, Harry, most people in our world are superstitious and fear certain things that in themselves aren't really dangerous, like your ability of Parseltongue. Albus ended his explanation. So, because of that, nobody wanted to move in there. Ginny asked. Strange if you ask me. I mean, okay, it would be a bit creepy to move into a house where somebody was murdered, but if that was the only reason, well, then a lot of new houses would have needed to be built after the war.
I think it was the shock of knowing that it was the first real victim of a nighttime raid.
We had had peace for 25 years, for those involved in Gellert's war, and this brought danger in front of our own doors. And then another 9 years of horror followed. I mean, you know how the Shrieking Shack is believed to be the most haunted building in Great Britain to this day, even if it has been silent for over 10 years by now. Not to mention that it was caused by Remus, not ghosts, Albus pointed out. True. Well, what do you think, Ginny? I think that we should at least have a look at the house, Harry stated. I agree. It would be quite nice to live in Hogsmeade, as then I could manage both teaching and caring for children, once it is time. I mean, the first 2 years they would need me constantly, but after that, well, it is more than possible to arrange that the potions classes are set in the mornings, so that I can be there in the afternoon, and you can also have your schedule set up to be there regularly, Ginny pointed out. We can certainly arrange it, once the time comes, Albus nodded, knowing that keeping the two as teachers was important for the school. And as far as they had planned, they wanted to wait with having children for at least 3 more years to get more experience in their jobs. I will then talk to the caretaker to have the keys ready to arrange a visit. Yes, we could certainly manage to fit it in sometime over the Christmas break, Ginny commented. After some more discussions about setting the house up, if they took it, on the weekends and in the evenings during the next term, the two Peverells left to their suite. Both Harrys stood in front of the gates of Hogwarts. It was 3 in the afternoon and the students had left for home in the morning, meaning they would still be on the train until it reached London in the evening. Harry was nervously moving from one foot to the other, while older Harry just stood next to him, being much more relaxed. Will he really like me, sir? Harry asked. I'm sure he will. When I visited him at St. Mungo's, he asked a lot of questions about you, older Harry assured him, and I'm sure that once you have reconnected, you will get along really well. Some of this was knowledge from the first time around, some of getting to know this Sirius. He had visited him a few more times after the first visit, mainly to talk about things that needed to be discussed, but also because Sirius enjoyed getting visitors while he was stuck at the hospital. It's been so long, and he only knew me as a baby. Harry voiced his worry. I don't even remember anything from that time. He looked up and older Harry saw the worry in his green eyes. He won't expect you to. Just take your time to get to know him, like you do with any other person you meet for the first time, and it will be okay, older Harry told him. Thankfully, right then Harry couldn't worry too much anymore, as the portkey arrived and delivered the now much healthier looking Sirius Black in front of the gates. Older Harry stepped forward and opened the gates for their guest. Sirius, a pleasure to see you again, older Harry greeted, having set up enough of a connection with the older man to call him by his first name, due to the visits at St. Mungo's. Harold, good to see you too, Sirius greeted with a smile. Then he looked at Harry, who stood slightly behind older Harry and looked at him curiously. Harry. It wasn't a question. He recognized so much of Harry's father in the boy, even if it was clear that he wasn't a clone of his father. Harry nodded and walked forward. Harry, this is Sirius Black, your godfather, older Harry introduced. It's nice to meet you, Sirius. Harry politely nodded his head, having been told in letters to just call him Sirius. It's really good to see you again. I have to say, you grew a lot since I saw you last, Sirius grinned, somewhat melancholic. He had missed so much.
I guess I would. Harry grinned a bit shyly. Why don't we go inside? It's too cold to just stand around and Ginny has prepared everything for tea for us, older Harry informed the others.
Did she also make treacle tart? Harry wanted to know. I think she did. And I know for sure that she baked cookies, older Harry nodded. With chocolate chips? Harry asked hopefully. Definitely. It's my favorite kind as well after all, older Harry winked. Harry grinned and was looking forward to great cookies and cake. Sirius smiled at the exchange and wished he already had such an easy relationship with his godson. But at least he knew that this young teacher was looking out for Harry while he was at school.
The group soon sat in the lounge of the suite older Harry and Ginny inhabited at Hogwarts.
I have to say, Professor's quarters are really nice, Sirius commented, looking around. They certainly have perks, older Ginny agreed. It's great that they are a complete apartment for us. We can have some privacy while the students are gone over the breaks and in the evenings after classes. And I get to spend most evenings here with my wife, except for the monthly meeting with Gryffindor House, older Harry pointed out. What kind of monthly meetings? Sirius asked. I don't remember anything like that from my time at school. Probably because Minerva was too busy with 3 positions. Not to mention that she took a lot of Albus load onto herself as well, older Ginny stated.
Might be. So, what are those meetings about? Sirius asked.
Mostly general things, like giving some information about things currently going on at school, like the orchestra planning a concert for the Beltane celebrations. While the original celebrations are out of the question here at school, celebrating the awakening of Earth has long been part of wizarding culture and we want to attempt bringing those important dates into the awareness of our students. Some of the more benign rites are open to any student over the age of 15, while all students can participate in the orchestra and attend the concert. Older Harry described one thing. Then of course I let the students ask questions that came up, try solving problems and the like. I think it is important that I keep up to date with what the members of my house want and worry about. Otherwise I have taken over the training of the Quidditch team. And Harry here is absolutely determined to give certain people heart attacks with his dives. What can I say? It's a gift, Harry grinned, and you aren't any better, Professor. Your dives are much more daring than mine.
Guilty, older Harry admitted without remorse. Did you play yourself? Sirius asked.
I was seeker for my old school team in Australia. I loved playing but thought that teaching was more worthwhile than playing professional. I also didn't like the idea of fangirls. I had some trouble with airheads following me around when I was a teenager, thus I was very wary of gaining too much fame by going professional, older Harry answered. To each his own, I say. It's just a shame that the weather doesn't allow for going flying. I would love to see Harry fly, Sirius sighed. You can come and watch his next match in spring, Sirius, older Ginny assured him, and the Ravenclaws will be very guarded against the Gryffindor team's tactics. After all, they did beat Slytherin very clearly and with previously unseen tactics and strategy. Not to mention that I heard some very appreciative comments of our cheerleaders. Other houses are considering setting such support up as well. I would have loved to see that. Your dad would have been so proud of you, Harry. He played chaser himself and loved the sport and flying, Sirius addressed his godson. Thank you. I wish I could have known him and Mum. I don't really remember them, Harry said sadly. I will tell you anything you want to know, Harry, I promise. I wish I hadn't been that rash back in 1981, but I can't turn back time. Sirius sighed with regret clear on his face.
You may have made a mistake, but it wasn't as severe as you were blaming yourself for.
Yes, you went after the traitor, when you should have stayed with Harry, making sure he was safe and healthy, but you had every reason to believe that Hagrid would do all he could to take him to safety with Albus at Hogwarts. You ensured that Harry got to the one safe place in the whole country, as fast as possible. And you were wrecked with grief at the time, not to mention that you were just 21 years old.
Some unwise decisions can happen in that state of mind.
And the results were in no way your fault. It was the ministry's fault for not investigating the case properly. For not realizing that you were under shock and suffered from survivor's guilt. Had I been in their position, suspecting you to be the right hand of Voldemort, I would have tied you to a chair, set up a dictaquil, dosed you up to the gills with veritaserum, and milked your brain for all the information you might have, older Ginny declared. I actually expected them to do that, once I got out of the worst grief, I mean. I was trained as an Auror and knew that Barty Crouch had given us permission to use all 3 unforgivable curses. What was a little veritaserum compared to that? Sirius shook his head. Very true, older Harry nodded. So much could have been different if veritaserum had been given directly. They continued talking about all kinds of topics and then they showed Sirius the guest rooms he would be using while he was visiting.
Christmas Harry enjoyed getting to know his godfather, even if it was always while being in company of one of the two Peverils.
He didn't mind their presence and knew why it was necessary. His godfather wasn't fully cured from the prison time with the Dementors, and it could happen that he had flashbacks that caused him to lash out without meaning it. That had been observed with other released prisoners. One day they went outside, and Ginny Peveril organized a snowman contest. All students and teachers at Hogwarts were invited to participate. Harry decided to get really creative and made a unicorn that lay on the ground, simply because he didn't know any way to have it standing without breaking down. While it probably would work with some spells, he didn't know them yet. He found that Sirius was working on a group of 3 animals, a stag, a dog and a wolf. Malfoy had refused to participate, calling it too childish, even if his head of house was among the teachers making a snowman. Malfoy was actually the only student not participating. The house elves had set up a table with hot chocolate or tea and cookies for the ones building the snow figures. In the end, Professor Dumbledore handed out prizes for the 3 best snowmen, going as far as conjuring gold, silver and bronze medals to decorate them to show how good they had been. Harry's unicorn was crowned second best figure, while Sirius animated animals were given a special award as the most chaotic snowman. The students and teachers had fun, and the contest had helped pass the time until Christmas much faster. Older Harry was watching the guests for the Christmas feast inside the Great Hall. Not only were the teachers and students there, Sirius, Remus, Angela and her daughter Lucia were also invited to participate, as the 2 adults were essentially employees of Hogwarts as well. As far as Harry knew, Snape had been incredibly happy to not be forced to stay at the school and had gone home. Actually, he was only flowing to work these days and living at his house in Cokeworth. The feast was a fun and loud affair. Lucia was somewhat in awe at being allowed to be at Hogwarts for Christmas, even if she was still too young to attend the school. Remus and Sirius told stories about their adventures at Hogwarts, entertaining the other guests, with some mock reprimands from Minerva, who had had to dish out countless detentions to them, over one prank or the other. Older Harry enjoyed listening to them as much as his younger self. He didn't know most of those stories, as he didn't get much time with either of his father's closest friends. Remus had been prevented to get close to him by the Ministry, and Sirius had been on the run, next to Mrs. Weasley, always keeping their time together as brief as possible. This time around there was nobody doing that. Sirius was free, Remus had a stable income and felt much better for it, especially as his coworker had introduced him to her friend who had been bitten by a werewolf as well, and told him bluntly that she couldn't care less about a disease that broke out once a month, but which he made sure to not let get out of control, thanks to taking Wolfsbane potion. It had been unavoidable that Angela figured it out, what with her friend's condition, and Remus was very relieved that she was as open-minded as she was. He liked having regular human contact through his job, and it showed in the way he looked like. Not only could he afford proper clothes again, he also had the feeling of pride to be able to earn his living with honest work again. As a werewolf, it was really difficult finding a stable position.
"Hey, what are you thinking about?" Ginny asked him. "How different things are, and how happy I am that we already achieved this much," he whispered back. "I mean, look at Harry. Have you ever seen me look like that at that age? Or Remus and Sirius?"
No, you always looked as if the world was out to throw the next hit at you. And they were much more resigned to a hopeless fate, Ginny replied, also whispering. Then they heard some giggling and whistles and looked around, before looking up, where a bit of mistletoe was hovering over their heads, clearly being levitated there by a grinning Sirius. He, Lucia shouted in delight. Well, tradition has to be upheld, older Harry commented with a grin, which Ginny matched.
"Let's show them how to do it right," Ginny challenged.
Harry pulled her head towards him and passionately ed his wife under the mistletoe for the first time on a Christmas celebration. He only faintly heard the wolf whistles and some sighs from women, who commented how deeply they were in love and how cute they were. For him only Ginny mattered right now. And once he could excuse himself from the feast, they would have a much more private Christmas celebration as well. He didn't really plan to come down for breakfast the next day.
Lucius Malfoy didn't have as nice a Christmas as the people at Hogwarts.
Numerous plans for his political progress had come crashing down when he was diagnosed with Spattergroit. He had no idea how he had got it, as he had never even been close to anybody that had the contagious disease. But now, he and his wife were dependent on their house elves, which thankfully were immune against human diseases, to care for them. If they weren't immune, it would have caused everything at Malfoy Manor to break down. Nobody would have done more than installing a magic delivery service of food and potions, out of fear of catching the disease as well. It was what he would have done, had he not been a victim.
It was so degrading to be in this position, weak, powerless.
He hated everything about this. But the disease, as far as the healer had told him before leaving the manor and not returning, probably to make sure to not also catch the disease, would take months to run its course.
There were no reliable treatments that worked fast.
Spattergroit was a nasty thing to deal with, as the normal way of dealing with sicknesses, by potions and spells, weren't open to the patient and healer. There was some old ritual, but the results were more than doubtful. The only thing that could be done was making sure to wash the secretion that oozed from the pimples that were all over the body off 3 times each day with a potion solution that dissolved it after about 15 minutes. It was a painful treatment, but the only thing that brought some relief after it was done.
He was sure that this had been an attack against his family.
Otherwise he wouldn't have caught the disease. He never got close to sick people after all.
A basic precaution that his father had trained him in. Once he got healed, he would hunt the person that caused this down.
The worst part was that this sickness had struck at exactly this time. It would hinder his political goals for a long time, as he had worked tirelessly to position himself to become the gray eminence in the background of the ministry. Everything had been ready to entice the stupid Minister of Magic at this year's Christmas ball. Not only would the Malfoy family have made a good impression, he would have used an old spell that only the Malfoys knew about to gradually make Fudge his puppet. The beauty of the spell was that it wasn't traceable with normal detection spells and it worked its way up over time. Nobody would think anything strange in the change of behavior of the minister, if he became more and more entranced by Lucius' will. But he needed to cast the spell at the family ancestral home for it to work. Which was why the only unsuspicious chance to do so would have been the Christmas ball. No important member of society would dare missing a Christmas ball, no matter which family had been given the honor to host it. There were a few criteria that needed to be met to be allowed to host this ball. It was after all the highest ranking event in their society over the course of 1 year, closely followed by the New Year's Eve ball and the ministry's summer ball. First, the host had to prove that he had the financial means to hold the ball, as he couldn't demand entrance fees from his guests. The financial gain of the ball was the success of one's businesses afterwards, which always happened, simply because of the fact that good PR over an article in the Prophet and the other magazines that were popular in their world would stir the customers towards their shops. And for the richer clientele, the really important families, the old pureblood houses, well, they would only take their business to those that understood the importance of this type of events and managed to pull them off in style. It was how the families had managed to keep the power in the right hands for decades. It was a true shame that the blacks had fallen in the war. Their balls had always been inspiring. He remembered well how his first ever Christmas ball had been held by the blacks. After all, one had to have a certain age to be allowed to attend. One reason why he had instructed Draco to stay at Hogwarts over the Christmas break this year. Second, the host had to manage to hire one of the 5 leading world-class cooks with his or her team that existed in the wizarding world right now. Where most pureblood houses normally had house elves cook their meals, it was unthinkable to let that be the case for an important event like the Christmas ball. The food had to be exquisite and those people were notoriously difficult to hire if one didn't approach them years in advance. They had needed to ask 4 years ago to have Moran Dubois have a free spot in his busy schedule for their ball. The star cook from France was number 2 in the world in his métier and his prices were equally high.
All for nothing, just because they had come down with this. The third part of getting the ball was that anybody could only hold it every 5 years at most.
Most families only got to hold one every 10 years, as the competition to hold one was exceptionally large.
He had invested a lot of bribe money to get this year's Christmas ball.
He had been smart, knowing that Bagnold would only stay in office until she would turn 75. He had been patient, waiting for that time to come. Bagnold had retired after she turned 73 in fact, which made his calculations off by just 2 years. And he had asked to host the ball back in 1985, 7 years before it would take place. Nobody had seen his long-term plans, like it should be with the plans of a true Slytherin. Now he wouldn't get to bring Fudge under his control. But he wouldn't just give up. It might be that the Christmas ball plans were gone, that he had lost large amounts of money that he would first need to regain, but that would at most take 2 years. He would reach his goals, one way or the other. And may Merlin have mercy on the person that got him infected, because he would send them right to hell once he found them. Lucius never noticed how all of his house elves gave him a nasty grin when they left the room. While they couldn't attack or harm their master directly, they all hated him, and in his current state, he couldn't really voice his orders.
Therefore, they only did the bare minimum to help him get better.
After all, there were no trained healer elves among the ones working for the Malfoys. Lucius and his father before him had always forbidden that the elves got any kind of higher education than what was needed to clean the house. They saw them as nothing more than dirt under their boots. But right now, the only beings that could get close to him and Narcissa were the elves, and they only left the potions for the treatment on the drawers each time they were needed. Anything more would, by creative definition of an order given years ago, go against the master's orders. The order to never touch a member of the Malfoy family was taken literally now. And all the house elves knew that this disease could also end deadly if the patient didn't see the treatment through properly.
With the right care, it normally didn't, but with the house elves passively resisting their masters, who knew what would happen.
None of the elves would be sorry for the cruel masters to die. And the young master, who was away at Hogwarts, didn't yet have the cruelty of his parents. He didn't like them or respect them, sure, but he didn't know just how cruel his parents were to them. Even those people wouldn't expose a young child to dark magic. That normally didn't happen before the child was at least 14 years old. Harry and Ginny walked next to Albus and Sirius, who had asked if he would be allowed to join them in seeing the house they were interested in buying.
By his argumentation, he would need to look into having a suitable place to live by the start of the summer break, to let Harry move in with him.
Grimmauld Place was a dark hovel, and if he could get some inspiration how to change that, he would gladly take it. Harry and Ginny, as they enjoyed Sirius' company, didn't mind at all and let him come along. The house was, like Albus had told them, on the outer parts of the village, opposite the side from which the students always entered the village on Hogsmeade weekends. The house was made from light gray stone, with a dark type of tiles on the roof. The windows were behind wooden shutters, which might have once been painted black, but currently definitely missed fresh paint, looking more a dirty brown with some green parts, probably moss growing there. One wall was covered with vines of a magical plant, as they were moving on their own, while there also was something that grew on part of the roof tiles. They would have to see what it was and if it was damaging for the house. Well, it looks nice enough from the outside, Ginny commented after having walked around the house. I especially like that there is a large garden, which will allow for setting up a nice vegetable patch and having enough space to let children play. That's true. And as far as I could see, the structure of the house is good enough, Harry added. Sure, there are several things that need to be done, but much less than I expected from a house that had been empty for this long. Any kind of magical damage was repaired after the attack, but nobody wanted to have the house, Albus explained, and I made sure that it wasn't in danger of breaking down. I felt I owed it to Alexander to at least have his family's home left in decent state.
He would have appreciated it, Albus, of that I'm sure, Harry nodded.
Well, shall we go inside? Albus asked. Definitely, Ginny agreed, and they walked up to the front door, which Albus opened with a key. How is it that a simple key can open the door, when nothing we ever tried when we attempted to get into the house during my time as a student did? And we looked into all kinds of wards to find a way around them, Sirius wanted to know. My dear Sirius, there are advantages of being an alchemist next to being a transfiguration master. The lock isn't a normal one. I personally created it with a process that I learned under my old friend Nicholas Flamel, when I was still a young man. The wards around the property are the standard ones that you will probably know about, but I set them up to only have one opening in them, which is the lock at the front door. Unless you use the exact key that I created for the lock, it wouldn't be possible to open the door and the wards would repel any kind of attempt of unpermitted entrance. Only the Hogwarts house elves can get through, and that is because I explicitly keyed them into the wards. One of my finest creations, I will admit, Albus answered. That's really impressive, Albus, Harry complimented. Couldn't more people use this kind of ward?
They could, with the right knowledge. But alchemy is a dying branch of magic, which is a real pity. Too many people are drawn to the flashy and quick ways of using magic. Disregarding other ways is not worth the time needed to master them, Albus sighed.
Couldn't you teach some advanced students alchemy to bring the number back up? Ginny suggested. I would love to, but my time doesn't permit it. I'm spread thin with my duties as it is, Ginny. Albus shook his head. Harry and Ginny had to relent that, as Albus was vital in assuring that no idiotic politician could take over control over Hogwarts, he wouldn't have the time to teach a class on top of that. The entrance area wasn't too big. There wasn't any furniture left inside the house, so they had to imagine what it would look like with things like a shelf for shoes and a set of hangers for cloaks. It was a space of about 4 square meters, with a second door being in a straight line from the front door, with the main space being to the right, probably for cloaks and shoes being discarded before one got into the main part of the house. The walls were made of the same gray stone that the house was built of. The floor was covered in some kind of wooden planks, which could use some polishing or a carpet over them. Albus led the way, and behind the second door was a corridor that had some doors to the left and right. It seemed to be about 2 meters wide and 7 meters long, with a different kind of wood on the floor, which looked a bit better cared for than the one in the entrance area. There were 2 doors on the left side and 3 on the right, with another one straight ahead. As far as I know, the first room to the left was always used as a storage room. There were shelves on all the walls, Albus told them, and showed them a room that had one window on the wall. It was probably 3 meters wide and 3.5 deep. Not a bad idea, Ginny commented. Having a storage room on the ground floor could be useful if the basement isn't enough to store things. There are storage rooms down there as well, but this one was for things that were used around the house outside of food. Like toys for the children, gardening equipment, even a collapsible swimming pool for hot days in summer, Albus told them. Sounds great, Harry nodded. With the room being closest to the main entrance, it would be good to have those things close by. Shall we continue? Albus asked and got nods. He showed them the other rooms on the ground floor, a small bathroom with a toilet and niche with shower, then a room that had once been a guest room, a large room that had been the lounge, the kitchen with dining room next to it, and another storage room next to the kitchen. There was a staircase that led down to the basement, where a room for a large water tank was located, next to different storage rooms, one of which led to the garden over another set of stairs. Upstairs there were 7 rooms, 6 of them suited as bedrooms or a study, and one a much larger bathroom than the one downstairs, with both a shower and a large bathtub, next to a toilet and 2 sinks. All rooms certainly needed some renovations, but they were generally in good condition. The walls had some small holes, which would need to be smoothed over, some planks on the floor would need to be replaced, the bathrooms had to be completely remodeled, as they were very out of date, plus some tiles were broken, but in general the house was certainly very nice.
The attic was accessible from a door on the second floor. It was the only room at that floor, but Harry already considered the fact that they wouldn't have to climb some small ladder to access it an advantage. The room was just large and empty.
Well, in doubt I could use this to hang up the laundry on days where it wouldn't be possible outside, Ginny commented after having a look around. It would certainly have enough space for that. I could also see using some of the space as a miniature gym, Harry added.
So, I guess you are generally interested in buying the house? Albus asked.
Definitely. This is wonderful. It will take some work, but we can do that during the breaks from school and on the weekends. We would easily be done by the time the summer break comes around, Harry confirmed, already planning how to remodel the house to his liking. How much is the house?
The current amount the bank wants for it is 2,000 galleons, Albus answered.
That's not much, Ginny commented. I would guess it has at least 250 square meters of space, not including the attic and basement. Then it would easily be 400, and then you also have the large grounds. By my estimation those are also 400 square meters. Are they really that desperate to sell it? Normally, we would have to pay at least 10 to 15,000 galleons for an object this size. She knew how her mother had often complained about the costs for properly sized properties that she would want her children to live in with their families. Bill's home, Shell Cottage, had only had about 100 square meters of living space inside the house, with perhaps the same added outside, and had cost him 2,500 galleons to buy. She knew he had needed to take a loan to pay for it. As he had a high-cost lifestyle, he had only saved about 300 galleons. Still much more than her parents ever had in terms of reserves. Well, that's where superstition comes into play and decades of not being able to sell the house. The bank will take what they can for the property, simply to not have it create costs anymore. If not for the laws concerning property inside of Hogsmeade, the goblins would have had the house torn down to build a new one to better the chances of selling it. Or they would have offered the land without a house on it, simply because that would have let less superstitious people think that the land itself probably was safe to build on. But alas, as long as the house was structurally sound, they couldn't. The ministry has placed Hogsmeade under cultural heritage laws, and you are only allowed to repair the houses here and not greatly change their setup. The exception is if they are too destroyed to do that, Albus explained. Not too surprising. It is the only purely magical village in Great Britain after all, Sirius piped up, having been silent most of the time. So, if I wanted to make sure that Grimmauld Place was safe for Harry, where would I have to ask for competent, but not overpriced workers? Well, I guess your best bet would be letting professional curse breakers go over everything to make sure your family didn't leave any nasty surprises behind, Albus advised. After that is done, you would do well with Abernathy and Stebbins. They are really good at restoring old houses to former glory and always manage to include wishes for changes in the setup of the new owners. That would be what I would do with a house that I didn't have too many good memories of. Good idea, Albus, Sirius nodded. If it doesn't look like that house anymore, it would be much easier for me to not always be reminded of growing up there unhappily. And it is a good place in terms of security. As much as I would love to live out in the country with Harry, old wards are simply more powerful than newly set ones. Very true, Sirius. I'm glad that you are willing to work around your animosities towards your family to protect Harry, Albus praised him. Harry and Ginny walked off, wanting to plan what they would do with which of the rooms. They were sure that Albus would also manage to get into Grimmauld Place to secure the Horcrux that was hidden there by Creature. Perhaps he would offer Sirius to do a first check on the possible dark items there to see what he would have to pay to get rid of them. And the locket would tempt people to not destroy it otherwise, and it didn't immediately come up as tainted by dark magic. Harry's safety is my first priority, Albus. I won't repeat my mistakes of the past. But if I can do that without getting more mental problems, I will definitely do it that way. I think that once the house has a new setup, I could actually get over my memories. It didn't help that they were part of what the Dementors left me with, Sirius sighed. You can still visit places all over the country with Harry to not be overwhelmed. You are a free man again after all, Sirius. And I'm incredibly happy that we could manage that. I regret what happened in the past, but alas, I can't change it. Too many mistakes were made when things were unsure and the times dark. I can only hope that we will have peace from here on, but experience has taught me to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, Albus stated. Definitely a good opinion to have, Sirius nodded, having learned a lesson or two during the war as well. They were silent for a while before Sirius grinned. So, now that they have found their house, how long do you think the two will need to have children running around? I doubt that it will be for a few years. They first want to establish their careers, as far as they told me.
But then, I can see many children growing up happily in this house.
Harry and Ginny are wonderful people, and I am convinced that they will one day be wonderful parents. Even if I will be forced to find a substitute for Ginny during the time she will be on baby break.
Still, she will return, and that will be good for Hogwarts.
The addition of the two to the staff has certainly changed a lot of things, but, as I see it, for the better. We have a lot less problems with students not being healthy, and the costs for food have gone down enough since they took over setting up the menu to switch the money to other areas that have been a bit neglected in the past. The budget really isn't that large, What with the student numbers being low from years of war not giving couples enough confidence to have babies, Albus pointed out. The fact that the school had also got the profit from selling the basilisk parts and more gold was regularly added from the sales of the acromantula silk wasn't known to anybody but those involved. And they had made sure that Hagrid didn't blab while being drunk by telling him that those that didn't like certain magical creatures would have the spiders killed, should they find out about their solution, driven by the ones that didn't get a cut of the profit. That was more than enough that he wouldn't talk about them being on the island now. I'm just grateful that Harold got Harry out of that house on time and helped him deal with things. He's a good role model to have, and if I had been his student during my time at school, I would undoubtedly have looked up to him as much as I can see that Harry does. While Minerva was a good head of house, she was too busy, Sirius said, and I think that your budget will be much easier to manage with the addition of the apothecary in Hogsmeade. We realized that as well. And the apothecary is taken very well by the villagers and those just taking the flow to shop here. It has been positively commented by villagers that there are more visitors now that shop here, instead of going to Diagon Alley all the time. Normally they don't have too much business outside of the Hogsmeade weekends, but the reputation of Severus as a potions master, combined with the Hogwarts logo, made people decide that getting their potions here would be better than in Diagon Alley. I'm really glad about it as well, as it offered a solution to the problem of Severus not liking being a teacher at all, Albus explained. I never understood why you made him a teacher in the first place, but I guess you had your reasons. As long as I don't have to spend time with him, I can live with things being this way, Sirius said. It had been a regular topic in his counseling sessions, his hatred for Snape and how he had got to live free, while Sirius had been sent to prison, when Snape had committed more crimes than he did. And I'm more than relieved to hear it. We have to stand together against the dark, or we will fall, Albus nodded. Then both heard some laughter from downstairs and decided to have a look what the other two were up to. The purchase of the house from Gringotts was easy. Harry and Ginny went there to sign the documents, and they could see that, even if they tried to hide it, the goblins were happy to finally be rid of the house, which hadn't given them any profit, and which now had to be sold far under worth. At least they didn't have to pay for upkeep anymore, which was why they made sure that the transaction went by as quickly as possible. They got the deeds to the house next to a purchase contract and then took both to the land registry at the Ministry of Magic.
Things there took longer than they did at the bank.
They had to fill out 5 different documents, which were then multiplied with a spell, with one copy going into the files of the land registry, one into the file for owners of property in Hogsmeade, and one was given to them. They were really glad when they were done with the paperwork. To celebrate their new home, they decided to go out for dinner. It was still during the Christmas break after all, and for the one evening one of the other teachers still at Hogwarts would take care of being available for Harry, should anything happen. Not that they expected it. Sirius had left, promising Harry to come for visits over the weekends during the school year, and it were only 2 days until the other students would return. They went to get dressed up for the occasion in nice Muggle-style clothes, as Harry had decided to try one of the restaurants in London that they knew about from Hermione in their time, as her parents had taken her there once, and no matter what disagreements they had had with her, her parents earned well and would know where to get really good food. Even if their attitude towards Hermione had been a major reason why she turned out like she did. The two had drilled her to only accept perfection in her work and to always respect persons in authority.
Sadly, they had forgotten to also tell her that abuse of power wasn't okay and that one needed to use common sense to see which persons were actually worthy of respect outside of their official function.
Had they done that, Hermione would hopefully not have decided that a minister of magic that couldn't do his job properly actually had the right to tell people how to live, mainly people of public interest, like Harry. It was luck that Kingsley, who had been minister for one term before the old pureblood elite got rid of him by having one of their minions elected, had managed to give Harry the tools to make his own path. They let Kingsley hold the position during the unpopular cleaning up period, but there was too much work to do with getting Death Eaters sent to prison and rebuilding that the ones in the background could solidify their positions again before they could be taken out as well. The big Easter egg treasure hunt. The school year continued peacefully until the Easter break. The second round of Quidditch matches, Gryffindor won against Hufflepuff, but they had to work harder to beat the Badgers than the Snakes, as the House of Loyalty and Hard Work had shown that they understood the reason why the Lions had been as successful in their first match as they had been, and Hufflepuff had taken up the idea of reserve players. Ravenclaw also had a full set of reserve players, learning from the first match that it was a great advantage to have them ready in case something happened, not to mention more options in the matches themselves. Slytherin now had reserves ready as well, but it was clear that they hadn't done enough training to work on perfect formations yet, as the Eagles held against the advantage of their brooms quite well. It was a shame that Malfoy was closer to the snitch than Ravenclaw's seeker, as it allowed Slytherin to win that match by 60 points. Up until that point, the better teamwork of the Ravenclaw chasers had shown that they had planned for the abilities of the better brooms on the Slytherin team. After all, Gryffindor had shown how it was done. At least Slytherin's captain had learned that foul play had consequences, as it was clear that the Ravenclaw beaters wouldn't allow him to knock out a player outside of the normal flow of the game. And that was to be expected when you played Quidditch. It was a hard sport. The students were otherwise busy with classes, homework, one or another romance story that was going on among the older students and their club activities, which were now more frequented than during the first term, as the students had heard many good things about the clubs from the ones that had gone there first. For Harry, it was a great time. He got to see Sirius regularly on the weekends, and he had come, like he had promised, to see the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, sitting with the Peverells in the Gryffindor stands, cheering for each goal and when Harry caught the snitch. He also showed Harry plans how he would rebuild his parents' old house for them, so that they could live there from the next summer break on. He had tried to get it done by Easter, but there were too many items and creatures that he needed to get rid of first before the house could be remodeled that it sadly didn't work out. Still, as it was past the probation period he had got from the healers where he could only see Harry in company of another adult, he invited him onto a trip to Italy, where a vacation home of the Blacks was located, one that didn't have the same problems, it just needed some cleaning before they could go there. Harry had happily agreed, especially as it would be his first vacation ever. Sirius would get him from King's Cross Station and then they would take a portkey to the villa. But before that, there was the big Easter egg treasure hunt, which had been thought up by Mrs. Peverell and which was mandatory for all students to participate in. She had decided, and convinced the other teachers, that it would be a good way to test the skills of the students in a fun way. Welcome everybody to the big Easter egg treasure hunt. Older Ginny greeted the assembled students from all houses, which sat inside the Great Hall after lunch break on their last day of school.
Afternoon classes had been cancelled for this, as the headmaster had decided that the students had worked enough for now and needed some fun, which was still educational.
In the spirit of Easter being close and most of you going home for the break, it was decided that we wanted to have one last school event before you have your deserved Easter break. The tradition of searching for hidden Easter eggs is known to both magical and muggle worlds. Madam Hooch, Madam Pants and I have used this morning to have hundreds of Easter eggs, Easter bunnies and May beetles hidden all around the school and the grounds. Places where nothing is hidden are the hospital wing, the kitchens, the common rooms and the classrooms. Thus, you can exclude them in your search. The areas where the eggs are hidden are protected by wards, which will ask you to perform a spell, solve a task, or answer a question. You may remember that I took each student's wand signature during the past 2 weeks. Well, this is the reason why. You will be identified by the wards based on your wand signatures, meaning that you only get one chance at each ward's task. The questions and tasks will then be given according to your class level. After all, no first-year student would be able to answer a question that all students had to learn. If a spell is performed correctly, for example, a first-year student could be asked to turn the target point yellow as a task, or the question answered within the area of the ward, which is about 2 meters around the marker for spells and questions, then you will be given a small amount of the hidden sweets there. You have 3 hours to find as many hiding places as possible and solve the tasks. The ones to find the most sweets, meaning having answered the most questions, will also get some special prizes. As the wards equalize the results that are possible, it won't be differentiated between years. The one to win this treasure hunt will get a voucher over 10 galleons that can be used in any shop in Hogsmeade. The second place is worth 6 galleons and the third place 3 galleons, older Ginny informed the students. The places 4 to 10 get a large bar of honeydukes, best chocolate as well. The students were quite appreciative of that incentive. 10 galleons were a lot of money for students. And having the choice which shops to use them in, well, it was certainly going to make them do their best to find as many Easter eggs as possible. Not to mention that the eggs themselves would be a welcome treat. Alright, now to the rules. Nobody is allowed to hinder others from getting to the places where eggs are hidden. There are enough eggs for everybody. The portraits and the house elves are positioned all over the castle and will report if you break that rule. Meaning, no pushing others out of the way, no hexing, which you should already be used to by now, and no locking people into empty rooms. You will all get a basket to carry your findings in. You are forbidden to steal from others. The baskets have charms on them to only let the owner of a basket take things out of it. All others will get colored if they try taking something, next to a small stinging hex to the hand. So just don't do it. Repeat attempts will result in embarrassing transformations. Harry darling, would you please demonstrate? She asked sweetly. Only because I lost that bet. Older Harry sighed and went to demonstrate with the basket Ginny had prepared to show the students and which was keyed to her. When he tried to take out one of the red eggs in the basket, he retreated his hand from the stinging hex. See, that was the first level. My husband's hair is now the same kind of red as mine, she grinned, seeing older Harry now sporting red hair instead of his usual black. Several students giggled at that, with Fred and George Wolf whistling and shouting, "One of us." At the red hair, would you please show them the second level? Do I really have to? I mean, they get the idea, older Harry asked with a pleading look on his face.
You lost the bet, older Ginny sing-songed and older Harry sighed.
He knew he should have suspected something being off when his wife made the bet with him. Well, he would be a good sport. He pushed his hand in a second time, and when he drew it back on reflex, he could hear the students starting to laugh. Okay. What kind of transformation did it cause? Older Harry asked, resigned. Older Ginny handed him a mirror and he found himself with 2 black rabbit ears on his head. Well, at least I now fit into the theme of the holiday, older Harry commented, grinning, as this wasn't too bad. And he planned some payback, but which he didn't want the students to see. He had some fantasies about his wife in a Playboy bunny outfit. He would place a charm on her clothes when they were alone tonight. Well, now that you have seen what will happen, please come forward to get your baskets. Once everybody has his or hers, the doors will be opened, and you can start searching. Oh, and all wards can be recognized by the large cartoon picture of this Easter rabbit at the spot. Tap the rabbit with your wand and the task is given, older Ginny told them, pointing at the paper cut of a waving rabbit with a basket of colorful eggs next to her at the head table, and then the heads of house started reading out names and handed out the baskets. Harry looked around and found that Ron had joined Dean and Seamus for the treasure hunt. Well, they had been drifting apart ever since the start of the school year. Hermione was also already gone, probably determined to prove her top position again. He spotted Ginny, Stella and Jake and decided that it would be fun to do the hunt with them. When he got close to them, Ginny waved at him.
Hey, Harry, want to join us? Ginny offered immediately.
Sure. Harry nodded, smiling. Then let's go and get as many eggs and other sweets as we can. I don't really care that much for the vouchers, even if winning one would be cool, but the sheer number of sweets we can get this way by just doing well is awesome. Stella exclaimed. Oh yes, my pocket money will thank me for not having to spend it for other sweets for a while, Jake agreed. Then let's go. Where do we start? Ginny asked. They saw that most students had already left the Great Hall and those that hadn't were just waiting for going through the doors. How about we test if the obvious one is also hiding a ward? Harry asked and pointed at the rabbit next to their potions teacher. Good observation, Ginny agreed, and the 4 went towards the head table. Any questions? Older Ginny asked. No, just testing a theory, Harry answered and tapped his wand to the rabbit, which gave him a piece of paper, making him grin. Ha, ha, really well spotted, Harry, older Ginny laughed. Let's see. List 3 plants that have to be harvested in spring to be at their most powerful state, Harry read out. That's easy. Mandrakes, whimper moss and persim berries. The rabbit cheered and 4 chocolate eggs in red and yellow wrapping and a small chocolate Easter rabbit appeared, which Harry put into his basket. The other 3 then followed in taking on the task. All were asked questions that were part of what they had learned so far, and then got their sweets as well. Once they were all done, they ran out of the hall, wanting to continue their success as soon as possible.
I am surprised that somebody saw through the obvious hiding in plain sight trick, McGonagall commented after the group was gone. Not to mention that it seems as if Mr. Potter's friends from last year aren't with him. Well, from what I can tell you, that doesn't involve anything that Harry tells me during the meetings I have with him to deal with his childhood experiences. It seems to me that, after the new composition of the Quidditch team came out, Ron was too jealous to accept that his sister had won a spot and he didn't.
He had tried out himself, but he wasn't good enough to make it into the final selection for the keeper spot. Too unstable in his performance. He had some good parts, but also many bad ones, when he got nervous. He needs to grow out of it a bit more before he can hope to get onto the team. But he's just 12 years old, so much can still happen.
Then there was the thing with being diagnosed with the eating problems that had to be treated. I think he is going through a self-pity phase, which aren't that uncommon with teenagers, older Harry said, and as his best friend doesn't have to suffer like him, at least in Ron's opinion, he thinks that everything is unfair.
I expect him to either get over things, or just find friends that have more in common with his interests, which aren't as much as what Harry likes to do. Harry likes being active and has taken to the training I put the team through like a duck to water. Ron meanwhile is lazier and likes playing games like chess better. And for Hermione Granger, well, the girl needs to learn that not everything revolves around studying in life and being the best at everything.
She has trouble seeing that people are not happy with her bossiness at certain times, and don't mind her intelligence that much.
The frenzy she went into over our projects was worrisome. And I have seen Harry keep his distance during those times, just spending more time with his other friends. I just hope the girl doesn't push everybody away before she realizes her mistakes. But that is part of growing up as well. Learning to listen to other people, not just teachers and authority persons, but her fellow students. Accepting that they know certain things that she doesn't, older Ginny added.
Both Peverells didn't say that they were quite happy with this soft distancing of Harry and his former best friends.
It wasn't in a harsh row, which would have hurt him, but a gradual process. Harry was still friendly with them, if they weren't in one of their moods, but he made a good number of other friends now as well, which would help once the other 2 showed their true colors again. If that happened, that way Harry wouldn't suffer as much, but right now there wasn't too much of a change yet to prevent it. They were prepared for the worst but hoped for things going much better this time around.
Harry laughed when he watched one group before theirs work on a task that was set up at the bottom of the stairs that led up to the owlery. They had to put on a rabbit costume, which the ward provided in their size, consisting of boots resembling the large hind paws of rabbits, then a hat with rabbit ears, gloves and a belt that gave them a bushy tail, and do some obstacle course.
The group doing the task right now were Angelina, Alicia and Katie, and they had to hop through a short course against the time and needed to reach the finish line before a minute was up for each part, only then they would get the prize. Harry cheered them on, as did the other 3 in his group, and they were all happy when they got the task done. The course was quite simple, but it would be difficult for people that weren't in good shape.
There was hopping over 5 low poles with about a meter being between the single poles, then a slalom between poles that looked like daffodils, target hopping to collect 20 points, with the perfect landing on a marked spot giving 5 points, and depending on how much of one's body was inside the target area less, with overall having 10 tries, and sorting colored eggs into 4 baskets of the same color. Not that easy while the gloves didn't have fingers and were made of rabbit fur.
Then the older girls in turn cheered for them when they went about the tasks. Stella had a real knack for the pole hopping, while Ginny collected the most points in target hopping. Harry himself was the best at sorting the eggs fast. They put their new sweets into the baskets and then the 2 groups went their separate ways to look for more tasks. Everybody agreed that this event was great fun and should be repeated next year as well. At the end of the game, the students were nearly all in a good mood. They had been having fun. None of the questions in the game had been too difficult to answer, and everybody now had a large stock of Easter-related sweets to snack on. Not to mention that after everybody had come back together, the ceremony for the best three was waiting for them. Welcome back together, everybody, older Ginny greeted them, smiling brightly seeing them all happy and relaxed, not to mention many for once behaving like the children they were and not trying to play being grown up over politics. I don't have to ask, I can see that you enjoyed today. Now we only have one thing left to do before we can start with the feast tonight, and that is awarding the prizes for the three best treasure hunters.
The students clapped and cheered at that announcement.
As it is, we have more than three winners, as most of you went about the hunt in groups and in doubt helped each other with questions, so we decided to just give everybody that tied for a spot the same reward. This way it stays fair, she informed the students, and there was excited whispering all over the hall.
Older Harry, still with red hair and black bunny ears, stepped forward.
He had been the one to quickly apparate over to Hogsmeade to get more vouchers once the time was up and the number of winners had been known. He had got a good deal of ribbing over his appearance, but he took it good-naturedly. This wasn't by far the worst he had gone through, and after explaining what happened, a lot of others laughed with him about it. It was known in the village that he and his wife were going to renovate and modernize the old Charleroi house and move in there once they were done with that. Some people worried about something bad happening to them, but many were happy to have the house inhabited again. There are two people that won the third prize, the team of Emily Pusey and Andrew Vane, both from Slytherin House, older Ginny announced, and the two girls walked to the table and got the two vouchers worth 3 galleons and congratulations from their teachers. Both were fourth years and were happy to have some extra spending money for the next Hogsmeade visit. 3 galleons could get them a nice number of things. For example, there were some popular necklaces at a jewelry store that cost 2 galleons, which many of the girls at Hogwarts were currently desiring to own. Second place goes to a group of 4, Stella Moon, Ginny Weasley, Jake Randall and Harry Potter, all from Gryffindor. Older Ginny continued and the 4 happily walked up to their head of house to get the vouchers.
And first prize goes to a team of 3, namely Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff House, Amber Quirks of Ravenclaw House and Jocelyn Waters of Gryffindor House. Older Ginny called out the winners, who were all prefects from the same year in their respective houses.
It was truly a great way to show that cooperation between the houses was possible and could be very worthwhile. The 3 walked towards their potions teacher and took the vouchers from her, grinning happily. Then Ginny called out 12 students that got a large bar of Honeyduke's best chocolate. There had also been ties for spots in this part, so there was more chocolate bought to compensate.
I hope everybody is as happy as I am about the great success of everybody in this game.
As my lists tell me that each student here managed to solve at least 10 tasks, which means you should all have more than enough chocolate for the next weeks, older Ginny commented once the 3 had sat down again and the students cheered in confirmation. I'm also very pleased that except for Messrs. Fred and George Weasley nobody here thought to steal from others, and I am sure that they just found it funny to run around looking like yellow-haired ladybugs.
We were hoping for cool rabbit ears to match your husband, Fred shouted. Yes, Gryffindor loyalty and all that, George added shouting. The other students laughed. Instead of getting rabbit ears, the twins had got yellow hair with black dots and bug antennae on their heads. Well, enjoy the changes for the rest of the day, older Ginny told them, grinning at their antics.
She then went behind the head table and took her seat next to older Harry, who kissed her on the cheek, to catcalling of the students. They then let Professor Dumbledore open the feast and the students enjoyed it, talking about the game and how much fun they had had. They had intentionally made the tasks easy, but funny, and in a way that wouldn't let those attempting to do it look dignified. They wanted to make the students loosen up. Ron was envious of Ginny again. Not only had she been on a team with Harry, which he, admittedly, hadn't wanted to be and had rather joined Seamus and Dean, which had been a lot of fun and he had got lots of sweets, much more than he normally had for himself over Easter, but she had also won the second prize. 6 galleons to spend for whatever she wanted. It wasn't fair, she wasn't even a third year yet and wouldn't have a use for them.
Same for Harry, who would have to wait until next year as well. It was much more money than they got as pocket money in half a year.
Their normal pocket money, at least his pocket money, was 2 sickles a week. Percy of course always had more money, as he had taken to working as a tutor during the school year. And, as he had some of the best grades in their house, he had several students that paid him a sickle per period that he did. He mostly taught potions and history, as nearly all students had problems getting the material in them. Though the number of potions tuties had decreased since they got their new teacher.
Ron knew that nobody would pay him for something like that, as his grades weren't like that.
He was okay with his grades. Having better grades would take too much work in his opinion, and as long as he didn't fail his classes, his mother wouldn't be on his case for them. He was a bit surprised that Hermione hadn't been among the winners, what with her being at the top of their classes normally, but probably the tasks mixed into the questions hadn't been her forte. Well, he thought it was a great idea and much fairer for students like him that weren't that good in class.
He really didn't like all the changes that had taken place since the start of this school year. He wasn't best friends with Harry anymore, as he had realized that Harry wouldn't just follow what he said anymore. Not to mention that he wasn't very sympathetic when Ron went through that horrible time for the treatment that Madame Pomfrey and the other healers had prescribed.
The teachers also weren't allowing him to slack like before anymore. Well, to be fair, they had always nagged those that didn't do their work properly about it, but before it had been people like Crabbe and Goyle that were nagged, the truly stupid ones, not him. But with Hermione not willing to just give him the answers to his homework anymore, saying that he should be more like Harry and do it himself, his grades were slipping. At least the projects in Potions and Dada had freed him from homework for that time in both classes. It had Ked to find out what exactly he had to write about, but at least he had got A's in both classes.
That was more than enough for him. He didn't need O's, and he really didn't understand why Hermione was complaining about not getting the best grades in Dada.
It were still O's in both parts, if a minus added to it or not. He would be truly happy to show his mother that kind of grade. Well, at least there wasn't any homework over the Easter break this time around, as the teachers had only given them revision papers for their end-of-year exams. And they would do the second project in Potions and Dada after the break. Well, now he knew how to do it and it wasn't as bad as normal homework each week. At least he had avoided more detentions, contrary to some of the slimy snakes. He thought that they deserved it. If only he could be on the Quidditch team and be admired for it. Even if the part about having to run each day Ked. And Professor Peverell actually controlled that part. He had overheard Harry and Katie talking to him one day and handing over something that seemingly checked if they had done their training. At least at the Burrow he would get to enjoy his mum's cooking again.
Easter break. Harry looked around the gardens of the villa in Italy that he and Sirius would be living in during the Easter break. It was a beautiful white building with wooden shutters at the sides of the windows, which were also set in frames of the same dark wood. Harry didn't know which kind of wood was used, but it looked beautiful.
The roof fell down to one side, with an extension to the side that looked towards the sea and under which a large patio with a barbecue grill was located.
The villa was surrounded by large gardens, which were currently just starting to bloom.
Well, it was only the end of March after all, but it was a good deal warmer here in South Italy than in England or Scotland. Harry remembered from last year's Easter break that the castle grounds were mostly muddy from all the melting snow and it had rained a lot. Most students had stayed inside except there were a few rare rays of sun breaking through the thick clouds. Right now, they had sunny weather and could go out without jackets, even if a long-sleeved shirt was still appropriate.
And what do you think, Harry? Sirius asked. It looks wonderful. It must be incredible in summer when everything blooms, Harry answered. That's true. We can come here during the summer break again to let you see it and have some fun swimming in the sea. Right now, I fear it's still too cold for that. While we have nice temperatures of around 15 to 16 centigrade at the moment, the water is much colder, Sirius pointed out. That's okay. I can wait. And we can just visit an indoor swimming pool if we want to go swimming. I'm getting really good at that, thanks to our group switching around which kind of training we do over the week, Harry told Sirius. Yes, I heard about that. It's quite an impressive concept for a school, but it makes a lot of sense. Though anybody that wants to play for the team the next years will have a tough job to get into it, Sirius commented. Well, it's no secret that we have to exercise 45 minutes to an hour per day, except Sundays, to be in form for the normal training. And especially the indoor variant of Quidditch that we played over the winter months is strenuous. But so much fun. You have to be really fast and look out to not be hit by the freezers. And it took a while for the chasers to get used to not holding the shocker for too long, which makes the game much faster than real Quidditch, as you can't keep the ball and need to pass quickly, which means the other team has more chances to intercept it. I love the speed of it. We often mixed things up, not keeping to our positions, as Professor Peverell considers it important that we know what each position needs to keep in mind in concerns of tactics, Harry raved. Sirius smiled while listening to the boy. He was glad that he had a great time at school. And then there was the treasure hunt. I never thought we could be good enough to make second place, but my whole team, Jake, Stella, Ginny and I, won the vouchers over 6 galleons for Hogsmeade. Can we go there one day to let me buy something from it? I don't know what I want yet, but the voucher is good for all shops, Harry asked excitedly.
Sure we can, Harry, Sirius agreed. We will travel back the day before school starts again anyway, and I can deliver you to Professor Peverell that evening so that you don't have to take the train. We can visit Hogsmeade in the afternoon and then walk up to the school. We will just send an owl to inform your head of house beforehand. Harry smiled brightly. So, what do you think about a trip to Rome tomorrow, to see all those great sights that the Muggles love so much, next to finding some really great magical restaurants to visit? Sirius asked. I would love that. Are there also magical sites? Harry asked. Sure. There is a hidden magical floor of the Colosseum, and a few museums have magical expositions as well. I can apparate us over there, as I've been to Rome before, and then we can explore on our own, as honestly, those guided tours by Muggle tourist guides are too stressful in my opinion. They hurry the people through the city, trying to show them everything, which is simply impossible in one day. I'd rather choose some really nice places to see and take my time, Sirius told Harry. That sounds like a lot more fun. And anything you want to know about the places would also be found in a book about them. They sell those to tourists after all as well. Like Trevi Fountain or the Pantheon Temple, Harry nodded, having read up a bit on the country, and Rome, as the capital, was of course prominently covered. Great. Then we will leave after eating breakfast tomorrow morning. We can see what we want to do from one day to the other. If you want to try something special, just tell me, and I will arrange it, Sirius promised. I will, thank you, Harry replied. Sirius then continued showing Harry the house to let him know where the most important places were located. Ginny was quite happy being back at the Burrow. Her first year at Hogwarts was so far going really well. Currently she was telling her mum about her training for the Quidditch team. And you know, it is so much fun to learn all those things from Professor Peverell. I never knew how much work professional Quidditch players had to invest into being in top form, Ginny told her, but he says that our training is basically the same, just several levels less intense. But he includes all kinds of elements that professional teams also do. Like the regular training on 6 days the week to have good basic stamina and such. It sounds interesting. As long as you still have enough time to do your homework and have some fun with your friends, Molly stated with a smile. She would indulge her daughter in this little matter unless her grades suffered from her investing too much time into playing Quidditch. While she didn't think that playing Quidditch was right for a girl like her, she was resigned to it happening, as all of her older brothers with the exception of Percy loved playing as well. Things might have been different if she had had a second daughter, then the girls could have done different things. But she also knew how few of the hopeful players at Hogwarts made it into the professional teams. And seeing how much work was included in it would probably deter Ginny from wanting to play professional. She would have a nice time on the team at school, and then afterwards she would look into a proper profession. She may be talented, but making a pro team was a completely different thing. But she also knew that forbidding her to play would only cause trouble, as Ginny would then become stubborn. Better to let her get the urge to play out of her system at Hogwarts, where she had much more time available than once she had passed her newts. Oh, I certainly do. The study rooms that were added to our tower are really useful in that regard. And if I don't get something, I can always ask one of the older members of the team. Harry, Stella and Jake are my closest friends among my team members. And I like that nobody thinks that just because I'm a girl and just 11 years old, I'm not good enough to play Quidditch. I only had to prove to Madam Hooch that I could fly well, and I was cleared to have the same chance as everybody else, Ginny commented, and I got 2 of my roommates to also join our group when we go swimming. After all, it doesn't matter in what kind of way we exercise, just that we do it. And playing games in the water, like water volleyball, that's so much fun. Molly smiled, happy that her daughter was having a good time. At least she wasn't obsessing over Quidditch like she knew Ron was doing. Especially the part that he hadn't made the team when 3 of his siblings did. Oh, by the way, Mum, can we go to Hogsmeade one day? I would like to see what I can buy for the voucher that I won in the Easter egg treasure hunt that Mrs. Professor Peverell organized, Ginny asked. Treasure hunt? Molly asked, not having heard about it so far. Oh yes, Mrs. Professor Peverell decided to set up a treasure hunt for all kinds of Easter-themed sweets for the whole school. There were images of Easter bunnies all over the school and you either had to answer questions or do funny tasks to get some sweets from the bunny. It was always the same amount if you answered correctly or won the task. And the 3 best scoring ones, even if it were 3 teams in the end, which made the teachers just get more vouchers to have enough for all those with the same number of points, which was really nice of them, got vouchers. The first place was earned by a team of 3 prefects, Cedric Diggory and 1 Gryffindor prefect in his year among them. They got vouchers for 10 galleons. Then my team with Harry, Jake, Stella and me on it came in second, and we each got 6 galleons vouchers. The third place was won by 2 Slytherins. But everybody was content, as they all won lots of chocolate and other sweets, Ginny explained. That sounds like a lot of fun indeed. But I wonder why Ron and Hermione didn't team up with Harry. They were inseparable last year, she wondered. Well, I think Harry wanted to team up with Ron first, but he had already asked Dean and Seamus from his year and Hermione wanted to prove that she could do it all on her own. I don't really understand why she wanted that, as being on a team was much more fun, Ginny pointed out. Very true. Well, perhaps it's just a phase they go through. They aren't fighting after all, right? She asked. No, they don't. Hermione is okay, as long as she doesn't want to be better than everybody else in her studies. She really overdid things when we had the projects for Dada and potions before Christmas. I actually worry what will happen when the second one comes up after the break, Ginny pondered. Well, as long as she doesn't make herself sick, she will deal with it. And perhaps, after the first round, she will know that it doesn't need to be fretted about that much. You did tell me that she got the equivalent of an O in both classes after all. That should reassure her, Molly commented. I doubt it. After all, Harry was better than her in the practical part of Dada, which she didn't take too well. I was more than happy with my E in the paper and O in the practical part. Why she can't? Well, I don't get it, but Harry always keeps out of her way when she is like that and Ron does as well. But then again, he never really liked having to study a lot and he is content when he just passes his classes, Ginny mentioned. Too true. I wish he was a bit more ambitious to get good grades, but as long as he doesn't fail a class, I won't say anything. He's still young after all and probably will realize that he needs to invest more work when the really important exams come up. Not to mention that Professor Peverell has made it clear that you need passing grades to join the Quidditch team, which I think he still wants to do, Molly said. From Ron's occasional letters home she knew that he didn't like that he didn't make the Quidditch team at least as a reserve player. He also often complained about some changes at the school, for example the change of the menu. Even if she didn't truly understand that part. She had asked for a copy of a typical month's menu after all to be ready when her children came home for the breaks to not risk Ron falling back into unhealthy eating habits. While the menu might have been adjusted to better utilize the funds that the school had available, from what she had read, the dishes were quite tasty and should be popular with the children. There might be a day when a child didn't like what was served, but the variety was large enough to normally limit that problem. He does. But he would need to exercise like others that have ambitions to win one of the spots on the team during the tryouts next year. And he doesn't like that part. I think he still hasn't realized that everything you want to have, you have to work for, Ginny mentioned. Well, he will grow up sometime in the future. I'm sure of that. And as far as I can say, your keeper, Oliver Wood, won't give up his spot without a fierce battle before he graduates, so Ron has still 2 more years to get ready. That's a lot of time. He probably calculates for that time, Molly stated. Might be, Mum, by the way, can you show me how to make those great Easter muffins you always make? I would like to send some to my friends as an Easter present, Ginny asked. Of course, dear. I'll show you. Molly nodded and then they set to work on how to make the muffins and Molly promised her daughter to put a stasis charm onto the packages to have them arrive fresh and ready to eat. She was happy that her daughter showed interest in something she loved doing so much. And muffins didn't cost much, thus they were well suited to be used as Easter presents for friends. Harry and Ginny were happy to work on their new house. There was a lot of work to do until they could fully move in over the summer break. The first things they had done after buying the house was casting diagnostic charms tuned into building structure all over the house to find out where they needed to repair things and where they had to exchange the material. Neither of them had ever worked on restoring a house, thus they wanted to have as much information as possible available. Most of the walls were sound in their structure, but 2 walls had water inside, which made it much easier to simply vanish the stones and set up new walls. As it weren't walls that carried the structure of the house, it was no problem. They took out all the wooden floors, as it would be impossible to get them back into good condition, which they had tried and failed to do with one plank, and either replaced them with new wood, or they tiled the floors, as the tiles were more resistant to wear and tear. Not to mention easier to keep clean without the help of a house elf. And, as they didn't have one, and didn't really plan to get one either, that was an important thing to keep in mind. Ginny was also investigating spells and runic arrays that made surfaces easier to clean with normal methods. There were some, but she had never learned them at the burrow, as her parents didn't have the money needed to get the right materials to implement such runic arrays. And with spells, the effect wasn't permanent normally. It was a bother to always recast such a spell. Potions might also be an option, but that part normally worked best if they could be imbibed into the material itself. She didn't plan to create all the materials they needed for the house. They didn't have the time for that. They had looked over the setup of the house and had decided to mainly keep it, but, as they were taking out 2 walls anyway on the first floor, they were changing the sizes of the rooms a little. They turned 3 smaller rooms into 2 large ones. They didn't know how many children they wanted in the future, but not as many as the Weasleys had. Ginny didn't want to turn out like her mother, too busy to give each child enough attention. Currently they thought that 3 or 4 would be a perfect number. And money really wasn't an issue for them. Holes in walls were closed by them and then the rooms got new wallpaper and fresh paint. Thanks to magic, it didn't take too long. They also went out to buy nice carpets for the rooms that were planned to be used as bedrooms. Their master bedroom got a nice and soft dark red carpet while the walls were painted white with the ceiling changing colors to a dark blue with white stars when the light fell below a certain level. The ones in the 3 bedrooms that they had decided to become bedrooms for their future children could have the stars glow softly, as Harry had told her how much he had wished for a little light when he had been a small boy, simply so that it wasn't totally dark in his room at night. Ginny liked the idea a lot and they had added the charm to all 3 ceilings. They had refrained from putting any kind of theme carpets into the rooms, just putting soft carpets into each of them. And the color could be changed with a spell easily, which was why they had bought this type of carpet. It was a bit more expensive than the normal type that didn't take too well to color changes, at least if bought in magical shops, but it was well worth it in their opinion. If a child wanted its room to look a certain way, they could accommodate those wishes easily now. After all, the paint on the walls was the same. It was certainly great what magic could do. Still, they did a lot of things by hand, as magic lacked certain precision in some cases. Like while cleaning the windows, planting flowers in the garden and carrying things out of the house. One simply often hit things if one used hovering charms like mobilicorpus. And they didn't want to vanish materials in case they could use them later. Both disliked wasting resources. They didn't mind the hard work. They even had a good number of helpers. Many of the Gryffindors that had stayed over the Easter break had volunteered to help with the renovations of the house of 2 of their favorite teachers. Thus, the work was going much faster than the 2 could have managed on their own. The group outside in the garden followed the notes that Ginny had written how she wanted to have her garden look like, and others helped taking out rubble, old wallpaper and so on, after getting everything off the walls, or ripping the old wooden floorboards out. The fact that they were allowed to use some magic made everything more fun for them. Not to mention the meals that Ginny got them for their help. She had asked the Hogwarts house elves to assist her in that, and they always made a nice cake for the helpers. And, in the opinion of the students, it was much better use of their time to help their head of house with renovations for a few hours, than just sitting at the school, either studying for the exams or playing the same games over and over again. After all, mostly there were chess, exploding snap and gobstones. Not that interesting after a while. And they were learning a lot of things about renovating an old house, which they might one day find useful when they were setting up their own homes. And while 2 weeks weren't enough to get everything done, the house was now fixed in terms of all the main parts and only smaller parts remained. Like adding new floors after the old ones were taken out, as they hadn't done all rooms immediately, only the ones that needed the least amount of work, or the ones that were the most important to move into the house. Except for throwing out destroyed parts, they had left a good number of rooms for later, mainly the rooms in the basement, the whole attic and about 5 other rooms. The future bedrooms for children just happened to need the least amount of work for them. And Harry and Ginny knew that they would continue, especially on the weekends when they didn't have to teach classes. Elective information. All the Gryffindor second years sat assembled in their class, which had changing subjects, depending on what needed to be taught. From the flying classes at the beginning of the year to lessons how to properly write essays, research papers and so on. Right now, they didn't really know what they would be talking about, as their head of house hadn't told them so far. Alright, I know that I didn't tell you the topic of today's lesson yet, but it isn't anything you need to worry about. Older Harry started the class. Today I'm going to give you some information on the subjects that you can choose as electives from next year on. Some students murmured about that, most in relief, as they didn't really know what the subjects entailed, and it would be good to have more information. Alright, there are 5 electives that you can add to the 7 subjects that you already have. You can only add subjects, not replace others with them. I was warned that the question often comes up, so I thought to clear it up immediately. He grinned at this, and some students joined him. Now, the 5 subjects are care of magical creatures, ancient runes, arithmancy, divination and muggle studies. Each subject has its uses in different kinds of jobs later in your life. If any of you want to know if a certain job that you could see yourself taking up in the future requires one of them, don't be shy to ask. The students nodded, but older Harry doubted that any of them already had any clear idea of what job interested them. They were after all just 12 or 13 years old. The first subject, care of magical creatures, often shortened to COMC, deals with the raising and handling of different kinds of magical creatures. In 3rd year, as far as Professor Kettleburn, the current teacher for the class, told me, you will be covering the easier to handle creatures, like Kneazles, Flobberworms, Nifflers, Krups and so on during the first term. More advanced creatures will follow the further you progress. Things like knowing what kind of food they need, how to approach them in different situations and warning signs in case they are angry will all be part of what you learn. The class is mainly hands-on approach, and those that dislike having to touch magical creatures are probably wrong in this class. Also those that can't keep their temper in check, as some of the more advanced creatures would take that badly. Otherwise it is an advantage to like animals in general and being out of the buildings, as classes are always held on the grounds, simply because it is easiest to work with the creatures in their natural habitat or at least close to it. Older Harry explained, that also means, it can happen that classes take place in bad weather. To his satisfaction, Hermione wasn't the only one taking notes on what he told them. He had already given Professor Kettleburn the idea to include Hagrid into his classes as his teaching assistant, simply because Kettleburn had had an accident during the Easter break and was seriously considering retiring at the end of the year. Older Harry had suggested to lessen the things he needed to look out for by having Hagrid, who admittedly had superb knowledge of all the creatures around Hogwarts, assist him and handle the rowdier creatures. So far, Kettleburn had been quite happy with the arrangement. And if Hagrid became COMC teacher again in the future, even if it would take other means this time around, he would have experience how a class should be conducted, instead of starting off with creatures of too high a level. As Harry had learned from the diaries of Albus Dumbledore in his timeline, he had actually simply appointed Hagrid, saying that he had found proof that he was accused of a crime he hadn't committed, like he had always known, but never could prove. And that had been enough for the ministry to keep silent. This time around Fudge hadn't been swayed by Malfoy yet. Actually, the man was only just about to finally heal from the spattergroit, at least according to rumors, and he hadn't been seen ever since before the Christmas break, when he and his wife had got the disease, and the stigma of it would take time and a lot of gold to overcome. Especially as his coffers were depleted from both paying for the treatment and the wasted money for the Christmas ball, which had still to be paid, as calling it off on short notice, while cheaper than going through with the celebration, still cost him a lot of money. And he wouldn't gain the benefits for his businesses that a successful ball always brought to the hosts. Which was why the old houses even hosted grand balls at all. Though some of the smarter and more economic houses preferred to host less prestigious balls during the year, like during the summer months when the summer solstice was celebrated. Harvest balls in fall were also popular. Harry hadn't known about this practice for a long time and had been surprised when he was invited to one after he had defeated Voldemort. This time around there wouldn't be an incident like the Chamber of Secrets being opened thankfully, but they would find a way for Hagrid to become a teacher. With the right preparation in holding classes this time around. Perhaps not a full one, but a substitute and assistant for the official COMC teacher was more than possible. Anything more they would have to see how things developed. At least they had stopped one major problem for a while in cutting off the influence of Malfoy on Fudge before it could even begin, and all without getting into the line of fire. Basically, they had used the knowledge of the older Albus Dumbledore's diaries where he described how Voldemort had used diseases that were difficult to treat and often ended deadly to hit his opponents. Abraxas Malfoy had been the mastermind of coming up with that plan and had been behind many subtle attacks via infected mail on opponents of Voldemort. It was poetic justice that his son now fell prey to a similar plot. Though in this case, they hadn't sent infected letters to get Lucius and Narcissa hit by Spattergroit, they had used information from the future about where Abraxas kept his samples of different diseases on the property. And Harry knew how to pass the wards of Malfoy Manor without triggering any alarms. He had looked into that part in their original time after the Aurors found the secret bunker where Abraxas and Lucius had hidden several of their darker possessions. The secret room that Draco had boasted with when Harry and Ron had used Polyjuice Potion to find out if Draco was the heir of Slytherin in their time was tame compared to that. Had anybody known that Abraxas or Lucius had the things in that bunker, neither of them could have bribed his way out of Azkaban. The items in there were too horrible, all designed to torture, maim, and otherwise harm their victims. One of the worst things found was something that had been outlawed 500 years previous already. It allowed the user to drain the magic of a victim to either add it to one's own reserves or other chosen recipients. According to a notebook that was found with the outlawed jewel, the Malfoys had ensured that they didn't have to announce any squib births by transferring magic from chosen victims that nobody would miss, mainly Muggleborns that either weren't at Hogwarts yet, or enemies that weren't in high positions. Their bodies were mostly left for the Muggle police to find, which led to some of the cold cases that could never be solved. While the DMLE might have heard about some of them by coincidence, they wouldn't investigate, as long as the number of deaths that took place wasn't too high. And the Malfoys didn't have high numbers of family members at any time. Letting the Spattergroit virus infect Lucius and Narcissa was only a question of time. After all, from interrogations in the future, Harry knew that Lucius regularly inspected things in the room and worked on new plans. By simply leaving a bottle of the stuff uncorked, Lucius did the rest himself. Harry just needed to make sure that he wore one of the suits that the Muggles used to work in contaminated areas to not catch it himself. He had burned the suit in the Chamber of Secrets with some hot fire spell. This way, no proof was left behind. The second subject you can choose is ancient runes. This is the study of ancient languages that are written in a symbol language. All kinds of symbol language are called runes in this class. There are different alphabets that have been created by different civilizations. The normal alphabet that we use in writing these days was mainly created by the Romans, which conquered large parts of Europe and brought their culture and civilization with them. But the original people living in those countries still kept their heritage, and the two often mixed until something that everybody got used to was accepted. The most common runes that are used these days are of Celtic or Norse origin, but there are also Egyptian or Asian kinds. Up until OWL exams in 5th year, you will mostly concentrate on runes that were developed in Europe. Higher years cover other continents' runes as well for their NUT exams. Runes are a main part of many wards these days, especially the powerful ones, as runes can store magic better than any spell that is used on an object. Some students nodded, knowing this from transfiguration classes. Permanent transfiguration was incredibly difficult and took a lot of magic. Anything that didn't have its own source of magic would turn back into its original state after some time. Next on the list is arithmancy. It deals with the magical properties of numbers. A good arithmancer can figure out how a spell exactly works and also tweak it to match his needs better, like adjusting the wand movement, or using a different incantation for example. It also works in potions, and in fact, all the best potions masters are also good arithmancers. You can use arithmancy to calculate probabilities of things as well as creating new things. It makes experimenting much safer, in fact, if you know this. As far as I know, high-level arithmancers are very sought after, as not many want to invest the time to really get into the higher levels of the subject. Up until OWL, you will be able to work on existing spells or potions and fine-tune your work with them. For creating things on your own, the NUT level parts are definitely needed, older Harry explained, as he wasn't the one that took the class. Ginny was the one that had taken it, after finding out how it helped with brewing potions. The next subject is divination, which should cover the ways of divining things, plus the history of the subject. Professor Trelawney, the current teacher, though concentrates on divining future events up until the OWL exams. There are several methods of divination that will be covered in the class, from reading tea leaves to dream interpretation. Those with the gift of sight will gain benefits from this class, but those that are not gifted like that can only take the basics of methods and have a good understanding what it is about. I especially advise those that are driven by logic and analytic thinking to not take the class, as they regularly leave frustrated. If you have ever experienced that hunches you had come true, or that you experienced déjà vu, the class could be beneficial for you to hone that talent. While he himself had a certain dislike for the class, he wouldn't actively condemn it. It was much better to tell the children what they could expect in the class than basically forbidding them to take it. Children mostly rebelled if one did that. And perhaps he could stop Hermione from taking the class this way. Not that he would allow her to fill her timetable like the last time around. He would give the rule of at most 3 electives after introducing all the subjects. Last but not least is Muggle Studies. This subject is about the way Muggles live and go about their lives without having magic. The class introduces you to things like electricity, the most commonly used type of energy for the Muggles, next to their machines and way of living and dealing with different issues, like traveling long distances or building a house, and he had given the Muggle Studies teacher, Professor Burbage, better books that actually considered the scientific advances among the Muggles and advised her to regularly go into the Muggle world to see what was normal for them. This class is especially important for those that don't know much about Muggles, as the wizarding world only makes up a very small part of the world. You probably all know that Hogsmeade is the only purely magical village in all of Great Britain. That means, once you move out of your parents' home, you will have to find your own home, and that might very well be in a Muggle-dominated settlement, as the houses there are nicer than in the other purely magical places, like Diagon Alley and its side parts, simply because there isn't the problem with limited space. Even space enlargement is limited in how far it can be taken after all. The students nodded, seeing the sense in this. Those that grew up in the Muggle world won't have any benefits from this class though, and should concentrate on any of the other 4 that interest them. As a side note, Professor Dumbledore is working on a mandatory class for all first and second years from next year on, meant to help the students to learn about the respective unknown world for them, meaning for Muggleborns and Muggle-raised students wizarding culture, and for students from wizarding families, Muggle culture. The reason is also simple. The last war, which your parents experienced up closely, nearly got us found out by the Muggles, and that can't be allowed. While single persons, like parents of Muggleborns, might be able to deal with the knowledge that magic is real, whole groups tend to be intolerant and lash out. You only need one extreme agitator that assembles those that think likewise, and you are at war. It's, in extremely simple terms, how the last Dark Lord rose to power. Understanding those that are like you but have different origins will be important for a better future of our world. You don't have to like everything about the other world, but you have to be polite and respect others for what they believe in. Just a small seed to prevent that house elf rights disaster that Hermione started. Even if she wouldn't benefit immediately from the classes. As much as he knew her way of doing things, she would want to get the information. As you won't be having those classes, as it simply doesn't fit into your schedules, we will be giving out one book for each type of student that you should read in your free time, simply to not be caught wrong-footed. The books also won't be too big, about 200 pages each, with the most important rules you need to be aware of, older Harry explained, which seemed to make some students frown and Hermione incredibly happy. All right, first things first, questions. He asked, and the first hand in the air was, of course, Hermione's. Yes, Hermione. He asked. Professor, can we take all the classes? She asked. No, that doesn't fit into any normal timetable, and even if it was possible, the student in question would burn him or herself out, which is why there is a clear ban from Madame Pomfrey for that. You are allowed to study the classes you don't take in your free time or just sit the owl for them. In fact, most Muggleborns ace their Muggle studies owls by simply writing what they learned while growing up in that world, as the class truly is only about the very basics of how the Muggle world works. Like how Muggles don't use the flow to call others, but telephones. Things like that are part of the subject until owls, older Harry explained. It doesn't replace what Muggle secondary schools teach their students, for example. The maximum number of additional subjects that you can fit into a schedule is 3, and even then, it is a lot of work. After all, you not only have to attend classes, it comes with additional homework as well. And while studies are important, you also need time to have fun with your friends or join a club that you like, do a sport, and so on. The other students nodded, even if Hermione frowned. She clearly didn't like not being allowed to take all subjects, but Harry wouldn't budge in that matter. He had seen what would happen if she got her will. He called up Neville. How much work does each class include, and do some of them benefit of another of them? Neville wanted to know. Well, each class has different amounts of homework attached to it. The real part that you need to keep in mind is how useful they would be for you and if you can see yourself enjoying them. Taking a subject just for the sake of others, say, your best friend or your family, isn't a good idea. You are the ones having to do the work after all. You can be sure that COMC classes will have more practical work than written work to it, but it also comes with more responsibility, as you are dealing with living beings. And if you mistreat them or startle them, they might lash out. Ancient runes and arithmancy require a good base of knowledge before you can do the cooler parts of their applications, but they have high benefits. Those two classes also work well in combination. As for setting up powerful wards later on, having a good grounding in arithmancy is vital. Neville nodded, looking at the notes he had taken. The next one to be called up was Seamus. How would it work to schedule 3 classes, if you say that is the highest number one can take? He wanted to know. Well, Professor McGonagall, who is responsible for the timetables for each year, will set up classes in a way that you can take anything in any combination. The electives will often overlap in their spots, which means we normally have students from all houses in each of them, simply to make this possible. So, it could happen that some of you had COMC at the same time others had arithmancy, he pointed out. The timetables always depend on how many students take a class each year, which is why you need to decide which subjects you want to take before the summer break. The questions and answering continued for a little while longer, with older Harry telling the students which teacher taught which class, how many periods each week a class was taught, and so on. He also gave the common reference materials about the class at the library, so that they could do some more research on their own. All in all, he was content with how the information meeting had gone. His old classmates would now be more aware what the classes were about and come to him if they wanted to know more about what jobs would need one of them to qualify for them. He was especially happy to hear his younger self telling his classmates about the vacation he and Sirius had spent in Italy and how the renovation of their new home came along. It were all things that wouldn't be seen as strange by anybody currently at school, but to him it was a huge difference to how things had been before. Even Hermione was interested when Harry talked about his and Sirius' 2 days visit to Rome to see most of the city, as one day was awfully little to see the great sights there properly, the swimming in the water park that they had done, as it was still too cold to swim in the sea, and how they planned to go there in summer as well to be able to do that, and then the great food he had tried. It seemed as if they had gone out for dinner each evening, only having one of the black house elves there prepare breakfast and lunch for them. He was genuinely happy that his younger self finally could experience a normal childhood. They still hadn't got to destroying the locket and the cup, as Sirius needed to be brought into the fold for that, and he first had to be healed fully for that to happen, if nothing forced them to hurry up their plans. And currently it didn't seem like that would happen. The one thing Albus had made sure of was telling Sirius to not throw the dark artifacts and books from his family away but to store them safely, as one could never know when something could be needed in the future to counter darkness. After all, it wouldn't do to have the locket disappear before they could destroy it. And Albus had been too busy to look over the things that were in the house yet. And they didn't want to simply tell Sirius that they were hunting Horcruxes. His main job was taking care of Harry. The Horcrux in Harry's scar was gone now. He had simply done it as part of the treatment Harry got for his problems after getting rescued from Privet Drive. On a side note, Vernon Dursley was now in prison for 3 years for child abuse. Petunia had to do community service, and the neighbors now fully knew what kind of people they were. As the Dursleys had limited their abuse to things that weren't immediately obvious, and Harry also didn't have an extensive medical history with doctors or hospitals, the punishment had been limited to that. Starvation of a minor could be proven, especially over the last summer break, when it would have been important for Harry to eat properly after the near-death experience over the confrontation with Quirrell. And, as older Harry only found out from Albus this time around, he had written a letter to Petunia to inform her about Harry being sick at the end of the school year and to please make sure that he ate 3 proper meals each day to fully recover. He gave his statement on this to the police as well, which meant that for the actions of imprisonment of a minor and gross negligence they could be hit fully. It was actually the imprisonment with bars in front of Harry's window that was the deciding part in sending Vernon to prison. And the prison sentence cost him his job at Grunnings. Nothing would let his boss keep him employed after that. The Aurors had contacted some Muggleborns that worked with the police to have this case dealt with, as the crimes were easier to punish and stick in the Muggle justice system. The report of Poppy Pomfrey was written down in a form that would be usable with the Muggles, and the rest, as they said, was history. Though the Goblins had also got their part to do. They had recalled all the money that had not been spent on Harry's needs as a child, and the Dursleys didn't have the money saved up to pay it back in full. Thus, they closed in onto the house, and Petunia was forced to sell it in a hurry. She and Dudley had to move into a cheap flat, which also caused Dudley to be withdrawn from Smeltings at the end of the year, as his school tuition couldn't be paid anymore. The current year was paid in full, but after that he would be attending a state school, much to Petunia's dismay. She also had to find a job to pay for the flat, which she hated. It was poetic justice. The reputation of the Dursleys would always be tainted now, which they would hate more than anything. And nobody would accept that anybody had the right to abuse a child, no matter if it was a bit strange and not their own. And to abuse their nephew, the child of Petunia's sister, would never sit right with the decent kind of people, the ones that the adult Dursleys considered their peers. Older Harry had also scheduled the regular meetings with Harry to just once every 2 weeks now. Harry was doing much better, and it was now mostly an exchange of things, as actions worked much better than words. Harry had good friends, especially the new group that had developed this year, with his 3 Quidditch team members that were around his age. Jake, for example, was born in July of 1979, meaning he was nearly exactly 1 year older than Harry. And they were just normal kids that wanted to have fun, but still do well at school. Much better than Hermione's need to always be the best, which he would need to talk to her about soon. He could simply put it down to noticing that her behavior over the projects was unhealthy, or Ron's lack of ambition to anything that concerned school. Also a point he needed to talk about, but not as urgent as Hermione's problem. Well, he had already scheduled meetings with all second years around the same time he would conduct the career counseling for the 5th years. It would help them to find the right subjects for themselves, without being put under peer pressure while having to choose. Hermione Granger was determined to convince her head of house of being allowed to take all 5 subjects. While she might not need subjects like Muggle studies, like wizard-raised students definitely did, She could fully agree with the change in how things went for the next year. She wanted to know everything she could learn at Hogwarts. Being denied educational options really didn't sit right with her. Harry was totally unsympathetic. He had already decided to take the three subjects that interested him the most, those being comc, runes, and arithmancy. He didn't like the idea of divination, especially not after having heard some silly stories about the teacher from older students, and didn't see the sense in taking Muggle studies after growing up in that world. She supposed that for him it would be a good choice. While he was doing a lot better this year, he wasn't the kind of person that loved studying everything he could. He certainly wanted to do well in school now. Having been removed from his unsuited guardians seemed to have turned a switch in him, even if she really needed to get used to that new Harry Potter first, but he wouldn't sacrifice all his time for it. He invested a lot of time, too much she thought, into Quidditch training and being active outside of the team training sessions. She really didn't think that the program that Professor Peverell had given their house's players was for their best. But as long as none of them had bad grades, nobody would listen to her concerns. Not even Percy Weasley. And he was somebody she could admire for his progress in his studies. He had managed to get 12 owls last year, and she wanted to be able to say the same. It simply wouldn't do, therefore, to not be allowed into the classes. Having class time with a teacher was lots better than just doing self-study. When she reached her head of house's office door for her meeting with him, each of the second years got one to help with their decision or simply to talk about their current standing in general if they were already sure about their choices. She knocked and was soon called inside. She had a look around, as she had never before been inside, and found it to be a lot less orderly than Professor McGonagall's had been last year. Please take a seat, Hermione, and feel free to take some cookies. My wife tried some new recipes and there were way too many for us to eat alone, older Harry greeted her. Thank you, sir, Hermione said and sat down on the chair opposite him and politely took a cookie with nuts on it. Well, let's see what you have so far thought of for your electives, and I'm certain that you will want to know more about your general performance in all of your classes, older Harry commented. That's true, Hermione nodded. Well, let's start with your own ideas of which classes would help you most, which jobs might interest you, and so on. Older Harry started. Do you have any ideas for jobs? Not really. I mean, there are so many jobs in the wizarding world, but I know that I want to do something worthwhile, something that will be noticed. I don't like how many of the more radical pureblood students look down on muggleborns like me, even if I do better in class than they do, Hermione admitted. It wasn't a secret after all. As far as I could see in class and was told by your other teachers, you are very good on the theoretical side of classes, and you enjoy doing research. One problem you have, though, is that you regularly go overboard, to use a Muggle phrase. During the last round of projects, my wife and I observed the way the students took to the project. You would do much better, especially when it later comes to the practical part, the application of what you learned, if you relaxed. This isn't life or death, Hermione. You are 13 years old. You have a lot of time to get where you want to be. And social competency is as important as educational results. You need to find balance in both. I think, as you tend to like playing things safe, a job without the chance of being dangerous would suit you a lot. I also heard that you like helping others, so that might also play into the decision. Things I could think of at the top of my hat would be healing, a very study-intense career that would give you high returns in positive attention, or going into warding or enchanting. All of them require very precise casting of spells and profound knowledge to be good at the job. I doubt you would enjoy the adventurous life of a curse breaker or. Hermione pondered the suggestions. I admit, it sounds interesting. What kind of classes would help with them? She asked. Well, healing needs high newts in charms, potions, arithmancy, transfiguration, herbology, and possibly defense against the dark arts, though the last one mainly to recognize the spells that caused a problem. Runes and care of magical creatures can be helpful but aren't required by healers that take on apprentices. It is appreciated if you have owls with an E or better in runes and care of magical creatures. I have heard that if there is a decision between two equally talented candidates, the ones that have the better supplemental owls get the position. Mainly healer training is done at St. Mungo's, but there are also independent healers that do the training. Enchanting needs newts in arithmancy, runes, charms, transfiguration, and history of magic is helpful, but a good owl is normally sufficient. Simply because inspiration about items that were used during history can give you ideas what to do and invent. The first four are required for sure. And, as I know you will want to know this, if you don't manage to take history on newt level, as you have too many other classes, you can easily do the class in self-study and just sit the tests. Then warding. Well, you need newts in charms, runes, arithmancy, dada, transfiguration, and it is immensely helpful to at least have high owls in potions and herbology, as certain warding bases work better if they are prepared a special way. I know for a fact that Greengrass Enterprises has patented a way to create strong warding crystals from potions. It's the only reason why they can compete with Gringotts in the business. And I think the study of runes and arithmancy would perfectly match your interests, older Harry told her. I fully plan to take them, Professor, but actually, I would really like to do all the electives. I mean, I want to know everything about magic, and not taking a class would definitely disadvantage me in that endeavor, Hermione tried. Hermione, I won't allow for you to take all 5 subjects, not to mention that Madame Pomfrey has strictly forbidden it to happen by shifting the timetables to manage it. The work is too much for anybody to do. I guess your idea of it being possible comes from Percy Weasley, whose brother you are friends with, getting 12 owls last year, and his oldest brother Bill also having that number. The thing is, both took 3 classes of them, those being COMC, Ancient Runes and Arithmancy for Percy, and Muggle Studies in place of COMC for Bill. They studied COMC or Muggle Studies respectively in their free time. The last owl either of them achieved wasn't among the list Hogwarts offers classes for. Percy's 12th owl is in languages and Bill's is in dueling. There are ways, which for example the language club actually uses, to learn a foreign language within a short period of time. Percy did that in his 3rd year at Hogwarts for French and Spanish, and in his 4th year he added German and gobbledygook to his list. I think in his 5th year he was too busy with the level of work that owl year requires to continue his path. I know he is a member of the language club this year, so he will add another 2 languages. The language owl requires fluent use of 2 languages. That's open to all students, and you can sit any subject you apply for when the time for owls or newts comes at the end of 5th or 7th year respectively, older Harry explained. I didn't know that. Why aren't that the students told about that? Hermione asked. Why would we bother students in 1st or 2nd year with it? We always tell them during the meetings to help with the decision for the electives. That's early enough. And the members of the language club also know about the option, and the list of clubs is put onto all houses' notice boards at the beginning of a school year. That means, if somebody was interested in learning more languages, he or she could simply ask the teacher in charge of the club about specifics. That's the normal way things are done with any club before a student fully decides to join. If a student wants to take the language owl option, we only need an application for it. Percy Weasley, for example, asked Professor McGonagall during his meeting with her before having to choose electives which subjects could be tested for owls, and then decided what to do. They differentiate between human languages and non-human languages. Meaning, if somebody could speak 2 human languages and 2 non-human languages at the required level, it would mean 2 owls. You can choose any 2 languages you know. For the newts, you need 3 languages fluently, depending on the kind, and 1 language at a basic level. Anybody seriously going that path can easily manage that. While here at Hogwarts we currently only have human languages taught at the language club, the headmaster speaks 3 non-human languages fluently and is always willing to teach them and supply the study material if a student asks about them, which means we can at least get you to the level for the owl, older Harry pointed out. I guess it makes sense. Even if it would be much better time management to get a few languages down while not having so many subjects, Hermione commented. Well, 1st and 2nd year are meant to get the students comfortable about actively using their magic in controlled form. Children need some time to actively call upon it when they start at Hogwarts. And too many things heaped upon the younger students aren't beneficial for their development. We encourage practicing the spells you learn in class, because it helps your magic, but they are all on a level that doesn't overwhelm you. When you turn 13, You get the second stabilizing boost to your magic, which allows you to cast more difficult spells than the ones taught in first and second year. As your birthday is in the middle of September, you get there earlier than your younger classmates, which is part of why you have an easier time in class than others like Neville, for example, who has his birthday at the end of July, like your friend Harry. Those 2 years are about learning the basics and control. It's also to let you enjoy being children. You get to know what your teachers expect in their classes, how to set up the homework they demand, and still have enough time to play with your friends and find out which clubs suit your interests. In third year, the pace of learning will be higher, and you will have to invest more hours into it. For that reason, we teachers want you to know how to efficiently use your time. And, Hermione, that means that you need to manage how much time you spend on each subject. You can't use up countless hours to find out every little detail that doesn't matter in getting your work done. A good essay is one that has all the important points in the length that is given as the maximum limit, Harry told her. But I still don't see the reason for those restrictions, sir. I mean, I get that bad essays that are long aren't useful, but a good essay with relevant information should be accepted. Other teachers do it after all, Hermione complained about a point that had bothered her since the beginning of the school year. Hermione, nobody, not a teacher, and not somebody that might be your boss later when you are working, wants to read overly long papers. Homework essays are meant to show that you understood a topic and can express in your own words what the question was about. I know that the most studious students dislike my restrictions for the length of essays, but you have to deliver what is asked of you. If you are asked to tell in the space of 2 inches the main properties of the knockback jinx, that is easily done. Nobody wants to know the history of the spell, the wand movements, or the incantation. Just what it does. The same is true if I would ask a 6th-year student to explain how to use a Patronus charm and what it does. You need to consider the questions that are asked and answer just them. If you know more, good, but at that time it isn't relevant. That is something you need to learn, and if being strict about it gets the job done, well, then it is what I will do. Older Harry stated. Long research projects are different again. And as we know that students need to learn both ways, my wife and I added them to our curriculum. But that limits the educational progress of the students, Hermione was stubborn. No, it gives the students more knowledge in the long run. Knowledge isn't just facts about a topic, it is about how to present the things you learned in a way that your opposite actually can take in what you're talking about. Or to use an example you know a lot about, as your parents are working in the Muggle area of healing. If a student comes to Madame Pomfrey with stomach cramps, she won't waste her time with checking that student if he has a bleeding wound. It doesn't matter at the time. Focusing on the core of the matter brings success. Meaning, for the example, she will determine the cause of the stomach ache and give the sick student the right potion or use the right spell. She won't bandage his arm for a wound that isn't there. Even if she perfectly knows how to do that if necessary. Or your parents won't use their tools on healthy teeth, only on those they determine to be bad. It's a major problem with the history classes under Professor Binns. He doesn't understand that nearly no student can stay awake in his classes when he just reads out from the textbook. He doesn't engage the students in constructive arguments, doesn't teach them to question history, and he certainly doesn't notice that about 95% of the whole student body would totally fail their tests in the subjects, if not for rigorous self-study. Then they should just pay attention better, Hermione pointed out. No, Professor Binns would need to teach better. It's not really a secret, so the headmaster won't be cross with me if I mentioned it, but he is looking for a proper history teacher. One that is actually alive. You have the habit to not question authority figures for far too long, even if you notice people making mistakes. You insist that they have their reasons for doing things a certain way. Never just believe what people in authority tell you. Question things. Build your own opinion of things by collecting data from different independent sources. Only then you will be able to tell right from wrong. You are insulted by many pureblood children from darker families considering you of lesser standing. But the ultimate authority figures for them, their parents, have raised them in that belief. If they wouldn't make up their own minds over things, they would always believe that and never change. You have to learn to distinguish between being taught facts and personal opinions. Professor Dumbledore realized at the beginning of this school year that he was doing both the students and former Professor Snape a disservice by keeping him on as the potions professor. Nobody would ever doubt the qualification of Severus Snape as a potions master. The man is a rare absolute genius in the subject, but he was a lousy teacher, as he didn't like children. He was the first one to admit that. My wife isn't on his level of knowledge about potions and creating new ones, but she has a great way of working with children and teenagers to find the delicate balance that is needed to encourage the students to enjoy the subject, while still having total control over her classroom to prevent accident of the severe kind. A teacher's job is giving the students the knowledge of the subject, but also to adjust to the different kinds of personalities of the students. Professor Dumbledore could easily admit to having made a mistake in making Professor Snape potions professor for all years. He would have probably had less problems if he had only been teaching the new students, the ones that already understood the basics and were ready for the delicate parts that only those learn that really understand the subject. Those that don't need to be told why to cut an ingredient down the length instead of across it. The results of the students that actually made it into the new class were exceptionally good after all. But a master of a subject is not always a good teacher. Especially a genius has often trouble explaining things to others that don't understand as easily as him. Somebody that had to struggle to understand things is often the better teacher, as that person understands where the problems can be and how to overcome them. And as a student, you have the right to question the teaching style of a teacher, as long as it happens in a polite manner and you can take that you might stand alone with your opinion. If a majority of students that have classes with a certain teacher have real trouble understanding the material that is taught, the teacher needs to change something about the way he goes about teaching. And to be honest, only 1% of the students can follow Professor Binns, the remaining 4% get earplugs to read their books in class to not have to spend their free time with studying the material. They normally get A's or E's in their owls and that is enough for them, older Harry explained to Hermione. But still, Hermione whined, not wanting to admit that she was wrong. Hermione, there is nothing bad about admitting that you are wrong about something. Sometimes you learn more from a mistake you made than doing something right from the beginning. Because you worked out why it didn't work from the beginning. It's not the end of the world. People will be successful in life if they get proper support on the way to their goals. Nobody can do everything perfectly. That's just how things are. Professor Dumbledore didn't defeat Gellert Grindelwald and his army on his own. He had lots of help of brave men and women that helped him reach the leader of the dark faction. Alexander Charleroi, whose house my wife and I bought over the Christmas break, was the one to open the path for him by taking on Grindelwald's second in command. But people mostly remember those that toppled the leader of the enemy. Same for your friend Harry Potter. People only think about his supposed great deed, but as far as those that see further are concerned, it is much more probable that his parents were the ones that found the way to protect him, even if it cost them their lives. Then Nicholas Flamel and his creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Without his wife Perenelle and his best friend Pierre Brunet he wouldn't have managed to do it. There are always teams in the background that most people don't think about. But those involved in events will always tell you that without these people nothing would have worked out the way it did. I could give you lots of examples, but they all have that one thing in common. And here at school it means that you don't have to attempt doing everything on your own. Don't push your friends away with the habit of always wanting to be right about things and always being the best at everything. Be happy with just being good in your classes. Enjoy your time here at Hogwarts. I can tell you that if you only study and don't do anything else, it won't be a nice time. Remember that you will also have to work with the people that you meet here at school for the rest of your life in whatever career you decide on in the end. The wizarding world isn't that large after all. And being on good terms with them, thanks to befriending them at school, might ease your future there a lot. Try thinking about what you want to do later in life and then concentrate your main study efforts into those areas. Find a club that interests you. Not everybody likes sports and being active, but there are other areas. Like the music club, the European language clubs, the art club and so on. We have increased the number of clubs this year, as we want our students to experience all kinds of great things that are out in this world. And to enjoy them with others that like similar things. Not all of them are magical, and few require in-depth studies to enjoy them, but that doesn't make them any less important, older Harry pointed out. He could only hope to get through Hermione's stubbornness. She really was on a dangerous path and he would try to stop her continuing with it. But I like learning and I want to know everything, she insisted. Nobody can really do that. There are always new things that are discovered and there simply is only a limited amount of time to do things. Even people like Professor Dumbledore, who also enjoy learning new things, aren't masters of everything. Sure, he knows a good deal more about many topics than the normal person, but he would be the first one to admit that there are others that are better in certain areas than him. He's a master of transfiguration and alchemy and has dabbled in creation of items and wards. The lock for my house that lets you through the wards is based on alchemy and he created it. I could never do that. But he isn't as good on a broom as I am and I'm much better at defense against the dark arts. He definitely knows a lot about the subject, but he never concentrated his efforts in learning into the area, older Harry told her. In a fight, he relies on using transfigurations creatively in combination with some charms, which often overwhelms his opponents. But he's the most powerful wizard in the world, Hermione protested. That might be true, but only because he knows how to balance things. I know that he traveled for some years when he was in his 20s and he saw many things he would rather not have seen when he fought in the war against Grindelwald. He is the way he is today because of his experiences. He looked into things that interested him, but he also knew that he couldn't do everything at once. It isn't a question of knowing everything about all aspects of magic, it is a question of knowing enough to be able to have a good life. And, if you look at his chocolate frog card, he enjoys 10-pin bowling and chamber music. Things that have absolutely nothing to do with magic and knowledge, but which balance things out. He could see that she wasn't convinced, but she would need to deal with this situation. Now, I would suggest, you think about what I told you. Think what you can see yourself enjoy doing for a job in the future. And look into the clubs to find out which one interests you. You can meet people that like similar things to yourself and probably find a few new friends doing that. And one thing, take 1 hour off during the weekend and just take a walk over the school grounds. Look around and just take the sights in. It will help to clear your mind from the unneeded pressure that you put upon yourself. No teacher would be disappointed in you if you have grades all in the high E-O level. You are allowed to relax. I don't know why you think differently, but you will burn out if you continue like this, and that would be a true shame, as it would only destroy the bright future you would otherwise have. You could also speak to Madame Pomfrey about her recommendation about your current health, older Harry told her. I will think about it, Professor. Hermione finally gave in and older Harry already counted that as a success. He truly hoped that she would go and have another checkup done, as it was clear to anybody with eyes that she was close to dangerous levels. And Poppy could drive that fact home much better than he ever could. He would make it mandatory if she drifted further without going, but for now, he would leave the choice to her. Just normal school days. The second years of all houses were assembled in the Great Hall. Their classes for general educational purposes were all scheduled at the same time, and for the newest subject matter it was easiest to teach them all at the same time. While there might be some tensions due to house rivalries, with 4 teachers present it was more than possible to handle them. Good afternoon, everybody, Professor Flitwick greeted them in his usual cheerful manner. Today and over the next month we will spend the classes that are set aside for your general development as witches and wizards to teach you some very valuable skills that you will need sooner or later. It is common in the wizarding world to attend official functions in one way or another, and it encompasses all kinds of careers, so nobody can claim that they don't need to learn this. Some of you probably have got started on this by your parents, as they regularly attend such functions. The students wondered what this skill could be, though some seemed to have an inkling. What you will be learning for the next month are the most common dances that are performed during social gatherings, Flitwick revealed. Some students protested. But I already learned this at home, Draco Malfoy shouted. Then you won't have a difficult time and will be a credit to your dance partner. Flitwick simply stopped the argument. This is a class like any other, and as you know, there were always short tests at the end of a lecture part, which will make up a total grade in the end. If you already know how to dance, your chances to get a good grade for this part will be increased. Many complaints were stopped dead in their tracks. Some students even showed smiles at the prospect of bettering their grade in this class easily. Now, there are 5 standard dances that are expected of those attending a social function. We will cover all those dances during the lessons. First, we will show you the steps for each dance in slow motion, then we teachers will demonstrate how it should look like in the end. As we don't want arguments over who dances with whom, the pairings will be drawn randomly by us. Each of you will draw a blue or red ball, blue for the boys, red for the girls. Then I'll perform a charm that will pair up a boy and a girl by coincidence. You will dance for the next 3 dances then, before we switch things around. We expect you to also show socially acceptable manners, no matter who you draw. Should you not do that, it means detention, Flitwick explained with a no-nonsense voice. The students nodded, knowing that this wasn't an empty threat this year. It was clear that several people, among them Draco Malfoy of course, didn't like this stipulation at all, some mumbling about this not being like it should be, but the teachers ignored them. The first dance we will cover is the waltz. It is always the dance that opens a ball. Which means, it is really important that you learn to do well in it, as the first impression during a dance is vital. Professor Vector now continued, first impressions are everything in our world and you don't get a second chance at presenting yourself as socially apt. Children under the age of 14 will be forgiven if they make small mistakes, they are still learning after all, but once you turn 14, if you appear at a ball, you will be expected to follow the basic rules. That includes not insulting any of the other guests, somewhat competent performance in dancing and being able to participate in simple small talk. So far that was logical. Nobody wanted to be known to have caused a scene at an important event after all. That could have serious repercussions for their families and themselves. Now, the waltz has a simple set of steps, older Harry told the students, the dance partners perform them in opposite order. For the boys, you start with moving your left leg forward, while the girls move backwards with their right leg. The next step is moving the right leg forward and to the right for the boys, and for the girls, you move your left leg backwards and to the left. Then the last part for this first set is moving the left leg next to the right leg for the boys and the left leg next to the right for the girls. He demonstrated the steps for the boys standing opposite of Professor Sprout, who demonstrated the steps for the girls. She had intentionally chosen a skirt that let her feet be visible. The next part is the reverse of the former set. The boys move backwards, while the girls move forwards. Always remember that the left leg moves forward first, then the right leg follows to the right and forward, then the left leg draws to stand next to the right leg again. The rhythm of the waltz is a 1-2-3 count, older Harry explained, and he and Professor Sprout slowly demonstrated the steps a few times opposite of each other, to allow the students to get the idea. Now, I want all the girls lined up behind Professor Sprout and myself. We will do some simple dry exercises without the music to allow you to get used to the movements. The boys are to line up behind Professors Flitwick and Peverell. Professor Vector instructed and soon the lines were formed, and she started counting the 1-2-3 chant, making sure to move in strict time with her counting. The students, while some clearly thought this boring or dead easy, followed the instructions and soon everybody had the basics for the waltz down. Alright, nicely done so far. We will now add some getting used to dancing in step with music. I will start the gramophone and you will perform the movements listening to the tact. I will start this exercise with counting for you, but after a while, you will be expected to hear it yourself and move accordingly. Listening to the music to move with it, not against it, is one of the most important things while dancing, Professor Vector pointed out. She pointed her wand at the gramophone and then the procedure started anew. This time some students had more trouble, as they had to split their attention between the movement of their feet and listening to when to move them properly. They continued with that exercise for 5 minutes, before Professor Vector stopped the music. There is still room for improvement, but most of you have mastered finding the speed of the music and following it. Now, step forward and draw a ball of your gender's color. We will continue with coordination between dance partners now. For the beginning that will mean, a boy and a girl each will perform the steps opposite of each other. There will be about half a meter between you, simply to prevent getting your toes stepped on while you are still learning the dance steps. Professor Flitwick called out and he and Professor Sprout went around, letting the students draw the balls. Now, Everybody memorize the number on the ball you drew. For the first round today, we will simply pair the same numbers, meaning, numbers 1 of each color will be partners, the 2s and so on, older Harry called out, and the pairings formed more or less hassle-free. There were some groans about partners, especially Ron didn't like being paired with a Ravenclaw, but older Harry also knew that it would have ended worse with a Slytherin girl. It would probably happen sometime, but for the start they had avoided it. Draco Malfoy got Susan Bones, which he didn't complain about, probably because she was a pureblood, and he found his younger self opposite Tracy Davis. That could prove interesting, even if he knew that his younger self had made great progress in not seeing things purely black and white. And Tracy was one of the less outspoken Slytherins. Okay, we will start the music, Professor Flitwick called out. Try beginning the steps as soon as you find the rhythm. The following minutes were a bit more chaotic than before. It had clearly been a wise decision to have the pairs leave some space between them, as otherwise there would have been more problems with stepping on toes and the like. The teachers had to go around and correct some students, especially Crabbe and Goyle seemed to have trouble with the steps, and their partners, in this case Millicent Bulstrode and Sue Lee, made sure to stay at their distance to protect their feet. While Millicent wasn't small herself, she didn't want the huge feet of Goyle stepping on her toes. And Sue was much smaller than Crabbe. Professor Vector went over to them and gave them some advice how to listen to the rhythm of the music, which helped a little. Still, it was clear that neither girl was eager to dance with them while they were closer to them. After a few more minutes of doing this, the teachers called out the next step. All right, now that most of you have got this, we will attempt to let you perform the steps while holding your partner, Professor Sprout announced, and there were some remarkably interesting looks on the different faces. Mainly the boys didn't think too much about touching the girls while dancing. Those that had had dancing lessons before seemed to take this order better, already being used to it. Older Harry and Professor Vector stepped forward to demonstrate this. Now, the boys are to put their right hand onto the girl's hip, while taking the right hand of the girl into their left hand. The girls are to put their left hand onto the right shoulder of the boy, older Harry explained while doing just that with Professor Vector. Professor Flitwick started the music and the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin demonstrated how a properly performed waltz looked like. They did so for a minute before stopping. Now, please step forward and take your positions, Professor Sprout instructed, and, as the teachers had already expected when they planned this lesson, there were some protests from the loudmouths, mainly Ron and Zacharias Smith, but they were quickly cowed into submission. Older Harry watched how his younger self shyly took his position with Tracy. It was quite cute. But it would be worse if the year didn't have proper dancing lessons before their 4th year. They hadn't joked when they told the students that it was expected of all magical children to be somewhat proficient in this skill by the time they turned 14. And while Albus would work on preventing the same kind of Triwizard tournament taking place, arguing that they needed to do it differently to not return to having students dying in the event, it could be assumed that the ministry would try to establish something. And, because of the expectations of the wizarding youth, meaning somewhat competent presentation of themselves once they turned 14, this would be the age that would be used to draw the line to who was allowed to participate in the Yule Ball. Older Harry had wondered about the reason why the 3rd years and younger students needed an invitation to attend, and Albus had explained that custom to him, being a bit surprised that he hadn't known about it yet. Albus had told both him and older Ginny that the negotiations were already in progress. Not too strange, as the whole event demanded a lot of organization, if all 3 schools and their respective ministries of magic were to agree. In the last timeline, Albus hadn't argued too much about the type of tasks that the champions were to perform. This time around, he had already started to suggest some things to get to the point where the tournament would still be an interesting event that would draw masses of interested people to see the tasks but wouldn't have the high level of danger that the one older Harry had to suffer through had had. He had also argued that, what with the Quidditch World Cup being held in the same year as the planned tournament, it would be stupid to not follow up on it. So far, according to his reports to the school's staff, the reactions to his suggestions were mostly positive. Durmstrang had a great Quidditch program, and among the many talents was the upcoming star among Seekers, Victor Crumb, who was already scouted by professional teams, even if he was just 15 years old right now. Professor Karkaroff saw the potential of showing off the quality of his school in that area and was therefore incredibly open for the addition of a Quidditch tournament. Madame Maxime also saw the opportunities that a non-lethal competition offered in terms of finding new friends among the other schools. And she was most open to include more than 3 students in the competitions, like a set of obstacle courses would demand. She was hesitant to agree to the normal kind of tasks. While Bagman, who was still head of the Department of Games and Sports, after all, his trouble with the goblins had come up later on, seemed to be disappointed with the restrictions that the heads of the 3 schools wanted to place on the tasks, the general consensus of bringing it back outweighed it. Barty Crouch had by now been sentenced to Azkaban for keeping his Death Eater son at his home under the Imperious Curse. The investigation, after the wrongful imprisonment of Sirius had come out, had also revealed what kind of other crimes Crouch had committed and hushed up. Ex-Minister Bagnold had been sentenced to a large fine, but she could talk her way out of being sent to Azkaban by claiming that the times had been dark. The evidence that Crouch had presented her with had been very convincing and they had been in a state of martial law. It was within her powers to decide that a trial could be postponed if the guilt of the accused was clear. And the statement of Sirius confessing his crime, and it was hard to argue against that the words, "I killed them," could be seen as a confession when the person was laughing like a loon at the scene of the crime, was a big factor in why she had signed off the orders to take him to Azkaban immediately. The things that spoke against her were that she didn't force Crouch into holding all the postponed trials when things had calmed down and never investigating the repeated claims of Sirius that he was innocent, when it was clear that he was coherent while being a prisoner at Azkaban. The fine was an offer she herself had made to shorten the work of the Wizengamot. And 50,000 galleons, which were split into 10,000 galleons going into the ministry coffers, 10,000 going to Sirius, as the one that was harmed, next to the 10,000 that the ministry was paying him as general reparation already, that was, 10,000 were given to St. Mungo's, 10,000 to Hogwarts, and the last 10,000 were set up in a fund that was managed by Hogwarts, for the equipment of students that came from less wealthy families. About a quarter of Hogwarts students fell under that category, and this way they would be able to get proper wands, uniforms and books each year, which would reduce the mocking from the rich students a good deal. Older Harry had suggested this course of action, as he remembered too well how Malfoy and some other snobs mocked the Weasleys and other students that simply couldn't afford the best kind of things for school. And especially a proper wand was vital for success in their education. His thoughts returned to the dancing lessons, watching how some pairs stumbled at the unfamiliar contact while trying to remember the, admittedly simple, dance steps. Well, they had a whole month to get the group used to this and teach them basic dances of the wizarding world. Ginny had never realized how much work preparing the exams at the end of the school year would be. While being a student had forced her to revise for hours each day, being a teacher included having 5 sets of exams ready, for which she also had to prepare the students, next to the increased revision with the 5th and 7th years, who took the ministry-led tests, the Owls and Newts. Thankfully, the general organization for them was part of the duties of the deputy headmistress, and Minerva was nearly done with everything. Thanks to not having to worry about her head of house duties anymore, which Harry had told her included sorting through all the files of the students to prepare their exam schedules, she had more time for herself, which made her less irritated. Harry suspected that the amount of work during the exams period had been a part in her dismissing him, Ron and Hermione, when they warned her about the possible theft of the stone in their first year. Not a good excuse, but it made it more understandable. Thanks to the second project for her subject after the Easter break, she was able to think about the kind of tests she wanted each year to go through. It needed to be a good mix of testing theory and practical parts. For the first years it would be easy. The theory part could be combined with a practical part, as the basic security precautions for a workstation and the methods of preventing that one's results were messed up by contamination could be demonstrated, while the student also had to give a short summary why each thing was needed. Nothing too problematic. And she wouldn't let too many students do the test at once. She remembered how Snape had always made their whole class brew a potion at the same time, but that was more counterproductive. She didn't plan on letting more than 10 students do the test at the same time. Better would be to have 5 students at the same time. That allowed her to place them far enough away from each other in her classroom. Each year had a different day for the tests anyway, and all other classes were cancelled at the time. Which meant, she could easily make it work. No year had more than 50 students at the moment. The past wartime generation would only start next year. People had been scared to have babies while a war raged. The first years would also get an easy potion to brew from memory, one that shouldn't take more than 30 minutes to brew. Well, they needed to know the steps by heart, not the ingredients and amounts of each, for that they got a recipe. Combined with demonstrating and explaining how to properly set up a workstation, each group would be done in about an hour and a half. She planned to also keep the same time frame, even if she would use other tasks, for the other years, meaning that even the largest year would be done by dinner time. The plan was to have a test every second day, simply because the other teachers also needed time to do their tests. And she would have to oversee the OWL and Newt written tests as well one day. She was also curious how the results of the second round of research papers for the first 4 years would go. Now that the students knew what was expected from them, they should be able to improve their performance in many cases. Though she had observed that Hermione was again overdoing things, Harry's talk with her hadn't had the impact that he had hoped to make. Perhaps it was because he had clearly forbidden her to take all classes, perhaps it was because she didn't like his homework restrictions. Well, Hermione needed to learn that she wasn't always right. The sooner the better. Percy, as a sixth year, didn't have to do the research papers, but he at least dealt with the restriction to his homework in better ways than Hermione. After one explanation what Harry expected in his homework essays, after he had graded down one essay of Percy for being 20 centimeters over the allowed length, Percy had accepted that his new teacher had different expectations to the ones he had dealt with before and that it was just a different kind of task. Managing to concisely put the asked information into a given length for his essay was described to him as a necessary skill for later success in life, which was all Percy needed to know. It was too late to prevent him entering the Ministry of Magic. It had been his goal for after school for too many years already, but perhaps with Crouch being at Azkaban, the influence on Percy would be of a different kind. Percy would never enter the more reasonable departments like the Aurors, but international magical cooperation under Crouch was one of the worst departments there had been in the future. Magical education or magical transportation were better suited for a fresh graduate from Hogwarts. Ron was behaving like the child he was. His jealousy had driven younger Harry more or less away. He only spent time with Ron when they were in their dorm and the others were also there. His self-pity didn't help any, and most Gryffindors ignored when he complained about one thing or the other. And since Hermione's free time was consumed by her overachieving drive for the 2 projects, he couldn't count on her help with homework anymore, like it had been during his first year. He got passing grades, as he knew what would happen if his mother found out he didn't, but he didn't invest the time to get better grades. Well, he would have to live with the consequences. Harry had also talked to him during the meeting to choose the electives. He had pointed out that he should think about what he wanted to do when he graduated from Hogwarts and given some examples what qualifications were needed for it. Especially which grades in his OWLs he would need to be allowed into the Newt courses. And he had made sure to include jobs that older Ron had considered for his future, ones that he deemed cool. So far, it hadn't caused any change in his homework quality or his participation in classes. Well, he still had time, but if he continued like this, he would have trouble getting a good job. Which would only fuel his jealousy again. After all, younger Harry was currently achieving the grades seemingly easily, which didn't sit right with Ron at all. The second research projects were done, and the students had mostly held their good grades or improved on them. Even Hermione couldn't complain too much this time around, as she had got full marks on her papers. And honestly, there had only been a minimal detraction, which still didn't bring the grade below the equivalent of an O overall. She just needed to learn that she couldn't be perfect in everything. Still, the conversation during the meeting with Harry had at least made her look over the list of clubs that the school offered, and she had joined the Europe Club and was set to also join the Language Club during her 3rd year. It was a relief for everybody, as the way the clubs were set up would allow her to talk to other students of all years, discussing sites of other countries, their culture and so on. The Europe Club met twice a week for 1.5 hours, and during that time Hermione was too busy to nag anybody about homework. One of Harry's Quidditch training units overlapped with her club, which meant she wouldn't continue complaining about him not investing enough time into his studies. Where she got that idea, he didn't know. He had increased the time for his studies compared to last year after all. Perhaps it was because he simply didn't ask her about checking his homework after he did it anymore. Thanks to the lessons at the beginning of the school year about how to write proper essays and the like, he now knew what was expected of him and he could get things done much more quickly. Older Harry knew that his younger counterparts' essays were never below the equivalent of an E now, which was a clear improvement to his own timeline. He had often had A's in a class, when he didn't start early enough on an assignment and hadn't known how to set up the essay in itself. While Hermione had nagged him and Ron about doing their homework and studying more, she hadn't really shown them how to write proper essays, considering that something they should have already learned before or which they needed to look up in their own time. She never needed any help there after all. The main problem was, about 2/3 of the students of their year had never really learned how to write a proper essay. Pureblood students, older Ginny had told older Harry after they had both graduated, didn't learn it in most cases, and neither did half-bloods that were raised in the wizarding world, if their parents didn't pay for a qualified tutor. Most families had one parent that taught the children. Nearly none of them went to Muggle primary school, as the wizarding world didn't see the value of sending them there, especially when accidental magic was a major concern. Wizarding children were taught the basics, how to read, write, calculate, the way the wizarding world worked, and perhaps some things about harmless magical creatures and plants. A child would know how to build up a normal sentence in proper English, but writing an essay would rarely be done. Molly Weasley had had little time to properly teach her children how to do so. She had too much work to do around the house, and the children needed to help many times, which reduced their education to perhaps 3 supervised hours a day, if at all that much. Most of the time Molly gave them an assignment that they had to do while she worked on other things. Like copying a page from a book to practice their writing or doing some calculations. The Weasley siblings were much better at calculating than writing essays by the time they went to Hogwarts normally. As long as they could write with a quill properly, didn't make grave spelling errors, and could read their books, Molly considered her job done. Anything else was up to the teachers at Hogwarts to teach her children. That's what they were paid for after all. The problem in the past was simply that nearly no teacher took the time to instruct their students in how to write essays, summaries, and whatever other assignment they gave the students, expecting that part to have been taken care of by the families. The Muggleborns and Muggle-raised children were normally the ones that did best at that. The Muggle primary schools taught this after all. Magical children from the richer families normally also knew what was expected from them, as their tutors passed on what the teachers at Hogwarts expected their assignments to look like. But there were few families that could afford hiring somebody like that, which led to the problems of the level of education falling in the last decades. By using the free periods that the first and second year students had, as they didn't have as many classes as their older fellow students, the heads of houses now corrected that oversight of the wizarding world's education system. It was something extremely basic, but only the Ravenclaws had so far got assistance in making sure that they knew how it was done. Ravenclaw House had study sessions where an older student tutored the first and second years in all kinds of things, and the way an essay had to look like was among the first things they covered. They were the house of learning after all, and prided themselves on getting the best kind of grades in all subjects. Older Harry now only needed to have a second health check for all students done before the exam period. He remembered too well how many students had had problems with stress and pressure to get the best kind of results. Well, there would be complaints, but he would ignore them. This was important after all. Magical Olympics. The Gryffindors waited for their head of house to arrive for their normal meeting. Some of the more studious ones weren't happy to lose an evening of preparation time, but most others were glad to take a break. Especially the 5th and 7th years were feeling the amount of work they needed to invest to get great marks in their owls and newts. A minute before the allotted time, Professor Peverell entered through the portrait hole. "Good evening, everybody. I have some news for all of you, but nothing worrisome," Harry greeted them. He got greetings in return and took his normal seat by the fire, while the seats of the students were arranged in a half circle in front of him again. "First things first, you all know that exams are starting in a month. nothing new, as we teachers have given all of you revision homework to prepare you for them. The thing about exams is, they generally put all students under a high level of stress, older Harry commented. Here, Fred joked. Yeah, even our pranksters feel it, as they don't want to have their mother berate them for failing anything. Some students laughed at the serious nods that Fred and George gave older Harry. Well, as we don't want that you do anything stupid, as you feel you don't have enough time to revise or something like that, all students will have a short medical checkup with Madame Pomfrey over the next week. There were some protests. Hey, calm down. This examination won't take in any way as long as the one at the beginning of the school year, and we won't force all of you to go there at a certain time. The only ones that get fixed times, which are coordinated with their normal timetables, will be the 5th and 7th years, as they take OWL and NEWT exams. Their pressure is much higher than that of the other years. 5th years are going to go tomorrow and the 7th years the day after tomorrow. Madame Pomfrey also has a list with all names and when they are to appear at the hospital wing. Those that don't go when they are scheduled will be taken from dinner by me, and you don't want that embarrassment, older Harry pointed out, and the ones in those 2 years nodded. The most important thing Madame Pomfrey will do is giving information on which potions and spells can safely be used to allow you better management of your studies for those exams. And those potions can be acquired from her. I have heard about the most ridiculous things popping up, like powdered doxy eggs being sold for being powdered dragon claw, which enhances the ability of the mind to retain knowledge. We want to prevent that students are harmed by things like that or conned out of good money by not working amulets and the like. The other 5 years will get a date when Madame Pomfrey expects you there, and you can go when you have a bit of time, meaning you don't have classes. Same consequences if you don't go. My information is that Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic charms should take about a minute and then perhaps 5 minutes of information what works, is safe, and what is to absolutely avoid if you don't want to spend a few days in the hospital wing under her care. The students nodded. This wasn't as bad as they had thought it would be. And they all had experienced the first thorough examination already, and if this one was much shorter, well, the teachers were only looking out for their well-being. Okay. Now that the most serious issue is out of the way, I have some information for next school year, which you might find interesting. First, thanks to some better accounting of the school funds and some new sources of income, some of you might know about the apothecary in Hogsmeade by now, and there are also other things that Hogwarts does now to improve your education here, which simply costs money. From next year on, there will be projects that students from 3rd year on can join. Each student may only join one project. These projects will entail different subjects, and the students will work towards creating something that can be sold to others or bring the school more money. The students in the projects will both gain credit for their part in them. It will be written on your report cards for one, and if the discovery is worthwhile enough to get an article in a magazine, your names will also be printed there. You will also be given a small amount of money for the work you do. So, for those that want to earn some pocket money and are willing to invest a good amount of time into it, this is a good chance. It might also improve your chances to get a job you want, if the employer sees your experience in the projects as valuable, which many do. The news was taken with interest, especially the older students saw the possibilities in participating. How much will the payment be and how many hours of work each week are to be expected, sir? Percy asked. Well, the overall payment depends on the success of the project, Percy. If it is a major success and brings in a good amount of money for the school, the team will get a bonus. Generally, each student in such a team will get 1 galleon for a full month of working on a project, older Harry answered. So, it might be possible that you could gain, let's say, 20 galleons extra, if the project brings in profit. George asked to clarify. Yes, or more or less money. It really depends on what is developed and at which price it can be sold. Let's give an example. Potions Master Snape will take on up to 3 NEWT level students for research into new or improved potions. If the team manages to develop a new potion that solves a common problem, the bonus would be larger than, for example, if a team under Professor Sprout just cultivated a common plant, which is just needed by somebody. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall have worked over the year to gain new connections for Hogwarts to use the resources that the school has more efficiently. We will put a list with projects that need student assistance onto the houses, notice boards at the end of the first week of the first term next year. Then you can sign up for them. But be warned, only those that are serious about them will be allowed to continue after a trial period. This is a great chance for you, so messing around isn't tolerated, older Harry warned. Okay, what about the time requirements? Hermione asked. It will depend on the project, Hermione, but I expect it to be about 4 hours each week, older Harry answered. Will that be a problem with the existing clubs? Angelina asked. It shouldn't be. The only reason would be time-sensitive things, like when you brew a potion, but most projects will allow you to schedule around your clubs, as long as you don't have one each day of the week, older Harry assured them. It will be difficult for the Quidditch team, Oliver commented. Possibly, but there will be 1 or 2 projects that have been thought up with Quidditch enthusiasts in mind and can be worked into normal training. But I won't tell you too much right now, you will see what I mean next school year, older Harry stopped further questions. Some students complained that it was unfair to tease them with something like that, but he just grinned and was unmoved by their attempts to make him spill more information. Okay, calm down again, I have more things to tell you and I don't want to take too much time from the ones that want to study a bit more, he called R and the students were quiet again after about 30 seconds, thank you. Okay, the next point only concerns the first and second years. As you know, after the normal exams are over, you normally have little to do, as classes are cancelled to allow us teachers to grade all your essays and the Owl and Newt students have their exams. We have decided to give you something to work towards. The first weekend after the normal exams outside the ones set by the ministry, there will be Magical Olympics, for which we will have some guests from other magical schools in Europe as our guests. This event will take place on both Saturday and Sunday and is meant to give you an opportunity to get to know students from other countries. We could win 3 other schools for it so far. Other leading schools in Europe are still contemplating of joining in following years, as they didn't want to organize things on short notice. The schools that will come to visit us are Aquaticos Schola Magica from Greece, Beauxbatons Académie de Magique from France and Schloss Rosenstein from Germany. More competitions, among them Quidditch, are planned, but couldn't be set up this quickly. I know that Durmstrang has signalized willingness to participate in an interschule Quidditch competition. The goal is to connect the magical youth of Europe better than it has been done in the past. For now, only the youngest students will compete, but over the next years, we will think up similar competitions for the older years. The younger students simply don't have as much work as you do and can train a little more for the event. All students of their year will have to participate, no exceptions. You can think of this as a bigger scale of the Easter treasure hunt. The tasks will be similar. Older Harry informed the 2 youngest years, which was taken in well, as that event had been a lot of fun for them. I will meet with you next weekend to give you more information what you can do to prepare, but don't stress out too much. It is meant to be for fun, with just a little competitive factor. How will we be able to talk to the foreign students? Ginny asked. You will be given charmed necklaces that have a temporary translation charm on them. That way, you will hear the foreign languages like English, and they will hear your English as their language, older Harry answered. If that's possible, why the language club then? Katie wanted to know. Because the knowledge of the language isn't going to be kept in your mind. You gain no knowledge by using the charm, and the means that the language club uses are permanent. You won't forget the languages you learn by using that program your whole life, he answered easily. Katie nodded and some others were clearly more interested in checking the language club out now. Then Harry switched to listening to concerns of the students and they finished the meeting 20 minutes later. It was 7:30 in the morning when Harry, Ginny, Rolanda, Phileas, Pomona and Septima were waiting for the arrival of the 3 other schools that had agreed to be the starting participants of the Magical Olympics for students. As Ginny and Rolanda had been leading in organizing the Easter egg treasure hunt, they had been made members of the committee that organized the Olympics. Rolanda had commented how it was a shame that there weren't many events that allowed the students to use what they had learned at school in practical ways before they graduated, and other members of the staff agreed with that estimation. After all, the statute of secrecy and the underage restriction laws prevented that students used magic over the breaks when they were at home. Only once the students came of age, they would be using magic regularly outside of classes. But that had a major disadvantage: the children weren't as comfortable with using spells and didn't develop a feeling which spell could be used for what. Thus, the solution was created in funny tasks, where the children would have to demonstrate that they had learned something over the years at school. The first time letting the first and second years participate was simply because there was less material that had to be covered during preparation. The schools had already agreed on the follow-up event in November, which would include the third and fourth years and would take place at Aquatico's grounds in Greece. They simply had better weather at that time of the year. The organizers hoped that over time the other schools that they were negotiating with, those being Durmstrang, Esmeralda's, which was the leading Spanish school for magic, and the Magical Institute of Rome from Italy, would also join in the events. At first Ginny and Rolanda had only thought about setting up another event to entertain and test the Hogwarts students at the same time, but with the information about the Triwizard Tournament being considered to be brought back, the idea of doing something with inclusion of other magical schools was born and liked quickly. And if this could help the students to get to know students their age in other countries, well, it was too good to pass up that chance. International relations weren't the best currently, as Barty Crouch wasn't the best kind of diplomat. And he had headed the Department for International Magical Cooperation for years before he had been found out for hiding his Death Eater son. While he had the abilities to do well, his character wasn't suited for delicate work. And the less people said about Fudge, the better. At least he hadn't been Minister of Magic for too long, therefore he hadn't had that much contact with foreign diplomats. And he was still asking Dumbledore for advice before he acted. On another note, Narcissa Malfoy had by now recovered from her spattergroid infection while Lucius had had a relapse. Nobody could really tell how they had contracted it, but Narcissa had moved out of Malfoy Manor as soon as she was declared healed, as she didn't want to share her husband's bad luck of having to suffer for longer. Rumors had it that Lucius hadn't followed the instructions of the healers until he was declared healed, and that had led to the relapse. 5 months of that hell had been too much already for the lady of House Malfoy. Professor Vector had been informed about this, and owls from Narcissa were now again allowed to reach Draco. As long as Lucius was sick, Narcissa and Draco would be living in one of the vacation homes of the Malfoys in France. There simply wasn't any other suitable, at least in Narcissa's opinion, property in Great Britain where they could live. The teachers waited for the times that had been planned for the Portkey arrivals from the other schools. As they would be coming with large groups, they were waiting for them on the Quidditch pitch. Then the first group arrived, the one from Schloss Rosenstein. Rolanda stepped forward to greet them, as she knew one of the teachers that had accompanied the group. The students wore an indigo-colored school uniform, but not in the form of robes, like the Hogwarts uniform. They wore trousers and a blazer in indigo with a white dress shirt for the boys and either trousers or skirts for the girls, accompanied by a blazer in indigo and white blouses as well. The group counted about 300 students. It was clear that Germany hadn't suffered as much under recent wartimes as Great Britain had done. After the first group was ushered to the side, a minute later the group from Beauxbatons arrived. Their powder blue uniforms were different enough from the ones of the Rosenstein group to not mix them up. These uniforms were more like robes but not as bulky as the Hogwarts robes. Harry recognized Madame Maxime among the teachers. Ginny stepped forward to greet them, as she had learned French during her time with the Harpies and spoke it fluently, which was a good thing to greet the group without relying on the translation charm. There were about 250 students. The last to arrive were about 180 students from Aquaticos. Their uniforms were light gray and green. Green for the trousers and light overrobes, and light gray for the dress shirts. Pomona greeted them. It took a while, but then the groups were headed towards the school, where a short welcoming ceremony would take place in the Great Hall and Professor Dumbledore would explain the rules for the event. Thankfully, Hogwarts was a large castle and normally the majority of the space wasn't used. As it was the weekend, the older students were free to watch the event if they wanted to, even if the 5th and 7th years would probably stay in their common rooms to get some last-minute revision for their Owls and Newts in, which would continue on Monday. The first 5 days of testing were over. The Hogwarts teachers had tried to choose the following weekend, but that was a scheduling problem with Rosenstein and Beauxbatons, thus this weekend was finally agreed upon. Dumbledore waited until all guests and Hogwarts students sat on their chairs to start his speech. Welcome everybody. It is my great pleasure and honor to greet you here at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the first Magical Olympics. The first 4 participating schools are Beauxbatons from France, Rosenstein from Germany, Aquaticos from Greece and Hogwarts from Great Britain. The goal of our coming together this weekend is to give our students the chance to compete in a fun way and to get to know their counterparts from other countries. Friendships across the borders of one school are indeed precious, and I hope we can cultivate many of them with this event. I know that all of you have just finished your exams at your respective schools, thus the fun and practical factor for this event surpasses the theory factor. Still, there will be some questions to be answered to solve a task. As the student numbers of each school in a year vary greatly, we have come up with a marking system that gives each student the same chance to win a nice prize. Thanks to some generous donations, we are able to give several interesting prizes to those that show themselves especially good in the tasks. Each student will be given an enchanted bag that will be tied to a leather belt. Both the belts and the bags will be handed to the students at the beginning of the day and taken back at the end to count the points a student earned. They are to allow you to store the tokens that you will gain by winning at a task. In this Olympics, each student competes on his or her own, for the glory of their school. Because of the different numbers of students, the organizers have come up with a system that makes it fair for all schools, while fighting for the school trophy, next to the individual ones. The 30 best students of each year will have their results added at the end of the day. That means 30 results will be added to decide which school will take the overall trophy. In these Olympics, it won't matter if you are good at only one thing, the winner will be who can show him or herself as the best all-arounder. You will be tested on magic, intelligence, endurance, and creativity. The tasks have been placed all over the castle and the grounds, and up to 10 students can do one task at the same time. Some tasks will have teachers present to explain them, others will give you slips of paper with instructions or questions. To get the papers, you only have to tap the symbol of the sun with 2 crossed wands in it with your wands. The first years have to tap the red suns and the second years the yellow suns. And for those that think they are especially smart, you will all be given a participant bracelet, which will allow you to activate the suns of your year group, but not the other ones. Of course, you can only do each task once. Simply to keep things fair and clean, Dumbledore explained and took a drink from his glass of water. For those that need to take a small break from the tasks, there will be fruits and drinks inside the Great Hall all day, which you are free to take whenever you want to. For lunch, there will also be sandwiches. The older students get their lunch sent to their common rooms. The tasks will start at 9:30 and go on until 6 in the evening, when you have to come back here to hand over your bags with the tokens and the bracelets. To make things simple, the teachers of each school that organized this event have given each student from their school a number, which will be displayed on the bracelet, to make sure we really award the points to the right student and school. The bracelets are also going to connect to the respective bag you carry, so cheating by stealing one from another student is out. Lastly, there are a few areas where no tasks will take place, and which are warded off from the students that participate. You can recognize those areas by a double red line on the floor and walls. The areas where the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts houses are located are among them, then the kitchen, the library, the staff room, and a few classrooms. We have set up wards that prevent that you can cross them. This is simply to not disturb the preparation for OWL and NEWT exams that our older students are doing. Your bracelets are again the key to that ward. The older students can still go into these places, as they don't participate. Alright, I think that was everything that needs to be said now. Dinner for everybody is going to be held at 7, and I hope to see many mixed groups then. Now, the first years please go over to the left where their equipment will be handed out, and the second years turn to the right. There was some applause and the students then quickly separated to get to their respective spots to get their equipment. This time around, Harry didn't move around in a group with his friends, or even classmates. Ron had again joined Seamus and Dean in moving around, while Hermione had found a girl from France that she had talked to while the rules were explained, and they got along really well, thus they decided to go about the course together. Harry was joined by two second years from the German school Rosenstein and they exchanged some stories while Harry showed them around, in passing doing the tasks. Harry didn't really care if he was part of the group that was counted for Hogwarts, even if the possibility was larger for him than those from the other schools that had more students in each year. The tasks were fun and varied. There was target shooting on water balloons with stinging hexes to collect a certain amount of water in a bucket, then a magical puzzle, where they had to answer questions about the stuff taught in different subjects in their year before the picture on the back became visible and they could put the pieces together, an obstacle course on a broom and many other things. Harry liked the kinds of tasks. They were challenging, but not too difficult. And he could see that everybody had fun. His comrades, their names were Rolf and Jan, told him how the target shooting was trained in charms classes at Rosenstein, simply because their teacher was also one of the dueling teachers of the school and insisted that the best cast charm was useless unless one could also hit the intended target. It made a lot of sense to Harry. Rosenstein had a lot of different subjects on their schedule, subjects Hogwarts didn't have. Wizarding studies and mandatory language classes, for example. They didn't really have Muggle subjects, but they had maths, which would evolve into arithmancy from third year on, and a class that taught them all kinds of writing exercises, from how to do a proper summary to a detailed essay. For Harry, it sounded that things that had been covered in their multipurpose subject were put into full classes there. A year earlier, Harry would have thought that Hogwarts was far behind Rosenstein, but this year a lot of things had changed. Hogwarts had greatly improved, and more changes would take place next year. Wizarding studies would become a mandatory subject for 2 years, for example, and he wouldn't be surprised if the language learning option that was currently a club was made mandatory for at least one language a year. After all, Professor Sinistra, who ran the club, rarely had students in 6th and 7th year. Few people continued astronomy after their owls, thus she didn't teach as many classes as the other teachers. She could find the time to oversee the language classes. Or any of the other teachers that had learned a language already. He knew that the Peverells had bought some of the language course packages in Espin Alley and had studied them in their free time, as he had found the Italian package on Mr. Professor Peverell's table when he was over during the Christmas break. He was thinking about getting 1 or 2 of those packages as well for next year. It would be cool to really speak some foreign languages. The translation charm they got was neat, but it wouldn't give him the knowledge of the language if he were on vacation. And among Muggles he could hardly always recast a spell. Ginny went around the tasks with Luna Lovegood from her year in Ravenclaw, Marinette, a girl from Beauxbatons, and Helena, a girl from Aquaticos. Both foreign girls were in their year and they talked about all kinds of things. The other two took Luna's sometimes strange behavior with good humor and they got along really well. They had fun with the different kinds of tasks, especially the one where they had to ride a small board while holding onto a rope that was tied to a flying fish through an obstacle course that was set up at the lake. The boards were firmly attached to the rider's feet and one had to do things like doing a small slalom, jumping over a ramp, catch some stars on ropes and throw a paintball spell onto a target. Magical flying fishes, which had been rented for this event, were different to the ones that Muggles knew. These ones had water bubbles around their bodies and only the fins, which were similar to dragon wings, were outside of them. The fishes could stay in the air in their bubbles for up to 30 minutes, before they had to dive back into a larger body of water. But this allowed them to move from one lake to another if they felt like it. During rainy weather, they could even stay out of a large water body for 4 hours on end, which was why they normally switched places during rain showers. The ones manning the station with the flying fishes, teachers from Aquaticos, where the fishes were common, taught the students a bit about them while also explaining how to stir the fishes correctly. The ropes were magic conductive, so if they pushed their magic into them, like their wands, they could make the fishes fly faster or slower, depending on how much magic they provided. And more wasn't always better. Needless to say that all students were wet after the task was done, but the teachers easily hit them with drying charms to allow them to continue with other tasks. Award ceremony. It was the evening. The students from first and second year were exhausted. They had done many tasks during the day and had tried to win as many points as possible for their schools. Not to mention the individual competition. Dinner had been great. what with the great hall being expanded to fit all the guests into it. The house tables had been replaced by smaller, round tables that could seat 8 people each, and many of the groups that had been set up over the day were now sitting together, while the older years mostly sat with their friends. They had come to watch several tasks, but as they didn't directly compete, they didn't really have as much interest as the first and second years. Dinner had consisted of specialties from all the participating countries. There was bouillabaisse from France, souvlaki from Greece, Wiener Schnitzel from Germany, and shepherd's pie from England, next to many other tasty things. Harry had sat with his new friends and the group that had walked around with Neville. Seems as if he had somehow found 2 other plant enthusiasts from Aquaticos, and they had exchanged stories about the plants that were present in the greenhouses of their schools. Thanks to the translation charms, the second years could easily converse with each other. Neville had already decided to learn Greek soon, as he was eager to keep up letters with his new friends and fellow plant lovers. It seemed that the way of making contacts with other schools had worked out quite well. Even some of the Slytherins were sitting with students from other schools. Not Malfoy and his group though, they seemed to glare at certain other groups. Ron also seemed to have decided to stick with Hogwarts students, even if he had at least branched out and accepted to walk around with some Hufflepuffs next to Seamus and Dean. That was some progress. Finally, after everybody had eaten more than their fill, the headmasters of the 4 schools that had participated stood from the head table and walked around it. The students quieted down to listen for what they had all been waiting for. Dumbledore led a stage rise from the ground, onto which the 4 people walked. Dumbledore represented the hosting school, Hogwarts, thus he spoke first. I hope everybody had an enjoyable day. I know that I saw many mixed groups, which pleases me immensely. It is important to make friends with wizards and witches all over the world when you get the chance for it. These bonds will, if cared for, hold your whole life. It takes effort and will to do so, but I can tell you from my own experiences, it is worthwhile. I want to thank Madame Maxime from Beauxbatons, Mrs. Faulkner from Rosenstein, and Professor Baboche from Aquaticos for agreeing to this trial run of an interschule competition, especially as it was very short notice. The students applauded. It has been a pleasure to come here, Professor Dumbledore, Mrs. Faulkner replied. I was very happy about the friendly welcome my school found here, and I will certainly continue letting my students participate in future events to further the friendship among the European wizarding youth. The same is true for Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime agreed. I enjoyed visiting Hogwarts for these magical Olympics, and I can say for sure that my pupils took a lot from experiencing the different tasks, which were both entertaining, challenging, and educational. I agree with my counterparts, and Aquaticos will definitely also be part of any further events. It was an honor to be part of the pilot project for more cooperation and friendship between the European leading magical schools, Professor Baboche finished. We teachers have watched the way the event went, and we are incredibly happy with how you all embraced the chance to meet new people and still competed to the best of your abilities. Which now leads to the award ceremony, Professor Dumbledore stated, and all the students perked up. The judging was separated into several categories. First is of course the overall school result per year. Mrs. Faulkner continued and revealed 2 gleaming silver and gold cups with a crest on them that none of the students recognized, which had been hidden under a large piece of cloth. These cups have been newly created and are going to be challenge cups. A school will only be permitted to keep them permanently if they manage to win 3 years consecutively. The crest that you can see on each of them is the crest of Merlin, which was gifted to him by King Arthur Pendragon. Ever since Merlin's time, this crest has been used in all European magical competitions to signify their importance. Next to these 2 cups, which are going to be used to reward the winners for the Magical Olympics, there will be more cups for the events that we are also working on realizing during the coming years, Professor Baboche added, be they in the area of sports like Quidditch or broom racing, or more the creative part, like competitions in artistry. We want to give all students a chance to participate, based on which area they are strongest in. Magic is more than just learning incantations and potions recipes. There are so many wonderful branches, and we consider it our duty to teach the children entrusted to us as educators in as many of them as we can. And that includes giving you all a stage to present your skills. Now, Next to Z school competitions, there will be a prize for the best students of their year group for their own school and for all schools that participated. Madame Maxime informed them. You will get a medal for your results and your name will be engraved onto the challenge cup for Z category. As you won't be able to participate more than once for Z cups, they will be kept in the trophy rooms of your respective schools. Z medals are yours to keep. The students were excited to receive a prize they could keep and show off at home. The results of each school will be displayed on the school notice boards in whichever place they are located, which for Hogwarts is next to the grand staircase. Dumbledore then told them, though only the 30 best students' names will be on it, as per the agreement between our schools to make things fair in the judgment. For those not on the lists that would like to know how they ranked, the heads of house, or counselors for your years at your school have the complete lists. Many students nodded, understanding the sense in this. Then let's now come to the intra-school rankings first. We drew lots to determine which school would go first and Rosenstein was the winner, Dumbledore stated. The first group to be awarded will be the first years, followed by the second years, Mrs. Faulkner told them and then read out the names of the first 3 of their respective years, who walked towards the stage, where a pedestal with 3 steps for the places 1 to 3 had appeared with a flick of Madame Maxime's wand. Each student was given a medal in gold, silver and bronze, like it was also done during the Muggle Olympics, around the neck, and a cup made of silver was given to the winner of the category. Once all 3 were awarded, they got their picture taken with the 4 heads of schools on the victor's pedestal, before the next group was called out. The Rosenstein second years followed their younger schoolmates and then Beauxbatons and Aquaticos honored their winners. Hogwarts was the last one. And Professor Dumbledore took over, as each headmaster or mistress awarded the medals to their own students. As before, the first years were first. In third place, we have Ginevra Weasley, he announced, and Ginny got huge applause from her classmates in Gryffindor. Her brothers cheered loudly and applauded, especially the twins, and she walked up to the stage beaming happily. She took her spot in the step for third place and got her bronze medal from Professor Dumbledore and then shook all for school heads, hands happily. In second place, we have Astoria Greengrass, Dumbledore continued, and the Slytherins in the hall applauded greatly, enormously proud that one of their own had managed to outdo most other first years at Hogwarts. She too got her medal and shook hands. And, in this year, the female students seem to have surpassed their male counterparts. In first place is Luna Lovegood, Dumbledore told the winner. Many Ravenclaws were shocked that the odd young girl had managed to win the competition, but they clapped loudly, nonetheless. Luna seemed to glide to the stage and smiled at the 4 school heads when she got her gold medal and the cup, which would bear her name as the first winner of the Olympics in the first year group for Hogwarts. The 3 girls smiled for the camera when the photograph that had been engaged for the event took their picture. The pictures of all winners would also be printed in the Daily Prophet, which had sent a reporter that was known for factual reporting to the award ceremony. After all, this was a historical event. There hadn't been any interschool competition between the leading European magical schools since the Triwizard Tournament had been abolished centuries ago due to the high death toll. And, going by the comments done at the beginning of the ceremony, there would be many more to follow, in areas that would interest the wizarding public a lot. Mainly Quidditch, but anything that involved the schools where their children were educated was good for selling papers. The 3 girls went back to their tables and got congratulations from their friends. Then Dumbledore coughed and got their attention again. Next up are the second years. In third place is Justin Finch Fletchley, Dumbledore announced, and the Hufflepuffs cheered. Justin walked forward and happily took the bronze medal. He got the usual congratulations before Dumbledore continued. In second place is Susan Bones, which caused the Hufflepuffs to really explode in cheers and applause, as they had 2 winners in this year group. Susan joined Justin on the pedestal and took her medal and congratulations with a beaming smile. And in first place, we have Harry Potter, Dumbledore stated, and Harry looked surprised, but walked forward, with Gryffindor cheering and applauding for him. He knew that this would become big news for the papers, but this time he didn't mind. He had fairly won the award by doing his best in the competitions. He smiled for the picture that was taken and then returned to his table to get the congratulations of the ones sitting there. Now that we have the champions for each school, I know that you all are eager to find out which school and students won overall. We won't let you wait any longer. The third place is shared, with identical points total for the best 30 students in first year by Beauxbatons and Hogwarts, Dumbledore announced, and the students clapped for this result. The two schools got a certificate of victory for their performance. In second place is Aquaticos. This got applause and the Rosenstein students already cheered, as it was clear now that they had won. And I guess I can already announce the winner, which is Rosenstein, Dumbledore chuckled, and the headmasters took their spots on the pedestal, with Professor McGonagall handing over the certificates of victory to both winner and second place winner, next to the golden cup that Rosenstein got to keep for the next year. The heads stepped down from the pedestal again and the students waited for the second year results. This time Mrs. Faulkner was the one to announce them. In third place, we have Aquaticos, she told the students, who applauded, and Professor Bonas took another certificate of victory while taking his spot on the pedestal. In second place is Hogwarts, Mrs. Faulkner announced, which let the Hogwarts students cheer. And, the winner for the second years is Beauxbatons, she told them, and the French students cheered for their victory. Again Professor McGonagall handed over the prizes and another photo was taken. And now the final two award ceremonies. The overall student winners in both categories, definitely the ones with the largest competition, Professor Bonas declared. In third place for the first years is Mycos Rofanus from Aquaticos. A boy with brown hair and tanned skin walked forward smiling and happily took the bronze medal for becoming third overall, next to the golden one he had already won for being the best of his school. In second place, we have Luna Lovegood from Hogwarts, Bonas continued, and Luna glided forward again, smiling in her unique way. She got a silver medal and looked towards the table where Ginny and the two Aquaticos girls that they had walked around with were clapping loudly for her. And in first place, we have Thomas Steinhoff from Rosenstein, Bonas announced, and the boy with long brown hair walked forward grinning like a loon for managing to beat all other students in his age group. All three winners got congratulative handshakes again and a photo was taken. Then they returned to their tables and looked eager to find out which students would be winning in the second year age group. Madame Maxime was now stepping forward. Now we come to the second years. In third place is Nicole Zillard from Beauxbatons. She was incredibly pleased that her student had managed to get this far, which was clear to see on her face. Nicole was a pretty redhead and looked immensely proud of her achievement. She got a bronze medal to join her golden one. In second place is Harry Potter from Hogwarts, Madame Maxime announced, and Harry got huge applause from nearly the whole school, just some people like Malfoy didn't clap, sulking instead. Harry got a silver medal to go with his golden one and took his position. Congratulations followed again and then everybody wanted to know who had won this year group. First place winner and champion for the second years is Iris Apfelglas from Rosenstein, Madame Maxime announced, and the Rosenstein students cheered for the second first place in the individual category. Once the photos were taken again, a representative of the Hogsmeade shop owners stepped forward. Dear students and teachers of Beauxbatons, Rosenstein, Aquaticos and Hogwarts, the man with gray hair and a full beard started, I have a nice surprise for all of you, provided by the Hogsmeade Shopkeeper Association. We were very impressed with the idea of a friendly competition between the leading schools of magic in Europe and decided to contribute something to this historical event, the first magical Olympics to be held, which I expect to become a great success in the following years, with other schools also deciding to join this worthwhile endeavor to promote unity and friendship among the youth of the magical world. Your teachers informed us that, as a special treat, you all would be given the chance to explore Hogsmeade tomorrow. We put our heads together and decided that, as we couldn't be sure of everybody's likes and dislikes, we would take the simple route. Each student that participated in the Olympics will get a small voucher that can be used in any of the shops of Hogsmeade tomorrow, and the village will be open for all students, even the ones in first and second year, who normally wouldn't be allowed to visit the village yet. For those that didn't make it into the top 30 of their school, we will give you a voucher for 1 sickle each. Those in the top 30 get a voucher for 10 sickles. Those that won any kind of medal will get 1 galleon vouchers each. That is for each medal, of course. The announcement caused huge cheers, and the students that didn't know their placement yet were eager to find out to get their vouchers. And, as they had never before been allowed to visit Hogsmeade, they were extremely excited for the chance to explore the village. Ron Weasley looked at the list of students that had been among the first 30 of their schools. He was happy to notice that he hadn't done badly at all. He was 11th among his year. He had had fun with the tasks and now he would have 10 sickles to spend on whatever he wanted in Hogsmeade. It was a lot of money for him, and the best part was, he had earned it fair and square. It wasn't charity at all. While he didn't like that Ginny had done better than him, again, he was honest enough to know that she invested much more time into her studies than he did, and she also invested a lot of work into Quidditch training. That had to show in some way. At least she wasn't compared to him directly, as they were in different years. He liked it a lot less that Harry had won their year's competition, but at least it hadn't been Malfoy. That would have been unbearable. And, to his satisfaction, Malfoy was only in 19th place. Far behind him. He had even beaten Hermione, who was 17th. Well, most tasks had been outside the educational field, which she excelled at. He would be able to buy a lot of sweets from 10 sickles and perhaps some things from his favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons. He even got a smile from Professor Peverell when he went to collect his voucher, which the heads of house were handing out. He had certainly earned it. Older Harry was happy about the surprise from the shop owners. It would be a great finale to the Magical Olympics. The children had taken well to the event and had done their best in the tasks set before them. He was especially happy that Luna had won the school ranking in her year. Thanks to the closer watch they kept on the students, she wasn't bullied like she had been before. The one and only attempt to do so had been thwarted by a prefect, who had directly reported the incident to Professor Flitwick, who had sent the two perpetrators, incidentally Cho Chong and Marietta Edgecombe, which were in their third year currently, into detention for a week, and they had to clean the Ollery manually for the first hour, before being taught the spells to do it magically. Needless to say, they had needed long to be clean again and hadn't repeated their foolishness. He was also content to watch how Harry had branched out during the year. Where he had been hindered by Ron and Hermione, his younger self could grow at his own pace, with the proper support being in the background, there to catch him if he fell. Older Harry knew too well that not everything was perfect, but compared to his past, this was a major improvement. He was incredibly happy that this event had been established. It was a precedent to counter arguments that favored reinstating the Triwizard Tournament. Thanks to the great success of this trial run of the Magical Olympics, Albus could argue much easier that it didn't need a highly dangerous competition to create bonds of friendship among the schools. Competing in funny tasks worked just as well and better. And he, as headmaster, needed to agree to let Hogwarts participate in any kind of competition. It was even better as Madame Maxime would agree with it, as she had let her school participate in the pilot competition as well. With two of the big three being in agreement, the Games and Sports Department wouldn't have an easy time to sway opinions. With the summer break in the near future, he knew he would have a lot to do. Last work on his and Ginny's house, some work to prepare for the next school year, then he and Ginny would finally have their honeymoon. They had chosen to go to Fuerteventura for it, as they both wanted a vacation on a sunny island for this, and of course, he would continue keeping an eye on his younger self's development. While Harry would live with Sirius, he wouldn't be out of contact. Sirius had even invited him and Ginny, after they got along really well during the Christmas break, to visit for a party that he would hold for the summer solstice. This was at the beginning of the summer break, and their vacation was planned for the first 2 weeks of July. Both older Harry and older Ginny had already confirmed that they would come. They had never celebrated it before, as it was more a tradition that was kept up in the older families. Sirius fully planned to teach his godson more about the good traditions of the wizarding world, the ones he supported or didn't mind. The Weasleys didn't hold with traditions, not even the harmless ones. One of their traditions was a big going back to school dinner at the end of August, as then they wouldn't see all members of their family for a while. Older Harry had experienced that during the summers before 2nd and 4th year. Before 6th year, even if he had been at the Burrow at the time, Molly had been too worried about the war getting worse to plan a big party. He and older Ginny planned to get a better idea of common wizarding traditions to decide which ones of them they wanted to follow for their new family. After all, their new start had been great so far, and they could set up their family and way of living the way they liked. On the Horcrux destruction front, Albus planned to speak to Sirius soon. They had pushed talking to him back, but by now he had a clean bill of health from his mind healer. He still needed to attend sessions, simply because they helped him keep more control over his mind when he had had flashbacks of Azkaban, which would come and go unpredictably for a while longer. He simply had been there for too long to expect a fast improvement there, but he learned to deal with them. It was also another reason why older Harry would keep in contact, to offer Sirius some time for himself if things got too bad. Then Harry would come to visit the Peverell couple and Sirius could concentrate on doing the exercises his mind healer had shown him to help him get better. Harry would be informed about the reasons for that, to ensure that he didn't feel like Sirius didn't like him anymore or saw him as a burden. It was much better for Harry to know that his godfather had a medical problem, for which he needed some peace and rest to deal with. During that time Harry simply couldn't help him, and it was better if he was with somebody that could look after him, and he already knew the Peverells well and liked them. If something like that happened during the vacation on Fuerteventura, Remus would come over to the house. There was no full moon during the 2 weeks the Peverell couple was gone, therefore it was no bother for him, and he wanted to get to know Harry better too. During the school year, there hadn't been much opportunity to do so. Harry had his classes, Remus his work, and Sirius, who could have bridged things a bit, was mostly busy with getting his life back on track. While Harry liked the idea of getting to know Remus better during Christmas, and he had sent a few letters, he didn't personally know the man like he knew Sirius, simply because Sirius wasn't as busy with work and had spent the whole of Easter break with Harry in Italy. But they had planned some trips together, which older Harry hoped would let Harry had a better relationship with both men than he had been able to, due to circumstances. Well, he would enjoy the visit to Hogsmeade as well, even if he had to somewhat keep an eye on the students, to make sure that nothing happened. He didn't expect it, but it was better to be prepared. Especially with some student rivalries. The school was empty of students. 1 hour ago, the Hogwarts Express had taken them back on the journey to London, where they would be greeted by their families in about 7 hours. The teachers were assembled in the staff room, for a small celebration of the end of the year. For them it was a time where they could let their hair down and behave normal, without worrying about being bad examples to the students. While during the normal staff meetings they also didn't keep up their normal teacher images fully, knowing that their work for the year was done until September was still a different situation. Alright, everybody. Like every year, let's celebrate that we survived another year without too many problems. I'm especially happy how much our changes have positively influenced the life here at Hogwarts, announced Albus. I certainly appreciate that no drama unfolded this year, agreed Minerva, even if it was quite eventful at times. That's true. But the events turned out to be positive in the end, so we can put them down as successes for our school or even our world, nodded Albus, meaning the discovery of Peter Pettigrew, the clearing of Sirius Black's name, and the better offers in classes for the students. I hope that we can continue in the way we started during the upcoming years, stated Phileas. I really look forward to see how our students will develop. I also want to mention that I'm happy that Harold seems to have managed to break the bad luck streak on the defense position. Here, chorused many others. Well, I don't intend to get beaten by some rumored curse, replied Harry with a grin. He knew of course that the curse hadn't been a rumor at all, but Albus had broken it already, even if they had kept that part a secret from the others beside Ginny. As if I would let any stupid curse get to my husband, joked Ginny. He is mine and nobody else can have him. Harry grinned and pulled her into a key. Some others catcalled. But it was all in good fun. Then let's just celebrate with the buffet that the house elves have prepared for us. I know that most of us will leave the castle tomorrow morning for our well-deserved vacations. Enjoy the food and drinks and be merry. I certainly will enjoy some of the lemo tarts that the elves made for dessert, announced Albus, causing the others to laugh. His love for sweets with lemo was famous after all. The long table at the window side of the room immediately filled with the assortment of food and drinks that Albus had ordered with the house elves, and the teachers took what they liked, mingling among each other, talking about old stories, things that had happened during the year, and hopes for the coming years. For Harry and Ginny, they mainly hoped that they could continue influencing things towards a future with less death and destruction. And less heartbreak for their younger selves, caused by betrayal of their friends and families. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.